Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the EUROCONTROL NM User Forum. My name is Ken Thomas, and together with Tony Lico here, I'll be one of the event moderators, which means that you have to listen to me for a few minutes now with a bit of housekeeping. After that, we're going to go to a video on security in case there is an evacuation, and then we will start with the opening and keynote speech by Director Network Management, Jacopo Sinotti. So let's first have a look at some housekeeping. You've all seen the agenda. We have 6 main topics today and tomorrow. Today, delivering agreed capacities, adverse weather management, and harmonized operational use of datalink. Tomorrow, realistic schedules, including turnaround times, prioritizing first rotation, disciplined flight plan execution, all very important in the preparation of the Network 2024 and the summer in particular. Now, equally important, you see that we have breaks in between, lunch break after the first session today, and then a coffee break, and then a networking drink this of 17:30 today to finalize and to get to more time to talk. One thing very important is that we are live streaming this event, which means that we need to keep to the times. So after the sessions, after the lunch, after the breaks, we're going to start exactly on time. So please remember to be on time for each new session so that it works with the streaming. In addition to Tony and me as moderators, we have a moderator for each session. We have Razvan Bucoroy, Yolanda Portillo, Paul Bosman, Stephanie Vincent, Stephen Moore, and Chris Peregrine, and they will introduce themselves when they have their sessions. For each session, we have included some question and answer time. There's yellow cards for asking questions through the moderators. You just fill them out. And also, anyone sitting in the translator booths, you can also use these yellow cards. Photos. Now, we'll be covering this event on our social media channels. We have an event photographer. Now, if for any reason you don't want to be in a picture, please tell our photographer. And when he's taking group pictures, he will anyway make sure to ask that it is okay. And then you can follow the event on social media, and we love if you will also share your thoughts on social media using hashtag NMUserForum, but also keep in mind the same thing about the photos. If you put photographs of others, ask them before you publish. We have exhibitions in the lobby, as you might have seen. These are topics which are not directly covered in the 6 sessions. So we cover them through the exhibitions, open all the time, go and speak to them and have a look at it whenever you have time. And the topics you see there, cybersecurity, GNSS interference, the Aviation Learning Center, network operations, and the network manager user relations. So these 5 areas are then represented then in the exhibition. Some practical arrangements. Okay, so for the NMOC visits, you have the visits on your badge. There's your time slot. There's still some slots available. I understand a few. Check the screen in the lobby for the details. Water bottles will be available all day here in Europa. You find them there in the back. Just take them there. Shuttle buses are available at the end of the day. And then take this one with you so that you can get in with this tomorrow for day 2. Now, before we run this security video, also there of course it will be explained what you do if there is a fire alarm. Now, there will actually be a fire alarm at 11:40 tomorrow, but it is a test. It will be said in the loudspeakers that it is a test. You do not need to evacuate tomorrow at 11:40. If it goes off any other time, yes, then you will need to evacuate. So, and with that, we will now run the security video.
Welcome to EUROCONTROL. 3 things you need for a safe stay with us. We have one number for all emergencies. Call 99000 on any internal phone or 02 729 9000 if you use another telephone. If we need to evacuate, please follow the green exit signs and go to your designated assembly area outside. If you need medical assistance, our medical service is just next to the conference area. Thanks, and have a productive and safe meeting.
So that was the very short and sweet security video. In short, the main evacuation is the way you came in, through the reception, and these turnfolds, they will be completely open in case of evacuation. But for any reason, if those are not available, just follow the other signs and you will be able to get out through other exits. Now it's my pleasure to welcome for the opening and keynote speech, our Director of Network Management, your host, Jacopo Crisinotti.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, good morning, very welcome to EUROCONTROL, and very welcome to our yearly event, our user forum. I'm very happy to see, as usual, the room fully packed with colleagues, and others are also yet to come. And I want to really express the importance of the topics of this year, because we are now entering into a very important phase for aviation, and preparing next summer is going to be key for the future of aviation. So let's put things in context, first of all. The first thing is this slide. When I asked my colleagues to prepare it for me, I was not even expecting how significant the variations were. But I want to show you this slide just to tell you what was going on in the last 25 years, but especially what happened in the last 5 years. So you see the trend from 1998 to 2023. It's not important that you see the details. It's important that you see that even with the Twin Towers event in 2002, thank you, and with all the crises that we had, the Lehman Brothers and so on and so forth, the variations, yes, were sometimes significant, but were very small. Apologies. They were very small if we compare them to what happened in the last 5 years. We had, as usual, the average of 2% variation every year in the last 25 years. But if you look at the last 5 years, the variation was 3 times higher. And we had, as you recall very well, during COVID, that steep descent and then the steep growth back. And this is a clear signal of a number of things. First of all, the resilience that aviation has, and the fact that through your incredible, I would say, professionalism, you were able to manage such a very complex period of time with all the complexities around, including, of course, the fact that with COVID, it was not easy to move and not easy really to do your day-to-day things. The second and most important thing of all is also that people want to fly, very simply. If we made in EUROCONTROL, we do the start for, we made a lot of analysis. And you really see that before COVID, possibly, yes, people were relaxed, they wanted to fly, but maybe they had other things, they wanted to buy their new iPhone, and then they decided to postpone their flight. After COVID, people are deciding different ways, the priorities. They want to fly because they know they might not be able to fly later, and they postpone other things. So in a nutshell, the request and the need, as you probably see on day-to-day basis, is there, which is good news. It's very good news, because after such a shock that we had during 2020, the level of uncertainty was big. And the further good news is that we didn't only have COVID. We had and we have, unfortunately, a lot of geopolitical instability. We have, as you know, the war in Ukraine, that should never be considered as a status quo, and we always need to work hard to support Ukraine. and we had the now the situation in the instability in the Middle East. But with all of that, people have become resilient also to this. People are not scared to fly, they want to fly. So I think by us providing this level of quality, by aviation being the safest mode of transport and the easiest way to get to important places, we have been successful in getting back the customers, let me put it in this way, so the passengers, in a very good way, wanting to fly in the business. Now, if I look at the other good news, this is the third for forecast. It's not only that we went back to the levels of 2019, if you consider if you exclude the areas of the invasion of Ukraine, it's not only but we are continuously going to grow. So you see there, the chart that shows until 2029 shows the continuous and significant growth in aviation. Already, this is a little sneak peek. We're seeing that also for this summer, we're going to see +5 to 7% more than last year, which again, it's good news. And it shows that the industry is going to be healthy also from the financial point of view, because there's business going forward. Now, I would say then we have a challenge, because we need to continue to provide the high level quality of services. We need to continue to improve the performance and the punctuality of the network. We need to continue to improve the efficiency, and we need to position and continue to position aviation the way we have done until now. And the risk is, if we don't do that, then we will have the challenge of growth, then we will have the challenge of external factors impacting into our possibilities. So we have a strong common interest as an industry to meet and win this challenge. Now, I use this on purpose also to ease a little bit the discussion. We have no magic solution in front of us. There's not anything that in the next, I don't know, 1 year or this summer or in 2 years' time will say, okay, now everything is fixed. Everybody can fly whenever he wants. There's going to be perfect punctuality, no delay. This is a super mega booster technology that we will have in place to solve everything. This is not going to happen. We are working hard, all of us, and EUROCONTROL has a significant program called INM to achieve disruptive technology, new architectures, new performance. This is coming. It's going to arrive. But within this decade, we will still have to work at a different pace, where the improvements that we are doing, that we will do, that are in the network, is not going at the same pace of the demand. And so we will need to even more, and I will try to explain why, and this is the main topic of today and tomorrow that my colleagues and you guys will discuss. We need to boost, and we need to collectively deliver our individual contribution to make sure that the network performs. So there's going to be improvements coming in even within this decade. We'll talk about datalink, we'll talk about other airspace improvements and so on and so forth. Still, we will need to do much more as a team to deliver the functioning of the network in the best way possible. Again, in the interest of aviation, in the interest of economy, in the interest of your companies where you work, but also in the wider interest, I think, to support the European economy. Now, we are preparing 2024, and of course, as you know, we have just finalized the network operations plan. We're preparing the measures. We're delivering a number of airspace improvements. There's a lot of work which is structural, which is ongoing, which we need to continue to support and deliver. And that also will bring us, hopefully, at the end of this decade, to much better performance, disruptive technologies in place to help us. Still, we need to do more. And we need to do more around things which will enable collectively to perform better. And as a result, to individually, for any organization, to have the big payback. I think here we're discussing how to create a network that brings value for money for everyone. So the first point, and very important point, is we need all to deliver the agreed capacities, whatever they are. And this is especially around the airports and the NSPs. We are finalizing the network operations plan. We are focusing on all the sector openings, the airport capacities, and so on and so forth, and we are finalizing that. We need to make sure that we deliver that, and we commit to delivering that in order to enable the plan to be as solid as possible. A plan is still a plan. We will have all the adaptations needed in the implementation of the plan, but the more the plan is solid and the more we can rely on what is agreed in the plan, the more we will be able to perform. And on top, you will see in the discussion of delivering the agreed capacity, we need to start to discuss some level of flexibility in delivering this capacity, some plus potentially in delivering these capacities. Why? Because now I think with the great work we did together, we also have some more flexible tools that we can use. As you know, we have this rolling knob. Every week, we update the network operations plan, looking at the 8 weeks ahead. It's a titanic effort. We receive all the planning from the airlines, all the sector opening scheme, all the updated configurations. We receive all the airport capacities updated, and then we see where eventually in 3 weeks' time, 4 weeks' time, 6 weeks' time, we have maybe a little problem and we need to trim, we need to fix some sectors, some airport capacity in the morning or whatever. And there, we need to be flexible enough to be able to adapt. As from this year, we will also, already in 2023, we were tracking all the alignments, all the actions to realign the capacity and the performance. As from this year, we're going to track it and also set some objective among us in order to ensure that we are able to really deliver the agreed capacities, but also have a little bit of flexibility. This is an incremental process. Nobody pretends from one day to another to have a magic solution. But again, we need to incrementally grow because all these things will add up to the improvements that will then be a baseline for 2025, for 2026, and so on and so forth. Adverse weather management. Here, I'm going to dedicate a few minutes because this is something critical for us. Last week, I was in the US and I was visiting my colleague, Tim Arel, and we were discussing about the weather. You know that in the US, natively, they are one nation, differently from Europe. They have one national weather service. They have one forecast. They have one truth. And they have one procedure. They, much earlier than the Europe, have had the weather as a big issue because, as you know, convective weather in the US is since ever is something important, especially in areas where they are very congested. In Europe now, with the global warming, and you've seen last year we have had a big impact on the weather. We need to improve, and we need to significantly improve in how we manage, both from the forecasting view to have the information of what we need to do, and also from the procedural point of view, where we still have significant differences. We don't start from scratch. I think it's already 5 years that we've been working hard, the network manager, with all of you to improve the weather management, but this is simply not enough. I would say absolutely not enough. We need to move to the next level. We need to have a much stronger, a common view of the network forecast and much stronger standardization of the procedures. This is one priority. My team is working hard, and I think, Yolanda, you're going to discuss this morning, is really looking forward to have this strong cooperative approach. It's not only the people in this room, it's the national forecasting organizations. It is about a number of things, but we need to tackle this, because this can become a real impediment to the performance. And we have all the tools, all the competences to move to the next level. We will need to win some political resistance But this is something we will need to do also collectively with the states. But this, again, it's one of the priorities. It was not the priorities last year because we had a lot of things on the table. But of course, it will be this year, but also going forward, a significant need to improve. Of course, as usual, we will do it incrementally, but we need to start with a substantial improvement already from this year. So my team and I are really looking forward to this discussion as well, because this is going to be critical also for our next steps preparing the summer. Now, this is the third one is a topic which is at the bottom of my heart, because I've lived through my professional experience, this datalink thing. I remember I was an air traffic controller in 1999, moving to the new ops room in Rome ACC. And I remember that, oh, we need to hurry up to go live because next year we will operate with datalink, VDL2, 2001. And we are in 2023, and we still are struggling. I have to say that this is the classical area where we need to be very pragmatic. If we just say, okay, we made a mistake in choosing the technology, the way that it was implemented was not the best, okay, fine. But we need to learn from the mistakes and do better. So since now 2 or 3 years, or even a bit more, we've been working hard, again, together with the colleagues of the deployment manager, together with all of you, from the avionics perspective, from the service provider perspective, NSP's perspective, to improve dramatically the situation. And we are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. We are pushing as hard as possible with Paul Bosman's team, with everyone, to have the best performance already for this summer, to be able to see some productivity gains coming from there. You know that some INSPs are already really looking forward to using that. But we will not be successful if we don't create the right level of trust among pilots and controllers to make this use. And it's a question about making it work in a more resilient way. And this you will see we are working hard. And it's needless to say, yes, we're working also for the new technologies, for satellite-based data link, for other technologies which are coming, but they will be complementary and they will not arrive tomorrow. We need to make use also of what we have. Not say this doesn't work, we need to move to another one. So you will see a lot of improvements have been achieved. We're very positively looking also of using CPDLC applications as from this summer in a more robust way than last year. But again, this is another priority which is not going to go away. And the more we can deliver improvements for 2024, the more we'll be having a much better baseline for 2025, and so on and so forth. And this thing, I can assure you, for my past professional experience, is something that will help a lot to improve productivity, but also all the other elements of what we do in aviation, including safety, I would say. In terms of realistic scheduling of the point number 4, including turnaround times, I want to open an important point here. This is an aviation infrastructure. It's not an air traffic control infrastructure. We're not talking, we can do the best performance in air traffic control, but if we don't have the airports performing, if we don't have the airlines performing, it will never work. So needless to say, everybody needs to perform, and navigation service providers have an important role to play, but it's about best using the available asset of capacity. And we have seen that if the scheduling is not realistic, if the aircraft lands 10 minutes after its planned departure, and it cannot use the allocated space available to it in the planning side, that capacity is lost forever. And if you multiply by 3,000 aircrafts a day, 10% of the aircrafts a day, this is a substantial impact. And I have to say, there's been a great leadership in the airline industry. There's been a lot of effort already to improve the scheduling, to move to from a more commercial scheduling to a more operational scheduling. I have a great expectation. There's a great team of colleagues also in the airlines part, which is working, and you guys to really conceive that, work inside your companies and make sure that operational leadership is the way to manage the scheduling and the way to, because this is going to be a great contributor for the performance of 2024. And of course, the point number 5, needless to say, is essential. If we made an analysis. If the first rotation goes well, normally you will not have a very bad day. So first rotation is essential, you all know, but saying prioritizing first rotation, yes, and so what? Means that you need to have more spare crew available, you need to have more fleet available, more controllers available, more people at the airport available. You need to have more flexibility in order to ensure that the first rotation goes well, and more capacity to ensure. We will also work, and you will see in the discussions, to measure that, to give us objectives, targets that we need to achieve there, because this is another important element. Now, point number 6 is another point, and after the action we did in 2023, we're going to review it more towards the vertical profile. Just to give you a piece of information, more or less 5% of the flights every day don't respect the vertical profile, which is on the flight plan. And this is something important, because of course, you know, now upper sectors in the core area are of 2 flight levels. If we have a big distortion in that, then we have overload in the sector, we have reductions of capacities, and so on and so forth. And I'll be speaking with the colleagues in the core area, with Karlsruhe, with MUAC. This is a very important thing. So we need really to ensure from the flight dispatcher, from all the actions in preparation of the flight plan, that we improve in doing that. Now, all this together, with all the structural work that we're doing, and the measurements we have, is going to allow us in 2024 to have a manageable summer, hopefully even better than last year, with 7% that we're expecting, 5 to 7% more traffic. But it's our call. There's no formal obligation. There's no, I'm going to anyone say you're obliged. This is our common responsibility. That's why I started from the aviation and the future of aviation. It's our common responsibility to achieve this. We need to work in this direction, because everybody will win, and the business will grow, and all your industries, your companies will be successful. We cannot afford as an industry to have a crisis. Also because we're doing well, and everybody is expecting that we continue to do well. And these six things, together with the structural work, the network operations plan, the rolling up, all the airspace change, everything we're improving, are essential. If we don't do that, I can assure you, we will not succeed. And again, to do that, on top of everything, we are all now revamping, and also with a more, let's say, attractive style, the campaign to our experts, where to the flight dispatchers, to the ATCOs, to the ATSEPs, to the pilots, we will, to the airports staff, we will deliver, and really we count on you, all of you, to be ambassadors. It's going to be electronic, digital, very easy to use information, what you have to do and what you don't have to do. I think this is something that will be discussed. I encourage all of you to be ambassadors and leading this implementation of this campaign. And again, I'm coming to my conclusion. I'm right on time, guys. Saying that we have one network. It's our only asset. We don't have 2 networks. We cannot invent tomorrow to do it somewhere else. The network is one. It's in Europe. And it's not organized in a single way. It's coordinated with a network manager, but it's organized in a distributed model. And all of you actors are key to make it successful. I can speak even for 10 hours, and I'm Italian. I'm good at speaking, so I can continue to speak. But if you guys don't act, it will never come live. And that is why I think for us, the only way to be successful is having a strong partnership, which is not a buzzword. It's not to be nice to each other, being friends. It's understanding that there's a wider goal that we need to achieve if we want to protect aviation and our business. If we understand that, and I think we all are mature enough to understand that, we will be dramatically successful, and aviation will continue to grow. It's 11 o'clock sharp. I did my job efficiently, I hope, and I really wish you a couple of days of great work all together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacopo, for this setting up the scene. We will zoom in all these topics in the next 2 days through moderated sessions and panels. I'm Tony Lico, as Ken introduced me. I'm the other overall moderator of the forum. It's my pleasure to introduce the next session. We still have one session this morning before we break for lunch. It's led by Răzvan Bucureu. Răzvan needs no introduction. He's the head of capacity division. And then he has an amazing line of speakers that he will introduce himself. But in his session, he will provide, with the speakers that he has, they will provide an overview of the expected outlook and the challenges of the 2024, traffic capacities and so on, and the main actions that the network manager and the operational stakeholders, they need to take. They will examine the impact of transition plans for the major projects, the need to implement network operations plan commitment, preparation for major military exercises, but also best practices to produce capacities. So without further ado, Răzvan.
Thank you, Tony. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, it's good morning. Sorry. The time passed very fast. So I'm welcoming you to this session on delivering agreed capacities. It might sound strange what I'm going to say now, but 2023 was indeed a very challenging year, and we had a very much welcome traffic recovery after COVID. And that was very good. It was very good for absolutely everybody. It was very challenging. The Russian aggression in Ukraine continued. We have major transition plans for the implementation of improved systems, airspace structures in Europe for the decade to come. But we also had two of the largest ever military exercises in Europe over this period. So despite all that, a very, very large number of NSPs and airports delivered the agreed capacities. And that was very good. In the introductions that you will see today from our colleagues from the network manager, but also from a number of NSPs, you will see how actually this has happened and how well the commitment was there in the network to deliver what was agreed. And in this context, we are not talking only about delivering the agreed capacities, but delivering together all the other measures that we have worked on. And I'm really pleased to say that by 31st of January 2024, we are 99% ready for the summer 2024. And this is because the contributions that all the NSPs have brought to the preparation of the summer season, all the airports, all the information and the support that we have received from the airspace users and from the military helped us in finalizing this preparation. We are that far from closing it down, and that far means 20th of February 2024, when we will have the final meeting to agree the final measures for summer 2024. But that is something that we have already discussed quite intensively with you, and we would really insist on the fact that when measures are not required, they should not be there. And when we kindly explain to you that actually this does not bring anything, you are also kindly listening to us. And also when we tell you you are going to penalize the airlines for nothing, for a very little benefit, again, you might wish to listen to us, because there are instances like that. So when talking about what has been delivered in 2023, you see here a map that is full of green or light green. And whenever it is green or light green, it means that these areas have delivered what they have committed to, or they have been influenced by weather, by industrial actions in the network, and unfortunately, they had to take the burden of all this. So if you look closely, there are not so many areas in the network that did not deliver what has been agreed last year. Okay, we can have a long debate about meeting or not meeting the targets, But what we have agreed all together has been delivered, and why this is important to continue to work like that for 2024 is that this is increasing the predictability of the operations in the network. So all in all, I would like to start this session on a very optimistic note, going into the direction of where we should be again in 2024 in achieving a similarly good result as it was the case in 2023, knowing that the challenges are really, really high. But the commitment and the contributions of everybody would help quite significantly. Now, you have seen in the list of the speakers that we have first Stéphanie Vincent. Stéphanie, I don't think I need to present her anymore because she is the guru of all these preparations, together with a team that is formed by, I would say, around probably 300-400 people, because it's not only her team who works on that, it's the team of all of you who is actually cooperating on a daily basis in making this this preparation. And then we have 3 ANSPs. You might be surprised on the choices that we had this year. But what you have to understand is that I was talking with a very good friend of mine at the beginning of the meeting, and we were evocating our long working experience of somebody has 30 years more, somebody has 50 years more, depends how young you are. And we were all saying that, you know, in those old times when we were young and free, we were talking about the core area. The core area does not exist anymore. The core area is the entire network. And this is why today we are not looking in what we were saying 30 years ago, it was the core area, because it is not the case anymore. The complexities in the network are everywhere. So that's why we will start looking first in Southeast Europe and how our colleagues from Bulatsa and Romatsa delivered the agreed capacities under circumstances that were extremely, extremely complex, with the war that is there at their door, with much less airspace available for performing operations, with extremely bad weather influencing them during the summer season, with a lot of traffic concentration, and above everything, both Bulatsa and Romatsa had in 2023 a traffic that was significantly higher for the entire year, I don't even talk for the summer season, than in 2019. So they had a very fast recovery, a very, very fast recovery. And their complexities, with all these complexities, they have delivered what was agreed, and they had almost zero delay if we would not look at the, they had zero delay if we would eliminate completely the very, very bad weather effects that happened in that area. But how this is going to be addressed at network level will be discussed later in this session. Then we are moving to the southwestern part of Europe, to Spain, to ENAIRE, because ENAIRE had another set of challenges. Again, weather was a common event everywhere, but they also had to handle a lot of traffic lack of predictability because of a number of industrial actions that they were surrounded by. And again, they have responded in a very, very, very efficient manner, helping the network at all times. In addition to that, the 3 ANSPs had also to take the effects of the summer 2023 measures that have been implemented to protect other more critical areas in the network. Also, ENAIRE is one of the NSPs who in 2023 had for the entire year, again, I'm not talking about how heavy the summer was, but for the full year, they had a traffic that was significantly above the traffic in 2019. So this is why we made those choices, to indicate to you how 3 NSPs in Europe managed to make their commitments how they are actually planning for the summer 2024, and how their strong preparations are actually helping the network to achieve a better performance, and also helping other areas to improve their performance. So Stephanie is the head of the operations planning unit. Again, you know her extremely well. If summer will go very well, it's because of her. If summer will not go very well, it's not because of her. Stephanie, please.
I fully agree with this statement. So good morning, everyone. So delivering agreed capacities, this is key. If we have the planning right, if the plans are met, then it means the network is ready. So we know what to expect for the next summer. We know how to mitigate the impact when we don't have sufficient capacity. We know what to do. So this is really key. And here I would like to come back again to 2023 before giving the outlook for 2024. So you see there, this was the delay forecast that was published in the Network Operations Plan 2023 to 2027 for the year 2023. So the delay forecast we gave was 1.47 minutes per flight at network level. The actual 1.81, so higher than what we expected. But then if we look at the reasons for this delay, the weather we had put in the forecast was 0.22. That is based on historical data. It was based on the last 10 years, excluding 2020 and 2021. So the average we had put in the delay forecast was 0.22. The actual was more than the double with 0.53. This we cannot predict. Even in the delay forecast that we will do for the next years, we do take assumptions on the weather based on the history that we have seen. It remains an assumption. So this year, the weather delay was much higher. Disruptions, we put again a statistical figure in the delay forecast. What we count here as disruptions is the strikes, the technical failures, so things that cannot be in the capacity plan, that cannot be in the agreed capacities for the summer. And we had put 0.15 based on statistical data from previous years as well. 2023 was pretty bad for this for this matter. We got to 0.39 minutes per flight due to disruptions, which means if we look on the positive side of it, capacity staffing events, so what is left for reasons of delay, we had forecasted 1.10, and actually it was better than the 1.10. So we got 0.89. So the delay due to capacity, staffing, and the events that are planned events was much lower than what we expected. And this has been achieved by really working all together. It's not an effort of just one or two persons. It's really working together, the NM working with all the stakeholders, with the ANSPs, with the airports, with the military, to really create a way to work together that is helping the network. And this is valid in all the phases. So from the planning to the strategic phase, and then getting to the pre-tactical, tactical phase, but also closing the loop with the post-operational phase is quite important. That's the wrong one. Okay. One example of this closing the loop is with the sector openings. So in the capacity plans, we do look at the sector openings and at the sector capacities. Here we do have the sector openings that are planned for the season. So we are currently working on the sector openings for summer 2024, but we had collected the sector openings for summer 2023. Then they have been refined throughout the year and the summer in the rolling seasonal network operation plan. So every week we had the update for the next 6 weeks, what would be the sector openings. And afterwards, we were checking what were really the sector openings. So here we do have an example of what was the sector opening plan, what was the actual sector opening that was in that case lower than what we expected. When we do have cases like this, it is triggering discussion with the concerned ANSP to know if it is a one-off event, if this is something that will be recurring, if we need to adapt the plan, if we need to find a mitigation measure, and all these kind of things. So this is really a constant process that we are doing, and it is quite important to be able to improve the network performance. So to do all this, we have the network operations plan. This is a rolling process. This is a continuous process. So we have worked last year on the preparation of the 23 to 27 period with the 5 years NOP. We are now finalizing the network operations plan for the period 24 to 29 with a major focus on what to expect for next summer, so for summer 24. And I will give you a quick outlook of what we do expect for the summer 24. So the NOP is not published yet, is not even fully ready yet, but we do have some information that I will share with you. And then we will update this NOP during the spring, and then we will start working on the next edition. It is important to look 5 years ahead, because 5 years ahead, you can hire new controllers, you can plan system changes, and you can do many things that you cannot do if you are 2 days before the day of operations, obviously. We have the transition plan for major projects. So any implementation of a new system, changes to the airspace that would need a transition plan, we put in this document. So we have done, the last one is covering the period 23 to 24. So there you have all the events. We do constant updates in the rolling seasonal NOP. And then next year, we will prepare 24 to 25. So again, a continuous process, always in coordination with all the stakeholders involved, so that we improve the performance for the network. Summer measures, network summer measures we had during the summer 2023, we will need for summer 2024, unfortunately, still to have network summer measures. I will come to that as well and give you more details of what we expect for the summer 2024. We are currently in the preparation phase, and we should have a final view of them by the end of February. And on top of this, we do have weekly updates. So the rolling seasonal NOP is updated every week to give always the more refined view of what to expect. And we have the enlarged end-up coordination cell every Monday, where we discuss what is the plan for the next weeks, but also what happened in the previous week. So we do have this closing the loop with the post-operations analysis that is coming in every Monday, and with what to expect in the next weeks. And this is quite important as well when we want to see the agreed capacities being delivered and the network performance being improved. So now what to expect for next year, next summer. So here we have the traffic forecast for 2024. This is the latest one that was published by Stat4 in October. It is the baseline scenario, which is the most likely scenario. And for the European level, it is an increase of 6.1% compared to 2023. So this is still quite a high increase that is expected. The darker the color means more traffic growth expected. So you see the areas where we expect most of the traffic growth are again on the southeast axis. So we have all these ACCs, which had quite a high increase already in 2023, with another high increase of traffic forecasted for next year. And this will be quite a challenge in terms of capacity. But you see as well that the traffic growth is quite well distributed over the network, with most of the ACCs in the 6 to 8% traffic growth bracket. If we look at the capacity plans for next year, first thing, it is positive capacity plans for all the ACCs in Europe. We do have strong percentages in the Nordic states. It would be just a recovery of capacity that is available, but the traffic dropped there. So this is not crazy plans, but it is just that the capacity would still be there, at least partially, if the traffic was coming back. We do have growth planned in all the ACCs. In some ACCs, 10% even capacity increase planned. But as I've shown you on the previous slide, we do have areas where we expect quite a high traffic growth. We do have in Munich and in Marseille, we do expect that after the implementation of the new system in 2023, we would be back to normal capacities in the summer 2024. So this is giving here a higher increase in the capacity. We have Reims as well, where we still see some benefits of the implementation of the new system, which was done in 2022. Now, if we look at the delay forecast that we expect for 2024, so here is the delay forecast without disruption, and we have 1.63 minutes per flight. It's without the disruptions included, but it's also without network measures. So if we don't put network measures, this is the picture we would be facing. So 1.63 without disruption is more or less what we have seen as levels of delay in 2023, but with an increase of traffic of 6% that would be there. We have counted here, we have included weather delay, again, based on a statistical basis. We took the last 10 years. So that brings up to 0.29 minutes per flight for weather delay. I don't know what the reality will be during this summer. I don't have the weather forecast for July yet, but this is the assumption on which we have been working. So you see that the map is quite green in lots of places. And we have two major bottlenecks that we expect currently based on the plans, on the capacity plans. One is Karlsruhe, and the other one is Budapest ACC. So the main bottleneck, more than 3 minutes per flight, if we don't have network measures, is Karlsruhe UAC. So the plan is improving. They are recruiting staff, and the plan is improving. We expect the situation, especially to improve in all the sector groups except the south cluster that they have. So it means in the central sector group, in the west sector group, and in the east, we expect that we can relax some of the network measures that we had in summer 2023. So this is the little good news of today. We will relax some of the network measures in Karlsruhe, but we will keep the one protecting the south sector group. If we don't do that, then the flights are not passing through the day. So we don't do the network measures just to play. It is that if we delay the flights during the day, at the end of the day, some of the flights are not flying, you know, you delay them so much that they are coming to the next day. And if we leave the situation like this, then the network is becoming very unstable, because leaving a situation like this, the flight cannot pass through just being delayed. You need to find another route, but then every day the situation is changing, and nobody knows what is going to happen in the next day. This is very challenging with the levels of traffic that we are seeing now. So an improvement there for Karlsruhe. And for Budapest, we are looking as well at network measures, but there is a big but there, that we have Ukraine on the eastern side, so we cannot reroute flights to the east. And on the western side, you see already ACCs where we are not in the green color. So the capacity plans are quite good. But if we add too much traffic to those ACCs, then it might not be beneficial for the network. So we are looking at finding the right balance so that the flights that we would shift would bring benefits to the network. When we look at network measures, we are also looking at some few measures for Reims, Maastricht, and Sofia ACCs, just to better balance the flows between the different sectors. So the capacity plan is not bad, but so we don't have such a constraint that we have for Karlsruhe or for Budapest, but we have some elementary sectors getting saturated. So there it's just to better balance a little bit between the different sectors, what would be the load. So looking at this, we are now working to improve the network performance at network measures. And as I said, it is really to stabilize the network. It is allowing as well the neighboring ACCs to get ready for this. So they know which are the flows that are going to be there in the summer. They get ready for that. It means also we know which are the city pairs still flying there, the other ones still flying there. It is a plan that makes things much easier to work and then to save delays during the summer. When we look at these network measures, we do look at the route extension, at the level cap. So we look at the environmental impact and at the impact for the airlines, obviously, and we try to balance the flows in the different sectors. What is important to note, and we have done that every time we had the network measure, is that we do monitor the network measures. We do see if they are needed, not needed. We have weekly meetings with the concerned ENSPs, and we are discussing the level of capacity, the level of delays, the level of traffic, the complexity that they are facing, and we keep only the measures that are necessary for the network. So this is what we expect for summer 2024 in terms of measures. And we will do now we do the planning. We should have them already by the end of February. We do have a meeting on the 20th of February. And then we will refine the view always in the rolling seasonal NOP. So in the rolling seasonal NOP, you will always find the traffic outlook for the next 8 weeks, the capacity outlook, the special events, the performance that we are expecting in Europe, where do we have bottlenecks, and what are the mitigation solutions put in place. So this is published weekly and covering the next 8 weeks with all the updates to what is done. Now, if we look at events, we need as well to plan them properly. So I had put on the first slide 3 reasons for delay on which we can act. So we do have capacity, we do have the staffing, but also the events. If the events are well prepared, then we have a much better performance. So they are published in the rolling NOP in the chapter 7 every week. This is where you would find the latest update publication. And they are in different categories of events, the ones impacting the traffic demand. So you would have in this category, for example, the Olympic Games. It's not a plan from the ACC, it's not a plan from the airport, but it will impact the demand, the traffic demand. We do have the ACC plan, system implementation, airspace implementation, and all these kind of things. The military events, which are planned for the next months as well. And the airport plans. So they are published per category. We also have the full list put together so that we look if there is a combined impact. So maybe there will be one event alone is not an issue for the network, but when you start to see that at the same time something else is happening, then you need to put things in perspective and to see the global effects of the events. If we look at the next years, so yeah, advanced notification is key, coordination. We do an impact assessment for all of them, and we see if we need mitigation measures. Here is the map with where we do expect implementation of new system, upgraded system, new airspace structure, pre-route airspace implementation. As you can see, the map is fully colored. It is happening everywhere in Europe in the next 6 years. So not all at the same time, obviously, but during the next 6 years, all the ACCs do have planned to have a major implementation at least one of the years during the phase. For 2024, I think that the main implementation we are looking at is the for-flight, the new ATM system implementation in Paris, ACC, where the live trial is currently ongoing and the implementation is planned during the month of November. So this is where we are putting the effort for the moment for the preparation of the event, and we are working together with DSNA. But it will not be sufficient. We are working together as well with the neighboring ACCs and with the airlines to get to a good plan for that implementation of new system. In the events that are coming up as well for this year, it is again in Paris area, but we do have the Olympic Games in Paris during the summer. The opening ceremony will be on the 26th of July. It is a Friday, a very busy Friday. And because the opening ceremony is on the Seine River with a lot of people expected to be there, there will be a zone that will be closed around Paris for about 5 to 6 hours. So it means no arrival to Paris, no departure from Paris, and no overflights for the zone that is here on the map. So it will be a big impact during that period. We are currently working with the colleagues from DSNA, and we expect to have a coordination meeting. Again, this is by working all together that we can really improve the things. So we will have a coordination meetings with the neighboring ACCs, with the airlines to really discuss what will be the plan for that day. And this is it.
Don't go, stay here.
I stay.
So many thanks, Stephanie. You see, it's not. It's not easy, but before opening to some questions, I have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
In this preparation of the summer season, what are you seeing still as being the biggest challenge to be addressed?
So for the summer season, when we look, we do have still the staffing would be a big challenge in the ACCs, where we still see that the delay forecast is a bit high. Staffing is one of the main reasons. Whether we will have to see if it is improving compared to last year or not, but there will be another session about that with Yolanda. We do have the preparation of the events that are taking place, but really the important thing, I think, is the constant communication and the constant collaboration that we have and that we absolutely need to continue to during the summer. But staffing would be the first one to come to my mind.
And I know you are a born diplomat, but I'm not. What is your biggest frustration in the current preparations for summer 2024? That, you know, I think we should openly share. We should openly share with all the participants here, because this might help in concluding the preparations for summer 2024.
Now, I mean, the preparation for summer 24, so we are working currently on the network measures that we will need for the summer 24. So, yes, we...
Say it. Say it.
Now, we are trying to convince some ENSPs that they wouldn't need the measures as network measures. So we are working to really see network benefits in what is proposed. So basically, because the traffic is increasing in the different ENSPs, is still expected to increase quite a lot. There is sometimes a bit of reaction that it might be easier if I just kick the traffic to my neighbor, right, rather than keeping the traffic for myself. And of course, it might get difficult for the neighbor as well. So this is where we as the network manager need to keep the balance and be sure that for the network would be beneficial and would not just help one ANSP to get an easier and less complex life. I think that would be the big frustration for the moment.
Yeah, and this is a little bit what was part of the introduction, and this is why I wanted to focus a little bit on that. Stephanie was not aware of those questions before, so just to let you know. So, look, when your delay forecast is 0.03 minutes per flight for summer 2024, why would you need network measures? Why would you push the airlines to fly longer? Why would you push additional traffic to in other airspace? Or even if your delay forecast is 0.2, 0.3, it's still okay under the current circumstances. You don't need to penalize the airlines for that, for a minimum gain, for a minimum gain, or even no gain. So this is the frustration. This is what we want to make everybody understanding in these discussions, that this balance between how much I'm going to gain in terms of delay savings and how much I'm going to penalize the airlines, this is the thing that we have to look into. And also, there is another aspect, is the delay reattribution. So everybody needs to understand, if I want my network measures to keep traffic away or to decomplexify the airspace, etc., and if this traffic flow that is subject to the measures is going to cause some delay elsewhere, this some delay elsewhere would be reallocated to the originator of the measures. And I think this is a fundamental principle that keeps the cooperation in the network alive. So, okay, fine, you want to decomplexify, you want to complexify a little bit more elsewhere. This more elsewhere might generate some delay, but this delay will come anyhow back to you. So I think the thinking should be, do I really need those measures, actually? Now, non-orthodox questions to Stephanie from the floor on the summer 2024 preparations. We are really in a very open discussion here, and we wanted to pass some messages because we still have to pass some critical landmarks between now and the end of February before we are 100% set for the summer. I see Pansa has a question. Maciek, go ahead. And please introduce yourselves for the colleagues who are listening to this user forum to know who you are.
Thank you very much, Roswald. I got the microphone remuted. Maciej Rodak from Polish Navigation Services Agency, Vice President for Navigation Services. I was not participating in the preparation of this capacity planning. Therefore, my question may be strange to those who know it by heart. But what I have noticed during the slide presentation is that the capacity increase requirements along the southeast axis, of course, it needs to raise up to 10%, but this increase is finishing at Poland, nothing more extended. So it looks that there is a traffic expected coming from Poland, to Poland from various directions, and then it is channeling through the southeast axis. So this is the first question, whether this is the correct reasoning from my side. And the second is that surprisingly, we have in Finland the increase of required capacity up to 45%, which looks like an isolated island. So would you please explain how it is organized and why it is coming so?
Yeah, so the map with the capacity was actually the capacity plans, not the capacity required. In the capacity plan in the Nordic states, basically they are saying we can still deliver the capacity that we had in 2019 if necessary. So compared to the capacity that they are delivering now, where the level of traffic is lower compared to 2019. So now they don't need to deliver full capacity. They still have the ATCOs, they still have the infrastructure, they can still provide the capacity. Meaning if the traffic is back tomorrow to the levels of 2019, they would be able to unlock this capacity. So this is why there you see a very high percentage compared to what they currently do. They are still able to provide the capacity if the traffic is back. Then on the traffic forecast, so for 2024, it is based on STAT4. So STAT4 is giving us which are the city pairs that are going to increase a lot compared to increase or decrease, by the way, compared to the previous year. And when we put all this together, we see that still the growth is expected mainly on the southeast flow. And this is something that we see even now in the rolling up traffic outlook. So if we look in the traffic outlook for the next 8 weeks, you do have more or less the same map with very high traffic growth on the same ACCs going to the southeast axis. So yes, this is the flows that are increasing mainly for the moment.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Any other even more provocative questions to Stephanie from the airspace users, for instance? How is your view concerning the preparations of the summer measures, knowing that we might look to a slightly lower number of measures for summer 2024, but at the same time, how do you see the measures, for instance, for the current transition plans that we have? How do they work? Do you see something good, wrong with them? Would you like to see some changes in this approach? Just dare to say, we will have about 300, 400 participants on the 20th of February when we will discuss the measures. So better to hear that earlier than on the 20th of February. Okay, so everything looks fine. So we should not expect too many questions on the 20th of February. So any exceptions for instance, aircraft types that might not be able to do the full flight without a fuel, without a stop for refueling, any city pairs that might get too long flights, so you will not be able to do the return flight with the same crew. All these kind of things will not come on the 20th of February, probably. But still, if they come, we will take them. Many thanks, Stephanie. Now let's move to the Southeast axis that has still this forecast of a very high traffic growth. Let's look at the situation there, and remembering that probably we will still have to deal with the war in Ukraine during 2024. We will still probably have to deal with quite bad weather in that part of the network. And let's hear first from our colleague Ivan Hasamsky, who is in charge with international affairs in Bulatsa, on how Bulatsa has addressed these challenges in summer 2023, and what else are they going to do in summer 2024, and which are their challenges, which are their requirements. Ivan, many thanks. The floor is yours.
Everyone, first of all, we put the presentation on the Danube FAP umbrella because both Bulatsa and Rumatsa are partners in Danube FAP. We are working close together, and we have the same problems to deal with. But also the parts of the presentations are separate because each of the NSPs has a different challenges to tackle. So as Mr. Bucuroiu said, the recovery of the traffic in Bulatsa and Rumatsa is beyond 2019. So we'd like to explain how we'll address the growth of traffic this year, but it's not possible to do that without taking a look to the 2023. So in Bulatsa, these diagrams shows the traffic overflying traffic over Sofia FIR, comparing to 2019. In the blue is the traffic on the upper left diagram is the 2019, and in the red 2023. All the diagrams shows the growth of traffic, which is beyond the levels of 2019. We know that near the Sofia FIR, there is one of the biggest hubs in Europe. This is the new Istanbul airport. It's one of the big challenges for Bulatsa to tackle with the traffic because the airport is keeping growing, and the traffic became more complex. So here are again comparisons between the traffic from 2019, 2022, and 2023. As we saw, the traffic dramatically increases. We expected the same. We expect the same for this year also. The other part of the traffic which affects both Bulatsa and Rumatsa is the Far East flows via Sofia, is the same via Romania, I suppose. In blue again is the traffic from 2019. In the green, the traffic from 2022. In the beginning of 2022, we see that the traffic is less than 2019, but that's because there were still restrictions from the COVID. But in 2023, we have the full recovery and significant growth of the traffic. What measures Bulatsa applied for 2023 to tackle with the situation? First, we introduced a new interface between Bulgaria and Turkey. New waypoints have been introduced for arrivals and departures from and to new Istanbul airport. Also, new waypoints have been introduced for overflying traffic in order to be distributed among the sectors. Traffic departing from Antalya has been redistributed also between the sectors. And we continuously optimized ATCO resources. We'll do the same for 2024. I'll explain how. So what will be the measures for 2024? New traffic flow restrictions and level capping rules to be implemented. part of them under the Network Manager Initiative for summer 2024, part of them under the BUATSA plan for summer 2024 preparation. We introduced enhanced FMP functions which to address adverse weather impact on operations. So the adverse weather is typical for summer period in Bulgaria. Also, we are trying to address unexpected bad weather conditions throughout the year. That's because due to climate changes, we have unexpected adverse weather not only in the summer, but also, for example, in October, November, even in December and January. And the impact of imposed regulations from adjacent FIRs. One of the main tools to tackle the situation is to improve our rostering of air traffic controllers. We introduced dynamic shift assignment, so we are trying to assure a number of ATCOs needed for the busiest part of the day. So we have dynamic shifts to try to cover these busy periods. Also, we have limited summer day offs from air traffic controllers. It's of course an unpopular measure, but it has to be done. And all ATCOs in other duties to be assigned in ops room for entire summer period. For example, we have ATCOs licensed. We are working for different departments, etc., directorates. All of them will be assigned to the ops room for the summer period. So this is the traffic growth summary for 2023. We saw the diagrams before, but now in figures, around 13% overflights compared to 2019, around 19% overflights compared to 2022, around 21% new Istanbul airport arrivals and departures compared to 2022, around 26% Antalya arrivals and departures compared to 2019, around 12% Antalya arrivals and departures compared to 2022, and around 2,000% of the Middle and Far East traffic compared to 2019. Around 37% on the Middle and Far East interface compared to 2022. So this is significant growth of the traffic. We identified some global issues at network level that we'd like to point on. One of the main reasons for the dramatic traffic increase is the war in Ukraine. As Mr. Bucuroi said, we have to tackle with this this year, maybe the next, who knows. BUATSA spent enormous efforts so the increased traffic numbers could be serviced with no delay and succeeded in this mission. BUATSA delivered zero delay service. However, the KPIs are deteriorating. Their methodology must reflect the effects of the war in Ukraine. That's our opinion. And the declined performance in terms of cap and care is a major concern for RP4 also. According to the latest Network Manager official statements, Mr. Bucuroi said also that the Balkan area has been defined as one of the most complex and congested areas in the entire European network. Although providing service in one of the most complex and congested airspaces of Europe and being so close to the largest airport hub in Europe, BUATSA has been assigned with the largest delay of only 0.08 minutes per flight. In 2023, BUATSA accommodated traffic increase well beyond the forecast levels that led to a dramatic increase of complexity. And the last point that we'd like to show is that BUATSA shall appreciate detailed information about the methodology of reference and speed delay calculation. We believe that the model for economical evaluation of capacities in the ATM system is more than 10 years old and needs to be revisited according to current situation. So that was the BUATSA part. Mr. Bucuroi.
Before we give the floor to Adrian, don't disappear from here.
Okay.
So first of all, you've seen the complexity, you've seen the massive traffic growth under very difficult circumstances with two major traffic flows developing there. The one, okay, it's the one that, this is it, is the one from Istanbul airport, that is a massive growth. But then we have all this flow from Antalya, for instance, that during the summer season, you might not believe what is there, coming from the Baltic states through the eastern part of Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and then ending up into Bulgaria, because this is the only way through which the Turkish companies, the Turkish airlines, can fly between Turkey and especially Antalya, all the touristic area, and some destinations in the Russian Federation. And this is a major traffic flow, flights one after the other, consolidated on a single line most of the time. Now, Ivan, if something like that would happen elsewhere in the network, we would hear significant cries. Significant cries. What you have explained there, we did it with almost zero delay. You know, the weather and the mess that this creates at some moments in time, we forget about this. You insisted, and I'm very grateful for that, on the arrangements that you have done for the rostering, for the you know, making sure that you have sufficient staff during the summer. How did you succeed to do that? This would be a very interesting lesson to learn for probably for many other colleagues here.
As I've said, we tried to mobilize all available resources to tackle with the traffic. We have to thank to all our air traffic controllers for their understanding of the situation, and they willing to cope with that and to help also the Buatsa to go further. But actually, that's the main.
But was it something special? Was this understanding from the air traffic controllers in Bulatsa that there is a need to deliver this service? There is a proud for the country, for the organization to deliver this good service.
No, I think that they're proud from themselves doing that. But if the traffic routes continue in these levels, it will be difficult and more challenging to do that. So for 2024, we'll deal with that, but I don't know in the future, because the geopolitical situation is very complex.
Yeah, and you have seen that very well. We had a very large group with all the Central and Southeast European states 1 week ago, where we have discussed the measures needed for Central and Southeastern Europe. Some of them will be focused on the airspace of Budapest ACC, because to be honest, it's a hell there in the eastern part. There are so many flights concentrating in a very small volume of airspace that we have to do something about it. But also at the same time to make sure that the airspace of Romania, Bulgaria, Croatia, Belgrade ACC, etc., do not become more complex as a result of all that, because it's a very, very complicated equation. So we will try to make the right balance between all those, while at the same time making sure that the performance of the network will be better. I would like to commend the fact on the comments made on the achievement of the KIA and the CAP, and I think this is an important message, not only for Bulatsa, but for the entire network, and especially for the ANSPs that are immediately impacted by the war in Ukraine, because obviously they can't do anything about it, and we have seen a clear deterioration of those indicators, not from the moment when the war in Ukraine started, even earlier, from the moment when sanctions on Belarus have started to apply, and from that moment in time, we have seen immediately the deterioration of these indicators, and of course, this needs to be taken seriously into account in the evaluation of the performance for environment in the context of the RP3, while not forgetting that in that part of Europe, Bulatsa, Romatsa, EUROCONTROL, LPS Slovakia, NS Czech Republic, PANSA have put themselves into a major free route, cross-border free route initiative, and they are not able to do much more than what they are doing today physically. So they have done everything possible even under those difficult traffic complexities. With respect to the delay reference values, we have had long exchanges with Bulatsa on that subject. And indeed, for 2024, this value is going to increase for Bulatsa as a result of the traffic increase and the complexity increase. And of course, we will continue the discussions in this respect. Do you have any particular questions to Ivan on how you have been served by our air traffic controllers colleagues in Sofia ACC? Any particular questions, any particular requirements on what they have done? I think, first of all, we need to commend them with a round of applause. For the presentation, but also for what they have done. Any questions to Bulatsa? Which kind of expectations would you have for them? Maciek, go ahead.
Apologies for being stubborn and asking the questions out of the blue again. One very simple question. Are you concentrated only on projects and actions that are to provide the required capacity, or do you make, in the meantime, also any major upgrades of airspace and systems that have more extended in time horizon? So are you focused on doing things for the capacity now, or are you still doing something aside that is not required necessarily now?
Of course, we are trying to improve our not only the how we tackle the available resource from air traffic controls. We are also trying to improve our technical side of things. So we are in process of preparing the procurement for a new ATM system. Also, some other projects which are connected with automation and digitalization of the work of air traffic controllers. So I believe that answer is okay for you.
Okay, thank you, Ivan.
What you should not forget either, and we have focused on these presentations from our colleagues from Bulatsa in the capacity planning subgroup. They are amongst the first ones actually who have implemented complexity tools in their systems, and also tools to support occupancies. And I think that helped a lot in increasing the sector's throughput, in addition to to all the resources rostering organization, because what you see there, it's not only, it's obvious that they had to increase the sector's throughput. And also in the previous years, luckily, there were some airspace reorganizations there done in the context of the Danube FAB that helped resectorization on both sides, both in Bulatsa and in Romatsa. And it was like anticipating what was going to come, but I would say this was a good anticipation. Any other questions to Ivan? If not, many thanks, Ivan. And Adrian, you will continue now with the views of Romatsa, and we will embarrass you with some additional questions at the end.
Okay. Thank you very much, Osman. Good morning, everybody. My name is Adrian Flora, and I am the operational director of Romatsa. And I will briefly present you. I don't want to keep you too much. I will briefly present how we did in 2023 and how we intend to do in 2024. First of all, in our airspace, the traffic was fully recovered and already exceeded the pre-pandemic period. In 2024, we prepare ourselves for a 10% increase in traffic growth, as described in the base scenario according to STAT4 from October 2023 forecast. In addition, being at the border of the conflict area, and we saw that we might have some problems, we are putting ourselves at challenge, and we are preparing for the high traffic forecast. 17%, it's also considered in our plans due to the geopolitical context. To give you a short description what happened in our airspace, in the left side, we have how the traffic was between Romania and Ukraine in 2019, and on the right side show how these flights have been diverted to the west and southwest part of our country as a consequence of the war in Ukraine. Basically, what we have there, we describe this as a Dacia area, which was configured by us for analysis purposes, adding complexity to the area which was already atypically crowded as a result of the conflict in Crimea. Practically, after the conflict in Crimea, the Black Sea airspace was not used at all. In this context, the Black Sea area, it's used mainly for arriving traffic departing to and from Romania or the Republic of Moldova, and for the increased military activity necessary there, which requires significantly increased coordination efforts, both for Romanian civil and military ATCOs. So this is how the flights were distributed, and we also configured this reference area. It can be observed that in June 2019, 25,000 flights crossed this reference area, around 834 flights per day, while a smaller part chose to fly via Romania or Danube airspace, respectively 6,188 flights, with an average of 206 flights per day. In June 2023, the situation looks quite differently, and a significant decrease in number of flights with 54% compared to June 2019 total flights. In the case of Romania and Danube, also the number of flights which previously preferred to cross reference area increased with 79% compared to June 2019. This picture shows you, and it was developed using the traffic density functionality of the network strategic tool. It can be observed the increase of traffic density and distribution, which was concentrated in the southwestern part of Romania in June 2023 compared with June 2019 for the same number of flights. So we have in these pictures the same number of flights. It can be easily observed an additional high density traffic flows avoiding Ukraine to the northwestern part of Romanian airspace at the interface of Romania, Hungarian, and Ukrainian. And to see how the complexity increased, using the conflict calculation and graphical representation from the same tool, network strategic tool, we cut the July 2019 traffic and compared with July 2023 planned traffic, exclusively in the area previously mentioned as the Dacia area. It can be observed a significant 90% increase of potential number of conflicts in the area, while the traffic in the other part was plus 18% in July 2023 compared to 2019. The complexity is still very difficult to be quantified from human factor perspective. This dramatic increase of the number of potential conflicts provides a dimension of human efforts necessary to cope with this situation in July 23 and beyond. How we can achieve that? We have a very good tactical and pre-tactical coordination with between civil and military. The process defined through protocols dedicated to ad hoc military activities had been improved through better coordination between Romanian Air Force and Romața. We have also tools implemented in the ATM system, which help us because the coordination between civil and military controllers are electronical. We achieved that having a more efficient use of the airspace used by military aircraft, by GAT traffic, through direct tactical coordination using the ATM system capabilities. So with a good coordination with our military colleagues, we are allowed to pass to the civil traffic to temporary restricted area while possible. And if they cannot approve our request to pass the temporary segregated area, only in this case the traffic is tactically rerouted to avoid the area. We achieve that by the use of dedicated transit corridors for GAT aircraft for landing and takeoffs through silent coordination, and no significant changes foreseen in the military airspace configuration used by NATO and Romanian Air Force since February 2022. Practically, we stick to the areas they have requested. The only things which was added to that was military exercises or military missions which were not planned in advance, and it was requested on spot. We have achieved that, having an efficient use of the sector opening scheme during peak hours. Our ATM system, which is used in ACC Bucharest, allowed the dynamic establishment of vertical defined sectors according to the traffic demand. Practically, we can move the division flight level between two different sectors to cope with the required demand. Sector supervisors have gained a very good experience when using the seaflow capabilities for occupancy monitoring values in order to establish the optimal level of vertical separation in Bucharest ACC and route sectors. And using the facilities of the system and the tools provided by the system, we increase the maximum available sectors to be open to 16 during the summer season 2023. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any question.
Many thanks, Adrian. You've seen the excellent, first of all, civil-military cooperation, but also the adaptation of the sectorization in Bucharest ACC. So, Adrian, how easy was to implement this flexible sectorization, and what is the experience of the supervisor and of the air traffic controllers in Bucharest ACC when using the occupancies in these more dynamic sector opening schemes?
It's in our experience, it's better to use the occupancy. The only thing that we missed, but we started the tender process to acquire a complexity tool system which will allow us to calculate the capacity compared with complexity. So in case the complexity of the sector will be increased, the number of aircraft accommodated in the airspace will decrease accordingly. And in case the complexity is not so big in that portion of the airspace, we intend to increase the number of aircraft served in that portion of the airspace. We had also in our plans reshaping of the sector or resectorization of our airspace, but was not yet defined, because we intend to find the best solution possible to achieve in the same time the maximum capacity in the portion of the airspace which is very crowded, and also to accommodate large military exercises and large area required for training in the eastern part of the country.
And I think those are, like we have heard, on the rostering, on the tools used in Bulatsa. This, what we are hearing now from Romața in terms of the tools that are being used, in terms of the experience of the air traffic controllers. This is, dear colleagues, what we mean operational excellence, basically. And this is what we need to spread and help in implementing those excellent experiences a little bit everywhere. Now, coming to civil-military cooperation, you have experienced an unprecedented military activity in Bucharest FIR. How did your real-time civil-military coordination help in continuing to accumulate this very high increase in traffic and complexity, while at the same time allowing almost free access for the needs that were there with respect to the war in Ukraine?
It was difficult, but through discussion and through a very good cooperation with our military colleagues, we achieved that. We have a lot of protocols for each exercise, for each type of mission they have. And if these activities are well planned and well in advance planned, we are trying to accommodate them.
So again, this is the kind of experience that we would like to share more and more, because there will be new requirements. There will be the new fighters generation coming. And dear colleagues, if you say it's not possible to have a sort of a real-time civil-military coordination to accommodate these requirements, this is actually not true. It is possible. We have clear examples on what we have just seen. It is never, it is not possible. Most of the times is I don't want. So I think here we have seen two cases in the southeastern part of Europe, and I wanted to put back this this picture to look at this very high complexity in the eastern part of the Hungarian airspace. So not to be worried why there is some delay in Budapest ACC, because this is what it is, the situation, and how then all this traffic develops through the Romanian airspace and further down through the Bulgarian airspace in an almost entirely red area with a double level of complexity compared to what was before. So hence again, the choice of the geographical region coming back to the old, very obsolete term of core area. This does not exist anymore. This is the complexity that we have nowadays in all the airspace in Europe. Any questions for Adrian on Romaza's way? Would you like to share directly with you some of the experiences from Bulatsa and Romaza in some of our working groups in order to be able to see if this is possible elsewhere in the network? I think it would be a good idea. KLM, please.
Yeah, well, I think it's, I'm Martin Dijkse from KLM. I think it's more a question to you, Razvan. What about the neighboring sectors in the southwest? What about their capacity? Are they going to increase it as well?
The sectors where in the...
On the southwest, so more to Albania and that part. So outside of Romania, we cannot go to the east, so we need to go to the west. We faced last summer a lot of delays over Hungary and Romania airspace. So what is the alternative on that side? Do they increase the capacity also?
There is a good increase in capacity also on that side. As you have seen in the achievements in 2023, they actually achieved what they were supposed to achieve. The main issue that we had on the flow from Austria through Slovenia, Croatia, Smatsa, Bosnia-Herzegovina, etc., was actually related to weather during the summer season. There are very good measures that are being taken by Smatsa, by Croatia Control on that for the summer 2024. A number of aspects related to resectorization. We are running now with Smatsa, for instance, with Belgrade ACC, a re-evaluation of the sector capacities for the summer 2024. And we are seeing exactly similar developments on the CCL side, on the Croatia Control side. Based on the sector opening schemes offered to us by Bosnia-Herzegovina, we are not seeing a major issue there. We might have a little bit of worry, but that we have to clarify further from the current plans with regard to Skopje ACC, where we see a sort of leveling of the increasing capacity. At this point in time, no major worries about Albania. And for Greece, we still have exactly the same worries. There will be a little bit more staff in Greece for summer 2024, but not to the levels that we are actually hoping to have. And this is related to other political financial dimensions. It's not related to the inability of the Hellenic ANSP to provide an excellent service, basically. The current outlook for the Hellenic NSP looks okayish in the longer term, in the sense that they are now able to recruit an additional number of air traffic controllers, but they will have to be split for both en route and aerodrome control, unfortunately. Yeah. So it will not be easy. This, of course, increases the complexity for our Bulgarian and Romanian colleagues with respect to Greece, because some of the traffic might reroute there, just because you will find a better way. But this is why the equation, the combination with Karlsruhe, Budapest, Greece, and the saturation that we have seen on the southeast axis last year, because basically, literally, the traffic there was 10% and more above 2019 during the summer 2023. But still, I would say that the level of reactivity is quite impressive on the southeast axis in general. We would appreciate to see the same level of reactivity in other parts of the network.
What's the question from the gentleman now?
Mark Hurston, United Airlines, if I'm not wrong.
You're not wrong. Well, I hope I'm not wrong either. I'm assuming I'm still getting a paycheck. Razvan, thank you, and to your colleague as well. You were talking there about the successful coordination with the military on airspace and traffic. I think a lot of it is the problems that we run into, of course, is the release of training airspace as opposed to increased military traffic on certain routes. And it's that release of the training airspace and indeed training exercises in general, one of which last year you ran an extremely good awareness campaign. So thank you for that. But I think it's the release of the military airspace, which is the coordination we're really looking for. And I say we, I'm looking at the airlines in general. Thank you.
Yes, correct. And we still believe, not only under the current crisis conditions in which we are, but in view to the future military requirements that are very genuine and very justified requirements, there is a need for all civil sides to think and to move more towards a closer real-time coordination, like we have seen the examples in Romania. What was not said there, for instance, was the number of flights, of military flights, almost unannounced, that were actually crossing this north-west, south-east very complex flow, literally crossing, and that there has never been an airspace reservation there or a regulation put as a result of that, because the civil and the military controllers talk to each other, the system is shared, they are co-located, etc., etc., etc. And the real-time coordination procedures allow for that. So nobody should be afraid of that. One should go and observe what is actually happening in, for instance, in the Romanian airspace or in the Polish airspace, wherever, in the Baltic states airspace, to observe what is happening there in reality and how good the cooperation is. I'm afraid in other parts of the network, I'm saying again, if we would have been in a similar situation, the results would have been dramatic. So there is a lot to learn from this experience in this part of the network. Many thanks, Adrian. And I thought the question for KLM was on the southwest axis, but it was on the southwest of the southeast of Europe, actually. And just a remark, I forgot to say, in Romața's presentations, in Adrian's presentation, you've seen Dacia area. A little bit of history. It's not the car. Because most of you would have been aware of the famous Dacia car. It's not the car. Dacia is actually the ancient name of Romania 2000 years ago, before the Roman Empire came very much to the north, and we became, unfortunately or fortunately, a Latin country in the Balkans. So Now, having said that, we move to the southwest axis, truly to the southwest axis. And we have the pleasure to have with us Xavi Benavent. Xavi, you know him very well. He is the Director of Operations of NIRE, like Adrian was for Romazza. But in addition to that, Xavi, be careful on what he says and how he instructs us, because he's the chairman of the Network Directors of Operations. Xavi, many thanks for your availability, and please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Many thanks, Razvan, for this warm introduction and for having me here today as a speaker. Today's presentation is a threefold presentation. First, there is a first section about some key facts about NIRE, just to put in context what is coming then afterwards. There's how we prepare for the next summer, and there are 2 points of view to address that. The local point of view, so it's the second section, and then the network standpoint. That's probably the most interesting thing for today. So going with the first, NIRE is the fourth European ANSP in the area, together with Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. We manage plus 2 million flights per year with around 4,000 employees, of which around 2,000 are at coast. We have 3 flight information regions, Madrid, Barcelona, and Canary Islands, with very special conditions in the Canary Islands and oceanic control. And we manage these 3 flight information regions with 5 ACCs, 1 terminal ACC, and 21 towers, including the main airports in Spain. In total, 277 ATC working positions. It's not easy to manage that kind of ANSP. Besides that, just to highlight how important is NIRE for Spain. Spain is the second world's tourist destination, just after United States. We receive more than 85 million tourists every year, and 80% of these tourists arrive to Spain by air. And for the country, this is very important because it represents 12% of the gross domestic product. So NIRE is a key organization in the public Spanish infrastructure. And I could say a lot of things about NIRE, but Razvan, I've chosen one that's probably one of the best hallmarks of NIRE. We have one system to rule them all. It means that we have only one system in all our units. We have the same system in small towers, in big towers, in ACCs, in terminal areas. So each air traffic controller in our network is working with the same system. And it means that between a tower and a terminal area, the systems not only talk each other, but they are the same system. And somehow it marks for good how we implement improvements in our systems to be more efficient as an organization and to be able to increase the capacity of our sectors and to accept every year more traffic without delay or with slight delay. The second part of the presentation, you have heard it before in the previous presentations, but from an NIRE point of view, how we performed on 2023. We had 2% more traffic than 2019, while in Europe, on average, it was 8.5 less traffic. Comparing with 2022, we had 10.6 more traffic, while Europe 9.8. And regarding delays, we performed at 0.47, while Europe performed in average at 1.91. On the left side of the slide, you can see we reduced our delay by 85%. Having more traffic than the previous year, we've had 25% less delay, while in Europe, again, as an average, having less traffic delays increased from 1.57 to 1.81. I say that to highlight how in these difficult and exceptional conditions, working hard, we've been able to perform quite well. But is it enough? Certainly not. And here we have the airspace users. I know you want more capacity, less delay. So it's not enough. And we are working to even improve this capacity for the coming years. And we work in 6 main areas. The first one, and a very important one, is the labor agreement we have with our air traffic controllers. And last year, we achieved a very important milestone, agreeing and signing a new labor agreement after many, many years with very hard conditions for us. It has to be a good labor agreement. You're seeing the 4 main bullets. We improve the fatigue risk management, very important in the coming years. We increase ATCO flexibility and availability, very important one. There's no salary increase, another important one. And with these measures, we expect to have a better social dialogue that will help when we have to face sectors capacity increases. Then regarding the civil and military coordinations, we have improved our relation with the military. We have a better knowledge of what the military need and what we need in the civil part. We're having new procedures between both parts. And even though we're not reaching the levels of Romazza you've seen before, but we're improving year after year. Then we're working together with EUROCONTROL, with Neuron Manager, on participating in adverse weather management, having new procedures that involve not only our ACCs, but our neighboring ACCs, trying to reduce the delay for companies when we have to face very, very adverse weather. The 4th bullet is we have a full participation and commitment with all network manager working arrangements. And this is important. We not only are present in more technical meetings and discussions, but we want to be present in all the steps of this collaborative decision making. So this is a very good thing to highlight. The 5th is how we improve our airspace design to allow for grid capacity in our sectors. And we do that, obviously designing new sectors, sometimes splitting some sectors, having more capacity, but also having a new controller working position. And in these years, this year we are starting to change the current working positions and to implement new ones with bigger screen surface that allow us to have in the last step of the chain of the air traffic control, to have better tools for the air traffic controller that allows us to increase capacity. We are implementing 2 important projects. One of them is the BRICS concept in our all-en-route airspace. This is not a new concept. We're learning from our colleagues from INAP in Italy and our colleagues in Ireland, where they have a full implemented system. So we are trying to step by step in a progressive way to implement the same flexibility in all our en route sectors that will allow us to accept more demand with our applying regulations. And the 6th and last main area where we are working is, as Razvan said before in the introduction, we are in the southwest corner of Europe. So the problem we have is different. And one of our main problems is the volatility. We have a lot of volatility. So with this volatility, we need really very good tools to work in the flow area in order to increase the accuracy of our monitoring systems regarding the traffic coming. So we started working on these tools 5 or 6 years ago, and we have really developed very advanced tools, some of them in use in other ANSPs. I'm going to highlight 3 of them. The first one is an advanced simulator where we can simulate what's the effect of a regulation, of a specific regulation. And we can simulate and fine-tune some parameters of the regulation. And with the same goal, we can apply a regulation with the less effect for the traffic. It's I want to say, we want to apply a regulation that creates the effect we need to safety manage the traffic with the less minutes of delay. Then we have another tool, we call it Impact, where we are moving from occupancy to complexity. As you know, we started monitoring the traffic, monitoring the hourly entry counts. Then we moved to occupancy, like almost all of our neighbors. But now we are developing tools and starting to use as trials tools that measure not only occupancy, but the complexity that the traffic will generate in each sector at every point in time. So in some cases, with the same occupancy, we can accept additional traffic without applying a regulation. And in this, what happened? In this area, in this context, I want to show you here today one tool we are developing now that it's not science fiction, but using all EUROCONTROL data, a huge amount of data that we use. It's the same data we use to simulate regulations. With this huge amount of data, we are going ahead of time. We can develop a tool that, knowing where the traffics are now, we can anticipate what the traffics are going to be in the next minutes. Not only in the next 5, 10 minutes, but 30, 40, 50, or 1 hour. And we can see, not in a tool with bars, we can see visually where the traffics are going to be in the coming minutes, and especially where the bad weather, the adverse weather is going to be in the next minutes. It allows us, it will allow us, because this tool is not finished, it's a baby tool today, but it will allow us to apply better regulations because we will know with more accuracy where weather and traffic will encounter. And for the last part of the presentation, how we address next summer problems from a network standpoint. You know that the main problems: traffic growth, high volatility, additional complexity. You've seen from Stephanie's presentation what's the delay forecast without network measures. And the consequence of all of that is that we have to apply, well, we have to assess, discuss, and agree network measures. How it's done? Well, it's been seen today before, so I'm not going to be into very much detail for that, but mainly in order to help our neighbors to not have to apply very strong regulations, we accept some reroutings. That traffic that initially was not going to overfly our sectors, now with the measures, this traffic is going to overfly them. And this is very good for the network, and the aggregate delay is of course lower. There is no doubt about that, but it has some collateral effects. And I want to explain just one to you to understand that. As you've seen on the slide, one example of reroutings, the initial flight path is the red one. The agreed is the green one. And it crosses our northwest sectors that are sectors very, very congested by default. So with the new traffic, we have to apply regulations. Even though we are helping the network, and the final goal for the network is very good, we have to apply regulations. And when we apply these regulations, the affected traffics are the long-haul traffics departing from Barcelona and Madrid to the North Atlantic. So we have to explain very well to our closer customers why we are applying these measures, because they say, no, it's very good to work for the European network, but what happened with our passengers? Because they are adversely affected for these networks. We have worked these issues directly with them. We have committees, high-level committees in ENAIRE with all airlines, base captains, airports, the national supervisor and regulator, and the military ones, explaining why we are doing these measures, why maybe they can be more affected, but that this is good for the network. And I encourage the big airlines organizations to explain it very, very well to your associates, because sometimes we notice that they don't understand, they don't know what these network measures are, even though they are explained here in high-level groups like the NDOP and the NMB. And Razvan, this is the end of my presentation. Many thanks, and just a final message that you all know very, very well.
Many thanks, Xavi. And it's very difficult to explain and to understand how much ENAIRE is actually helping the network. And what Xavi was showing there were just minor examples of an NSP who has always responded like that. Don't just think local, think network. Probably sometimes they even sacrifice a little bit their local operations in order to help the network. You've seen also very excellent tools that have been developed by ENAIRE. This is a continuity in the presentation that we have seen from the other colleagues. Xavi, how would you see the evolution of those tools that you have developed at ENAIRE level? How would you see those tools further integrated into the evolutions of the INM system, for instance? And which would be the approach that you would suggest in this direction in order to make this kind of ATC support available on a wider scale?
Okay, my vision about these tools, and many thanks for this question, Razvan, because it's a very good one. We are not the only ones developing this kind of tools. Maybe we started before, but we are not the only ones. There are very, very good tools around the NSPs, and we have to be able, led by the network manager, to try to use all the same tools and to have the same, to take the same actions in the same scenarios. And the most important thing, to share this knowledge. We don't have to keep these tools only for us. We have to share it. We can discuss how we share it, but we have to share it. They have to be available for all the users. And probably the best place to have these tools is in a centralized way in EUROCONTROL. You know very well my position on that. But we continue working at the local level, but sharing this knowledge.
Many thanks, Xavi. And another question, again, probably passed a little bit unobserved. You're mentioning as one of the important measures for this summer, a new labor agreement inside ENAIRE. A little bit of experience. How did you manage to get there? Because this, again, I think Stephanie said human resources is a critical thing that will be there for summer 2024. But it is also the most sensitive thing. It's the most difficult thing to handle in general. But yet your example, the example of Bulatsa from Atsa, shows that it is possible. A little bit of experience there?
Well, as you all know, all measures without a good labor agreement, an agreed labor agreement, it's nothing. We cannot face a meeting with our air traffic controllers when they are very angry, where they are not collaborating with us, and to propose them to have an increase of capacity of to ask them to fine tune our flow tools to have the most efficient regulations. So this is a key concept. I'm not saying anything new, and as I've said in my presentation, last year it was achieved at this very important milestone. But now we have to keep it, because sometimes when things are signed, then during the first month, everyone is very, very happy. But after 1 year, we start again with device discussions and angriness. So just to keep working in the same way.
Thank you, Xavi. Any provocative question for Xavi on what would be your expectation from ENAIRE? Have a question there? Please introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody. John Maritop. I'm a NATCO at Bordeaux ACC DSNA. I'm here on behalf of ETF, European Transport Federation, and I have a question about how do you deal, ENAIRE, so both Madrid and Barcelona ACC, regarding the cross-border RAD measures with your fellow colleagues from the NSPs around, meaning that you're trying to have your ACC and your ANSP the most effective way, but maybe some RAD measures may not be a good idea for other ACCs or NSPs, such as France or Portuguese. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks. I'm not really sure to fully understand the question, but as far as I understood is regarding the interface with France, how we manage these differences we have with you guys. So, you know, it's not easy, but we are having at least one high-level meeting between DSNA and ENAIRE and network manager, director and managers. And these meetings are not the solution for everything, but we are starting some projects with both parts very, very involved and in some way monitored by the NM and helped by the NM. I think this is the way. And I know it's not easy because in the same way you have problems explaining to your ADCOs why an agreed solution with ENAIRE can be good for them. We have the same problem with our ADCOs, but in the end, we have to be able to have the courage to change, to implement these changes and to really improve the interface. And I know it's difficult, but that's a challenge.
Yeah, thank you for I've got an idea about that, but don't you think that sometime when there is complexity in several ANSPs, you should have somebody to make the balance, and maybe ANM should say, for example, you can lose some complexity or increase the complexity in some ANSPs for the sake of the strength of the whole network in some way?
Yeah, of course, I fully agree with you. But complexity is like the energy. You cannot destroy them. You can move complexity from one area to another one. And we have to talk a lot and decide which amount of complexity we are able to manage in each side of the border.
And I would say also, because we were very much involved, that there will be further projects to be dealt with between the SNN and ENAIRE. Before the COVID, we had a very nice plan, and there were very good initiatives for exchanges between Madrid, Barcelona on one side, and Bordeaux and Marseille on the other side. And there were some exchanges, visits that were made, because sometimes there is also a matter of mutual understanding of the problems of the other. And the situation has started to change in the positive manner. Unfortunately, COVID came, and those visits couldn't take place so easily anymore. But I think this kind of experience exchanges need to continue and need to progress. But there are a number of projects that are still looking in that direction. Yolanda, please.
I would like to add to this that we have started a collaboration after these high-level meetings that Xavi has mentioned. We have started a project, a collaboration between the SNA and ENAIRE, focused more on the air traffic flow management, not in changes in the airspace in a strategical way, but more in the tactical way. And in this project, we are going to include these visits between the two organizations. We are going to visit FMPs at both sides of the border, and I think for the mutual understanding and collaboration, this is going to be very useful.
Thank you. Any other question for Xavi? We have Lufthansa to start with, and then we have a second question.
Good afternoon or good morning. Still good morning. We haven't had a lunch break. Gerd Mattes from Lufthansa. Thank you, Xavi, for your presentation. And you spoke about the whole country, which is and you take one system, which is, from my point of view, a progress. You made your own single European sky in Spain, which is very nice, because I have already a bit of history in development in Europe and went to different kinds of stages in airspace development, and single European sky since, let's say, 20 years had been the common goal. Now we have this, and we spoke a lot about capacity now, in the Bulgarian and Romanian airspace, now in your airspace in particular. And us, Lufthansa and Lufthansa Group, we are in the center of Europe located and fly in the center of Europe. And for this single European airspace and the efficiency which we see, which you can achieve, we, with our departure and arrival airports or our hubs, we need a lot of cross-border initiatives. And what we face is we have a big airspace, and you saw Stephanie's chart, a big red area within just in the center of Europe. And there are green areas around, and we learn about a lot of cross-border initiatives also from joint military and civil organizations. But my experience is it always ends at the border of these particular countries, except in Maastricht, because in Maastricht we have an overall. And I would ask, not you, I would ask Stephanie, how do you deal with in your work to create efficient summer measures and push a cross-border initiative in Central Europe, especially about in the Elsac area and in the area centralized in Luxembourg area and so on, to have a very efficient airspace and a high performance airspace available, which I don't see in a moment because we are constrained over there everywhere. All the airlines here in the room have the problems because this bottleneck doesn't allow us efficiency, and it doesn't allow us capacity. How will you tackle this situation? Because Razvan, you ask, okay, what would you ask Stephanie? And this is kind of a question which with these good examples you showed thereafter, I would ask, okay, how to tackle this point and to develop these abilities.
Yeah, well, I think so for the summer measures, we are looking at really trying to find the city pairs that are minimizing the impact for the airlines while maximizing the network benefits. And for this, we look at the capacity situation in all the areas. As I said, for summer 2024, what we expect is some relaxation of the measures. So after discussion with DFS, we've seen that the plan is really improving in some of the sector groups for Karlsruhe. So we took immediately the opportunity to tell them that they need to relax the measures and leave more options to the airlines. So it might be that still next summer, some of the days, because of delays, because of weather, you might have to route out of this area, but at least you will have the choice. So we don't want to restrict the choice if we are not completely stuck with capacity. At the same time, we are working with all the NSPs and in particular with DFS to try to find solutions for next summer. I was discussing even with Paul this morning just before the user forum, and we do have lots of discussions on how to improve the situation for next summer, lots of different initiatives, each of them not making necessarily miracles, because with the time frame that we have, we cannot make a miracle, but at least to try to gain a little bit here, a little bit there on what is happening. And we were discussing even, for example, last week, we had for the first time 0 delay in Karlsruhe UAC, but 0 delay for a full week. When we had in the past, during the full winter season, still 200 minutes here, 500 minutes there, 100 minutes. So even those small delays, we are trying to address and to find solutions so that we can get to finally a week with no delays at all, and to an improved situation in the summer. So this is really ongoing work.
And I would add on the cross-border dimension, we still have to see stability in the capacity situation overall, because in the pipeline, there are suggestions and initiatives for a more cross-border approach in the airspace design, not keeping necessarily the current boundaries as we have them, but thinking more about some smaller ATS delegations, creating more efficiencies in this part. The proposals are for the next, I would say, hopefully until the end of this decade, but we need to see stability in the capacity before engaging in this kind of changes. But the proposals are there, and as I've always said, we will need the support of the airlines, and we will keep insisting on those. The proposals are all consolidated in the early part 2. They are in existence already, and some of them came initially. It came even as proposals directly from the FABEC working arrangements, I would say. But this is well in hand. Being mindful of time, I will take your question during the break, if you allow me. And I would like to thank to Xavi for what NIRA is doing for us. And we hope that we will see, as a minimum, the same good performance as last summer, and less events that you will have to handle ad hoc in the neighborhood. Let's say it like that. Many thanks, Xavi. I would conclude this session by saying that the preparation for the summer 2024 remains solid. Critical aspects remain related to the availability of human resources and to the utilization of the available human resources. Civil-military cooperation remains key, and sharing the best tools between ourselves through best practices, through operational excellence, but also integrating those ideas and those future tools in INM would become, should be major priorities for the future. We are a little bit late. My director is telling me that he was on time and I'm late, but I think it was an interesting session. We are all inviting you to lunch and visits and lunch, I think.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, good morning, Gert, you're quite correct. The session on realistic schedules, including turnaround times, comes this afternoon. But until that point, I just got the pleasure to give you a quick overview of the tours that we're running this afternoon and tomorrow in the NMOC. It really is quick, and I won't keep you too much from your luncheon. I'm head of operations division here at EUROCONTROL, and some of my colleagues and I will be doing some of these tours. Think of this as a way of getting your step count up while you're still seated, because we're going to do a whistle-top tour right now. We're going to look at where the tours will depart from. I'll give you a note about photography, i.e. don't. Show you what you're going to see, and just remind you once more about the photography issue. Out in the foyer, as you leave these doors, if you look up behind you, that's where the screen indicates where the spaces are. Needless to say, 1800, 1830 this evening have spaces on them, and the first one tomorrow morning at 8:30 has spaces on it as well. So please do make yourself known to the organisation team just outside if you want to join in, and Guido there, who's just waving. As you leave Europa, if you hang a hard right, ignoring the food and go just the other side there, that is where the tours will depart and return. There's no bus, it's walking, I'm afraid. But the one that's due to start at 1300 will start at 1320. The one that was due at 1330 will push to 1345. For those of you who are not on lunchtime tours, please do leave us a couple of curly sandwiches, because obviously the people need to go and have their view and then come back and have their lunch. Lunch break will end at 14:10 consequently, so that's just been extended slightly. Please note, when you go into the ops building, the new ops building, no photography is permitted of any operational area, so from the viewing gallery, and of any person. Please respect that. As a result of that, there is a sign in the visitors area with a QR code on it, which you can click on, and you can get high definition, full glossy pickies that are all approved, that you can utilize in whatever way you see fit, maybe on your wall. And on the way out, you can also, if you wish, take a picture next to one of the signs on the way out. That's absolutely fine, but please not of the ops room at all. If you're interested in this stuff, and there's going to be no controversial questions here, you can see some of the items that I wanted to draw your attention to. We never did quite measure out the total length of cabling, but we pretty much have a good idea of everything else. I'll draw your attention to a couple of things. The eco certification level is very high, and deliberately so. And the total project from start to finish, from a blank sheet of paper almost through to operational in under 3 years. And just if you're interested, we completed the transition from the existing room to the new room overnight in less than 24 hours as well. During the tours, you can get more information on any of that if you wish. One of the things we did do, that's where the new ops center has been constructed. The rabbits were relocated, the foxes followed them, and they're all still very happy, and that's where it built. We put a time lapse on top of the roof, and you can see from September 21 onwards the progress of the construction. One of these I need to pause in a short while, but other than that, you can just see how quickly, especially for our host nation, this was constructed. And constructed to the latest standards and very high level of quality in the most part. Although being Eurocontrol, we do have a leak, or we've had one. You can see, I stop here, the time-lapse camera was taking pictures once every 10 minutes. If you can just look in the top right there, you can see a departure out of Brussels. It only captured a few inbounds and outbounds. They were rare as hen's teeth, so we managed to find one so that you could see it there. Anyway, this goes through, and as you can see there, the construction was completed pretty much. Interior layout, I just want to highlight where you're going and what you're going to see. This is the first floor. The area on the right is actually the ground floor on the right of that USS Enterprise, if you like. On the right there is the ground floor. We're going to walk in this way, and as you do so, you'll go past the self-briefing room. There's a coffee lounge there, and we're going to go in through into the viewing gallery or visitors area, which overlooks the floor of the operation. Just as you walk in, there's a couple of meeting rooms that you pass by as well, and we'll go into that visitor gallery. On either side, sorry, the red arrow indicates the way we're planning to leave, but the guides will help you. You're not going to be left on your own. On the one side, there's an operational room on this floor, the user acceptance testing area, where we're busy testing our new software. Pre-validations area, where some of you in the past will have been into the old room. In the NMSC, you'll be coming into this new area now, which is just going live this month for pre-validations. And then on the ground floor, what you'll see from above, as it were, is the NMOC, where we've got tactical and pre-tactical flow management towards the left as you look out the glass, flight planning directly in front of you, and airspace data to the right. And the supervisory area is just in front and below, just to give you an idea of what's where. We've got front-end IT support tech. Our colleagues there, CSO colleagues in level 2, are there with us in the operations area. And ops training for our staff is in the same room. You can just see in front of that the partitions. You won't probably be able to see under there from the gallery, but that's what's underneath you. There are some meeting rooms, of course, wouldn't be Eurocontrol without some of those. And then we've got our post-ops colleagues in the same building and our training department as well, right close to where we need them. You will not be going up to the top floor. That's the area for the operational staff to relax. We have a terrace to enjoy the wonderful Brussels weather. It's not used too much right now. And we have also there the lounge area and kitchen for the staff to relax, and the enhanced rest facilities to allow a bit of enhanced rest when the shift patterns permit it overnight, for example. Please, no photography. It's only fair to the people that are working. It's also fair from our operational systems as well. Please do remember that. And other than that, I hope you have a great time. If you've got any questions, myself and Tony, all the other guides will be able to help you. We're hoping for some ops managers to be able to be there as well. We really hope you enjoy. And I think I'm going to stop before I get lynched. Please do get to the sandwich queue before me. And I hope you have a great lunch and see you after 2 p.m., 2:10, please. Thank you. Efficient. Go, Tony.
All right, everyone. Welcome back, people. Thank you very much for being sharp on time. It's 14:11. We are already 1 minute late from what we proposed to start. So hope you enjoyed the lunch and the Network Manager Operations Center visits. The next visits are at 5:30 with Stephen and Marie, at 6 o'clock and at 6:30. The second tour will be with Stephen and Inge, and then at 6:30, Stephen and Marie. So you meet just on the right as you go out from Europa, outside the entry into the Europa lobby. So without further ado, I would like to quickly introduce the chair of the second session of the day on adverse weather management, Yolanda Portillo. Yolanda, again, doesn't need any introduction. She's head of our Network Manager Operations Center. And together with his speakers and the panelists, they will delve into the weather issues that have impact on the network. In summer 2023, the share of the lion of the penalties in terms of delays was taken by weather. So they will look at what can be done for all angles, people, technology, you name it. So Yolanda, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you to everyone for being here with us. So let's talk about weather. We have been talking about weather since we have arrived this morning, in fact, with a very good introduction from Jacopo and the explanation why is weather one of our main priorities for next summer. Weather has been in most of the presentations this morning, in Bulatsa presentation, in Tenaire presentation. So there is no any further explanation why we are here today, and we have composed this weather panel to talk about the weather management, and in particular network weather management. This is what we are going to talk about today. So for this, we have representatives on different angles. So we have invited from the USA to our colleagues Bern and Paul. Bern is from the FAA. He is the manager of CDM and Command Center International Operations. And Paul is from American Airlines. He is the ATM and Airfield Operations Manager. Thank you for being with us and for the effort, because you come from very long distance and you are here with us today. Thank you very much for the effort. So we have representatives from other air navigation service providers. We have Stephanie and Holger. Stephanie is from the DSNA. She is a performance manager in Marseille and head of FMP. And Holger is the supervisor ATC and senior expert air traffic flow and capacity management from the DFS. Thank you for your support in the cross-border weather and for being here today with us. We have representatives from the aircraft operators. We have Martin from KLM. He's ATC coordinator and flow control. And we have Cuney from Sun Express, his operations planner. Thank you. Thank you also for being here. We have meteorological expert is Clemens from DWD. He is the UMetNet module manager for the cross-border convection forecast. Thank you, Clemens, for being here also. And we have Fabrice from the network manager. He is deputy operations manager at the NMOC. So just to set, is this one? Maybe it's the other one. It's not working. Yes. So just to set the conversation, we all have this sensation that weather is impacting more the network. It's more severe and is more frequent now than in the past. Here, I only wanted to show you how has been the distribution of weather occurrences. Well, in fact, this is forecasted convection weather during last summer for a period from the 1st of May until the 30th of September. And the colors the lighter colors show 5 days of bad weather until 50 days. This is the darker colors. So you can see in this picture more or less how has been this convective weather forecasted in the network during summer. So there have been areas in the network that have had more than 1 month, 30 days in a row of bad weather. So this is a lot. And just to show some basic figures, if we see which has been the percentage of weather ATFM delay in comparison to the total ATFM delay along the last 10 years, we can see that the weather generates around the 30% of ATFM delays in the network. And in 2023, last summer, almost 1 in 4 days, weather delays represented more than 50% of the total ATFM delays. This is also a lot. So this is bad weather conditions. What causes delay in all our network. This is the heat map for the distribution of weather delays along our network as well. But I would like to focus here in the conversation also that it's not only delays what bad weather conditions bring into the network, is extra workload for our air traffic controllers, is volatility, unpredictability, flights cancellations and flights that can be captured in night curfew. All these other aspects are as important as the delays, and we need to take this into account as well. So adverse weather is, at the end of the day, is a network bottleneck. It's another capacity bottleneck, but is a very particular one. And this is why we need to face it in a different way. We need a different approach because it's almost always is cross-border. It has a temporal, horizontal, and vertical dynamicity. It's not something static. It's not so easy to plan in advance. It's predictable, but with some uncertainty. And this, all these aspects makes it so important that we tackle this in a more pre-tactical and tactical approach. So these pre-tactical and tactical network procedures are needed for this kind of network bottleneck. So this is not new for us, as Jacopo said in his introductory speech. We had been working in this for many years. Many colleagues have been working in this cross-border weather procedure that was established in 2018, 5 years now. And this has constructed the base upon which we need to belong. We need to continue. We need to construct a different approach. In fact, and I was talking to many colleagues about this, I think it has come a time that everyone has now the proper mindset to move forward. And then which are the challenges that we are encountering now in order to proceed? Because from the workshop that we had in Zagreb in November, in which all the stakeholders were involved, we extracted several conclusions, but it was unanimity in that we need to continue in a more network approach. We need to continue working, but we need to think network in this also in weather. So the challenges are regarding the forecast is the accuracy, the continuity, and the granularity of the network convected forecast that we need. We need also to construct these harmonized cross-border weather procedures, and we need a timely decision making. And for that, we have this panel today. So the main objective of our panel is to present the audience how is weather managed in the USA. At the beginning, we are going to have 2 presentations from FAA and American Airlines, because we wanted to look how other networks are managing weather. And in fact, I was really surprised when I asked a question to my colleagues for how long they had been implementing these weather management procedures. And since the 90s, they started a long time ago. So it's like it's in their blood. They do it as part of the current procedures. We need to learn from that. I think this presentation is going to be very interesting to extract the valuable conclusions to improve weather management in Europe. And I would like you to focus, because they are going to provide us a lot of data, a lot of information, but I would like you to focus during the presentation in two aspects. Is the weather, as Jacopo said, we need to focus in the forecast, weather forecast, network forecast, and in the procedures, network procedures, these two things. So weather forecast is local versus network, this integration between local forecast and network forecast, the accuracy, this is very, very important, and the granularity of this forecast, and the procedures, the network procedures based in this playbook routes concept that they are going to explain. So without further delay, I give the floor to Bernd.
Thank you, Yolanda. It is an absolute pleasure to be here today. I've enjoyed the earlier session as presentations were given about constraints and volume, and we see very similar trends in the FAA. We have recovered fully from COVID. It's down less than 1%, but what we have noted is a change in traffic patterns, and I suspect that Europe has as well. It's a different type of travel than it was pre-COVID. Very interesting, and I am thrilled to be here. So what we're going to go over, and I won't spend a lot of time on this slide, is for your reference. This is what the contents are. But just to set the stage, this is the airspace that is managed by the FAA. Of course, the sovereign domestic airspace plus the ICAO delegated FIRs in oceanic airspace over the high seas. And we, in turn, task our National Weather Service to provide forecasts for everything that's shaded in yellow. So how does that work? Well, just to set the stage, we have 5,000 public use airports, of which 503 have commercial service, with 516 towers, 284 approach controls, and 22 ACCs. And yes, that does have some Canadian airports shown there as well. They just happen to be in the graphic that I plagiarized. But that does bring up a good point in that when we get to weather forecasts, Canada also produces a convective forecast, which we in turn ingest and display and utilize as well. Mexico, on the other hand, does not. And so it just illustrates that depending upon who your neighbors are, you have differing capabilities for forecasts. So how does it work? Well, in the domestic US airspace, we have 20 ACCs. Two of the 22 are Anchorage and San Juan. So we have 20, and all 20 of the domestic ACCs have something called the Center Weather Service Unit, or CWSU. It's a group of 4 meteorologists who are there 7 days a week, 16 hours a day, except they'll stay longer or come in early if conditions demand. They are there to bring local aviation impact of meteorology expertise to the controllers, to the flow management unit, to the supervisors. One of the things that is fairly new that they do, they've been doing it now for about 6 years, is at the start of each shift, they record a weather briefing video. And all of the controllers are required to watch that weather briefing pre-duty. And it's not just in the ACCs, although that's where the Center Weather Service units sit physically. All of the approach controls and towers that are within that ACC's airspace, they also watch that recorded video so that they have awareness of what the weather is forecasted to be for their specific areas. One of the things that is key to the Center Weather Service units is they're not just regular meteorologists. They're not producing forecasts for farmers or truck drivers or TV stations, radio stations, they focus in and specialize on impacts to aviation. Your ground dwellers don't really care about turbulence forecasts or a phenomena we have in the middle part of the US, mountain wave. But aviation does, cares intently about those things. And they bring local insight and local knowledge. Just through years of experience, they know that a mountain range will affect the weather in a certain way, or a large area of water will slow down frontal passages. So they bring that localized knowledge to refine the computer models. They are there to provide face-to-face briefings on demand whenever something arises. They also issue center weather advisories, which are issued by controllers to pilots to inform everybody about late breaking meteorological conditions, or maybe turbulence is developing or icing. And they track all of the pilot reports, the models, the forecasts, and they provide that expertise for aviation impacts to our ATCOs and FMUs. We also, at the command center, which is equivalent of network manager, also have a similar group of meteorologists. Their scope, instead of being a single ACC, is the entire system. They also lead the collaboration on something we'll talk about here in a few minutes, our traffic flow management convective forecast. And of course, being the Federal Acronym Administration, or FAA, we have to have an acronym for everything. So it's the TCF. The parties that participate in the development of the TCF are the National Aviation Weather Center in Kansas City, the Center Weather Service units at each of the 20 ACCs that have them, and airline meteorologists. And we'll talk about more in a few minutes. They also, similar to the Center Weather Service units, are there integrated into the command center to provide real-time consultation on confidence of forecasts. The confidence of a forecast can be the determining factor in what we do. We may have a forecast, but there's not a lot of confidence in that forecast. And so we'll take a more wait and see approach. Let's see what actually develops. If the confidence is high in the forecast, then we can be more proactive and put in place initiatives to deal with the weather that will develop. The other things that they get involved with include tropical cyclones, where it's hurricanes or typhoons, depending on which ocean it's in. Impacts to aviation from volcanic ash clouds, tsunamis, and up to space weather. Solar flares, GPS interference from solar flares, those kinds of things. And we'll get into some of the differences between winter weather versus convection. And they also coordinate for our specialists differences between the official terminal area forecast produced by the National Weather Service and an airline terminal area forecast. If there are differences, they talk to the airline meteorologist, what are you seeing that we're not? And then they can relay that to our specialists so that we have a full understanding of the range of possibilities for a particular airport. The cadence of forecast integration, we start at the top with our next day advanced plan, which happens at 14:30 Eastern time each day, and includes all of the players, from ACCs to airport authorities, our neighboring ANSPs, airlines, other flight operators, our ACCs. Did I already say that? Might have. Everybody gets involved. We lay the foundation for the next day's plan. And a big component of that is what is the forecast that's then known for tomorrow. Now that will update and refine and gain more granularity as we get closer to the weather development. But at least we start with a foundation of a weather forecast. The reason we do that is, Yolanda, in comparison, about 80% of our ATFM delays are caused by weather. So we have a oversized impact primarily because of the Gulf of Mexico. It's a big, giant, hot bathtub that pumps moisture up over North America and spurs a lot of convection. and tornadoes. Then we move into the day of, and our forecasters get involved with monitoring and contributing to our planning webinar, which occurs every 2 hours, again, with all of the same players, from airport authorities to the military to neighboring ANSPs to ACCs to airlines, aviation associations, everybody's involved. Every 2 hours we update, we review what is planned. Does it need to be refined? Does it not? What do we need to implement? They also do stand-up briefings start of each shift. They're there to do on demand. They also, as I mentioned, facilitate the TCF chat room and finalize the TCF publication. And then a key component, they then review the forecast the next day at our national system review. And they give us feedback on how accurate was the forecast as the day went along, because that sets the stage for knowing whether our ATFM plan of the day ended up being reactive or we were able to stay proactive. That's a key component of understanding how the day went. And so this is an example of a forecast review. This pretty much says what I already said. So we'll take a look at an example of that. So this day had a little bit of everything. So this was Tuesday, June 27th. The issuance time was 15Z for a valid time of 21Z. So this is a 6-hour forecast in advance. The collaboration participants in the TCF chat room were American Airlines, the Aviation Weather Center, FedEx, JetBlue, and then some other aviation entities, and then a whole bunch of the ACCs. So all of those are active contributors to the development of the TCF. And so this was that day. Then that was the forecast. Then they take the actual and they give us a breakdown. What verified well? Where were they accurate? Where were they close? Where did they over forecast? And where did they under forecast? So with that granularity, we can narrow in on the day. So if we look at the Southern Virginia forecast, right there on the coast, see the red weather cells? Right along the coast of the Southern Virginia line border with North Carolina. That was missed, and on that particular day, that was very impactful. So that was good to know. It's good to know that that was unforecasted. Therefore, we became reactionary in that part of the country. So what are the tools that are available? We have the traffic flow management portal, and we have 3 different types of portals. We have planning and forecasting, tactical, and post-analysis. So very quick, we'll just run through a couple of these. The aviationweather.gov/traffic flow management is where you find this. It's publicly available. Anybody can go there. So this is, as I mentioned, the TFM convective forecast, and it is put together by those folks. So this is the September 10th, 15 Zulu issuance of the TCF. This forecast product is divided into sparse and medium coverage areas, and then of course it has the thunderstorm cloud tops that are forecasted. And if I'm a planner looking at this day, I have this draws to my mind some concerns. We have convection approaching the mid-Atlantic and New York, but it doesn't actually quite get into New York City, but it's close enough that I'm going to have difficulty getting in and out of New York. As well as Miami is going to be impacted with thunderstorms above 40,000 feet. And I have concerns late evening for North Texas. Again, now I have medium coverage, tops above flight level 400, moving in that direction. Now it would take a couple more hours before I can get actual direct impact into DFW and Dallas Love. But that is what I would be looking at as a planner. I'm also probably going to need some transcontinental routes to avoid the lines of weather there in the middle of the country. So that's the kind of thing that we produce and rely upon in our ATFM planning. And then continuing on some other dashboards, I particularly like this one. I don't know why. 24-hour snowfall. It has all of those models, And the official forecast is the black line. So this is showing that Buffalo in 24 hours is going to get 6 inches of snow on January 16th. So again, for winter operations, this one is can be very valuable. And then we have our tactical portals where we can go in and see any number of various things. We have an RVR status monitor. We can see in real time what's going on in the system. Again, this is, let me see if I can find the date. I may have covered it up. The 16th again of January. So we have de-icing going on around the country, various places. We have an airport closure. We have a ground delay program for Newark. And a ground stop at Baltimore. We also have RVR monitors, so in real time you can see exactly what's going on at the various airports. And then post-analysis, these are some of the tools that are available for post-analysis work to be able to see what did happen. One of the key benefits is that we can take that convective forecast and overlay it onto our ATFM automation system, which has much more than just the weather. This has real-time flights. It has lightning within the last 15 minutes. Those are the pink little cross marks. And we also have special activity airspace that we can display as well. So with this, we can really start to come up with the plan for the day. Now, what I'm looking at here is not, and well, we also have actual weather. The one I'm looking at is actually the forecast for 4 hours into the future. So I can see where the weather is and where it's forecast to move to. And I can do my planning in accordance. So we also have something that is very beneficial to us. We have the capability of issuing required routes, which is where the command center says, if you're going to fly from an origin airport to a destination airport, you will go this way. We implement them for two things. One is for just pure volume situations, but more frequently in response to weather and forecast weather. And it depends on the scope and the scale. Is it tactical? Do we wait for weather to develop? Is it more strategic? Do we do it 4 hours in advance because of where the flights are coming from? We need that amount of lead time. We also have the ability not just to do city pair based, but also FCA or flow constrained area, where we can draw a line on the map that indicates this is where the thunderstorms will develop. And then we say, if you are going to cross that line with the trajectory of your flight, you're required to go this way. The advantage of that is most of the time, if it's a flow constrained area based route, there's a route out option. If you miss the line, you can go however you want. So that gives the flight operator some flexibility in response to that. But what we have found is that if we structure the flows, we can move more aircraft because we reduce complexity. Even though they're all going to end up deviating around a line of weather, they're all in line. We don't have a lot of crossing traffic, and you'll see an example of it here in a minute. So required routes are also based upon something else that we do, and oftentimes these two terms end up being interchangeable. Technically, they're not. A required route is the route that is actually issued, but we have what's called a playbook of routes. And the playbook are pre-coordinated routes that have already been coordinated with all of the impacted ACCs. They are published every chart date. The airlines bring them into their adaptation every chart date, and we can refer to them easily. So as if I'm the planner and I can say, yeah, we're probably going to need a Vulcan playbook today for transcon routes. Our flight operators know what that means because they have it. They know exactly, they can look it up. They can see what it is. Now, we don't always implement the full playbook. Maybe we only need some of the city pairs that are identified in the playbook. We just need to thin the traffic some. We don't need to completely abandon the route. So we can either do the full playbook route, a partial playbook route. We can take an existing playbook and slightly tweak it in response to weather. Or we can put out a required route that has no basis in a playbook. That doesn't happen real often because we have hundreds of playbooks. But that is something that has developed organically over decades of response to severe weather. So this is an example of required routes. This particular day was last week. We had thunderstorms over and east of Houston and were forecasted just to linger in that area. So we didn't need to completely abandon the entire northeast arrival gate, but we needed to thin out the traffic. We needed to relieve it some so that those who were deviating, as the controller workload increased, they had the capability of doing that. So we implemented a Midwest to both Houston Intercontinental and Houston Hobby from as far away as Cleveland, coming around to the west side of the weather. We didn't change any of the East Coast or Florida Gulf Coast origins. We just thinned the traffic by taking the Midwest and over to Cleveland traffic and bringing them around. However, and this is what we call a classic Texas two-step, if we had left the West Coast alone, they would have overwhelmed that Northwest arrival gate. So we had to do another required route in order to move some from the Northwest gate to the Southwest gate to make room for those who were coming around. So it's required routes is very much a science-based, but also experience-based initiative. A lot of learning has gone into it over the years, and every place is different and has different considerations. But these are two examples of the advisories that went out. You can see on the left all of the origin airports, and sometimes you'll see that it's by ACC. So if you go down the line to the fourth line, it's everybody departing the Albuquerque Center going to either Intercontinental or Houston Hobby is going to go on that route. So you don't have to spell out, well, that's Phoenix and Albuquerque and Tucson and Roswell and El Paso. It's just everybody inside of Albuquerque Center. So there's some shortcuts in order to reduce the length of the advisory. Same with Salt Lake and various Seattle, Oakland. So that's an example of how we implement required routes. They're time-based, departing from 1845 until midnight Z in the case on the left. And you'll also notice that it says which playbook it's based on. So that way a flight operator can go back and look at the playbook and understand, okay, this is what we're doing. Then Yolanda also asked me to talk about the forecast role in special activity airspace coordination. So we do have some places within the National Airspace System that are tightly constrained by special activity airspace. So if you look at the route between Phoenix and San Diego, there's 6 miles between restricted areas. If we get a thunderstorm develop in those 6 miles, you're out of business. Likewise, to the northwest side of Phoenix is some fairly large MOAA-ATCA combinations where, again, a thunderstorm pushing traffic into there can be very problematic. So and this happens across, I just picked this because it's because of the tight constraints, but it happens across the NAS. So what we do is during the summertime, we have a morning call with the scheduling units of the military bases. The Center Weather Service Unit plays a key role in talking about the forecast for the day. If there will be thunderstorms in the area, what time, where, how high, how impactful. And with that, the two things happen. Number one, the military unit realizes often, oh, well, we're not going to be able to fly this afternoon because we're going to have thunderstorms. And then they can then make an informed decision. Hey, we can release back to the ATO, we can release back that airspace because we can't use it anyway. Or, hey, you're going to be significantly impacted this afternoon, so we'll do all of our training in the morning and give that airspace back to you. They don't always have that flexibility, especially the Navy. If it's a carrier group or if it's a submarine that's launching stuff out of the ocean, they may not have that flexibility, but many places across the country are able to have some flexibility in their operation. And with that meteorological discussion, we can reach a data-driven, collaborative solution. Or sometimes there is no solution, but at least we know that ahead of time. And we're not banking on the military giving us back airspace. We know they can't, and so we can plan accordingly. So that's how we use weather in our flexible use of airspace. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Paul to talk about weather from a dispatcher's perspective.
Thank you, Vern. Excuse me, and thank you, Yolanda. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm Paul Amon from American Airlines, and I'm happy to be here to give you our perspective. And again, I'm focusing on American Airlines. I think a lot of the other U.S. carriers are very similar, but I can't speak exactly to all the details that they may have. So I'll just do my best. But again, like Vern, here are the topics I'm going to be discussing today. I won't spend any time on this slide, but if you're looking at the slide later, you get an idea of what we want to talk about here. So weather is important. As Vern said, it does create a lot of the constraints that we have to deal with. So we have our embedded internal meteorologists that are certified by our certificate management office, the FAA, very close to the bridge here, where our director running the operation literally can look over and talk to the weather folks right there and say, what are you seeing, whatever the case is. And I've highlighted where they sit, and this is just a portion of our floor in our operations center. There's probably 10 more rows of desks that you don't see on this slide, but that just gives you an idea how close they are to the bridge. Okay, and then right below them are the ATC coordinators, because they're also talking to the weather folks, because our ATC coordinators are doing the collaborative decision-making with the FAA, with the military, anybody else who are on the various medias that we use to collaborate. And just to reinforce that, this is on our dispatch webpage. Not that you need to see all these different sources. However, we give our dispatchers a lot of different weather access to different information that they may need to help them at least think about the plan that they want to use. It may not be our official source of weather for when we do our fuel planning as part of our flight plan. That does come from certified and approved sources. We can't just turn on the TV and have some local weather forecaster say, oh, okay, we're good to go. It does require a very precise and detailed and accurate source, with which the National Weather Service is a big part of that. But we do also give them other things to look at, such as volcano ash, the jet stream, where it is, because maybe we want to avoid the jet stream versus fly into the teeth of the strong winds. All those resources are available to the dispatcher on our webpage. But it goes beyond that. We also have to think about not just the weather at a particular airport, but we also have to think about, does it affect one airplane versus another airplane? Does it affect one crew versus another crew? Because there are different levels of capabilities. What is the aircraft equipment? Is that airplane Cat 2, Cat 3 capable in case it's very low ceilings, low visibility? This airplane with this crew may be able to legally operate into that airport, but this airplane over here with this crew that has a more junior crew, or maybe doesn't have the same flight instrument systems, will not be able to do it. So our dispatchers have to look at not only what is the weather forecast, the METAR, the TAF, et cetera, but how does that affect a particular flight? And again, that we have all kinds of regulations. We even start to think of things like crew specifications, crew qualifications. You have some crews that have to get a special qualification just to fly into mountainous airports. And you know, some of that qualification has to do with how they manage the weather at those particular cases. Something that in the United States that we also have to consider, a captain that is new to an airplane, and this is they're junior as far, they may have a lot of years of flying, but they're new to this particular airplane. We call them high minimum captains. We actually have to add a value to the ceiling and the visibility and use that as the guidance, whether they're legal to operate to that airport or whether they even need an alternate, et cetera. And then the last thing is the airport itself. What kind of instrumentation, the lighting systems, all that has to be evaluated by the dispatcher when looking at weather and making the decision on how to operate that flight. Okay, so now we're into this collaborative mode. We understood that we've got impacts with the weather. We start working with our great partners, the FAA, who are really good at this collaborative process. They bring us in, they take our feedback, our guidance, our suggestions, and ultimately the FAA and the command center does have the final authority, but they are really good at taking the feedback from our own meteorologists that sometimes have a different perspective or see something, or at least can add to the discussion. And some of that is strategic, like Vern was talking about, what we call the PERDI plan, execute, review, train, and improve. That process he was talking about, we're intimately involved with that as well. We disseminate that to our dispatchers and to our bridge ahead of time so that we can identify even the night before, we're going to have problems in Chicago tomorrow. We're going to have problems in Miami. We're going to have other issues. And then we can look at the other constraints beyond just weather, military operating areas, other rocket launches that may also constrain our available routes when we start planning what we're going to do the next day. Then we have the tactical, the day of methods, and this includes a telcon every 2 hours with the command center, with the industry, with some other airspace users. And that's where sometimes the discussion starts with, we've got a problem at San Francisco, or we've got low ceilings in San Francisco. We're thinking we may need a 6-hour program, a ground delay program at a scope of 1,600 nautical miles, et cetera. And that's where these collaborative discussions are made. And we do have those ATC desks, or the ATC coordinators I was mentioning. They're on those calls and they're representing the airline. And then they take that information from the call. And of course, the information is also published, as you saw in Vern's slides, and take that to the individual dispatchers so that they can then see, this is what I can do, this is what I can't do, this is what I need to think about, so that they can plan the route accordingly. Okay, and there's a newer side to this that I think really bears a lot of consideration, and that's the access to data. It used to be that we basically filed the flight plan and that's all the FAA knew about our flight. And, you know, the FAA would publish a portal that says, okay, we're going to have some ATC constraints at Las Vegas or Chicago, but really there wasn't a whole lot more to the data until we came out with the SWIM capabilities, the system-wide information management. And really the challenge now is we have a lot more data to make a lot better decisions about how to operate with the weather. But with all that extra data, now you have to process it. And we still have a human sitting at a desk trying to take and ingest all this information, a lot of information they never had before, and try to realistically decide what's best for that flight, what's best for our airline, what's best for the passengers, considering a lot more information they ever had to before. So it's a challenge for our dispatchers now to be on just 1 or 2 items to consider, and maybe now 15, 20 items to consider with all this new data, including, you know, what's the risk for a diversion? Do I want to risk maybe right on the borderline, or do I want to wait? And of course, they collaborate with the bridge. They collaborate with our folks at the airports as well too, to kind of decide, do we have the capacity? A good example, if we did have a major weather event at Phoenix, which usually happens on the same day as the Super Bowl, by the way, the only time we ever have bad weather in Phoenix is on Super Bowl Sunday, by the way. But nevertheless, if we have a mass diversion event, there's really only one airport to divert to that's within reasonable distance, and that's Tucson. We can overwhelm Tucson in a matter of minutes, and they only have a couple fuel trucks. And the next thing you know, we got airplanes stuck on the ground there for hours because the weather in Phoenix is now clear. That storm or whatever has moved on, but we can't get the plane out of Tucson. So again, the dispatcher may have to consider, do I want to consider a different alternate, which means I may have to carry a little bit more fuel because that alternate is a little bit further away, et cetera. So a lot of decisions have to be made on how we manage the weather. And again, looking up here, it's a lot about demand versus capacity. The weather reduces the capacity. It's not always convective weather. That's more en route. But we also have to look at the throughput at the airport. You know, a good example again is San Francisco, where they get the marine layer that comes in. all of a sudden, we can't do visual approaches, so ATC has to space out the aircraft. And we just went from a 54 rate to a 36 rate if we're lucky, and it may even go lower than 36 if we're in the wrong runway configuration. And now all of a sudden we have to look at that and say, how is that going to affect the flow of aircraft? Are we going to have airplanes sitting at our departure like Dallas Fort Worth going to San Francisco that may have now a 3 or 4 hour delay? How does that affect our crew time? Do we need that gate for an arrival? You know, is there other options that we can look at within the programs that are provided to get that airplane going? Okay, and I'm going to show you a good example here based on some of the information Vern gave you. En route wise, a lot of the times it's the flow control, the flow constrained area. In this case, airspace flow program that you see up there in the slide for Northern Florida. That's what Vern was talking about, that red line. You can fly through it and you get an edict, you get a wheels up time depending on where you're coming from and how much traffic is going through that boundary. Again, a big problem with North Florida is you also have the military airspace off both coasts. You have the rocket launch, and sometimes there's only 2 or 3 legitimate routes or paths to get down there both directions. We've seen significant delays northbound out of Miami. The weather in Miami is perfect. There isn't a cloud in the sky. The customers are thinking it's going to be a great day to fly. And there's a line of thunderstorms lined up north of Orlando and northern Florida. And basically you're cut off. And what few holes there are, you got the arrivals coming in and we're trying to get out. It's, you can imagine that even though there's no airport constraint, there are airport delays. Okay. Pathfinders, you guys know what that is? Pathfinders, sometimes there's a break in the weather. We see that there may be a route out that was previously blocked. We get a captain who says, yeah, I'm willing to try that route. It looks like I can maybe make it. And they'll try that and they'll give us feedback and say, no turbulence. It was great. We didn't have any problems. Or no, I don't think you should go this way. You know, whatever the feedback is. And that helps us too on a tactical basis decide if a particular departure route is available now out of an airport. So Pathfinders is another tool that we can use that's not written in a playbook somewhere, but it's still a valuable tool. Okay, so here's a good example. Talking about playbooks, in particular, this is a kind of a subset of playbooks called a coded departure route. And in the slide on the left is what we would prefer to fly. This is a DFW to Denver operation. And you'll notice that there's a lot of thunderstorms, a lot of weather between Dallas and Denver. And the most optimum route, which is what we would prefer to fly, is going right through that weather. So the normal dispatcher will look at it and say, well, that's what I want to fly. And maybe by the time my flight actually takes off, I've had a Pathfinder that says, you know what, we got through there with little or no trouble, and we can still fly that route. But that's the dynamic nature of the weather, especially in the middle part of the country, is that it changes dramatically. It can sometimes change for the good, or it can actually get worse. So we don't have 100% confidence that we're going to be able to fly that route. So there are these coded departure routes, and you'll notice on the slide on the right, that one there is a published route. We know about it, it's in our database, and we put the fuel on for that route versus the optimum route. So we might file the optimum route, but we put the fuel on for the alternate route, which is a lot further, and we would prefer not to fly it if we don't have to, but sometimes that's our only way to get out of town. Okay, and this slide really is just showing that it's in our database. We have them. Our dispatchers can pull them up by a name. In this case, this is an example of JFK to Miami. It has a name, and it's JFK MIA AKA. And where this comes into play is we can use this very tactically. So the pilot has already pushed back from the gate. They were originally going to try the optimum route. Air traffic knows that nobody's getting through there. There's no reason to even try it. Maybe even our pilots are knowing, yeah, this isn't good. Well, instead of sitting there for 2 hours, the controller, the ground controller or the local controller can say, American 645, your new route is JFK MIA Alpha Kilo Alpha. That's all they say. That it shortens the conversation. You don't have the controller having to read out a full route clearance. They just give that code. And the pilot can look on their flight plan paperwork. In this case, in our iPad, they can scroll down, and there, besides just the optimum route, they also have several other routes that they have already know that they have the fuel for. And if that Alpha Kilo Alpha route is there, They know they already have the fuel on board to legally fly that route, and they can accept the clearance immediately and go on their way. Now, some of those routes are so far out of the way that it's just unrealistic to carry that extra amount of fuel. So that doesn't mean that every coded departure route we're going to be able to use, but those that we can will be on their paperwork in addition to the primary route that was originally filed. And so in that case, if it's one of those where just to get around the weather requires so much more fuel and we don't have the fuel on board to do it, then we have no choice but to go back to the gate, put more fuel on, or wait until the weather clears. It doesn't always work, but it is another tool that we do use quite successfully, even though it's a published route that's been arranged and taken care of years, if not months in advance. And it's still a very tactical situation. Okay. So really, the last thing I want to talk about is, and you've probably got the idea already, is that our dispatchers, being certified FAA certified airmen, have to basically have the same responsibilities as far as managing the weather, managing the progress of that airplane as the pilot in command. The dispatcher and the pilot in command are the only two people on that flight that have what we call the operational control of that flight. They are both authorized to make these decisions. Now, we have other people that can support them to help them, give them information to make those decisions. But they're the only two that are authorized to make those decisions. I have had a dispatcher tell a captain, you will divert or you will land short. They have that right to do that. Now, if the pilot in command has a reason to say, I don't think that's a good idea, then they have to discuss it ahead of time, or, before the final decision is made. But usually they work together to get that. Again, the whole intent is to safely operate that airplane. In the case of American Airlines, our domestic dispatchers have those ATC desks to support them on all of the ATC programs, the flow control, the ground delays, the ground stops, etc., the flow control boundaries, and help give them information they need to make the best decision. And then the dispatcher can say, well, if I don't get this airplane off the gate in the next 15 minutes and get them to the runway, the crew is going to time out. They can tell the ATC desk, which can go back to the various center or to the command center and ask for relief. And sometimes we get it, and then we get that flight going. The international dispatchers don't have that same support. Our ATC coordinators are for domestic only. So it's up to our individual dispatcher at that desk at the international flight to to research the portals, look at all the various. Now, that's not to say they can't ask their domestic partner for what would you do in this case? But at the same time, that's why our international dispatchers get paid more than our domestic dispatchers. They have to look at a lot more information, have a lot more responsibility, and don't have the immediate support that our domestic guys do. But there's a reason for that. Okay. And that's because of the nature of the weather that we have in the United States. The bottom line is, regardless of where our international flights are going, we're always going to default to the most restrictive requirement, whether it's our own FAA requirements or if another country's AIP has something that's more restrictive. It's up to the international dispatcher to know that and go with what is the most conservative that meets both requirements. Okay. And so the last slide here is just the flight following tool. As the dispatcher must follow that flight, just like as though they were in the cockpit. This WSI Fusion tool that every dispatcher has on the desk has weather on it so that they have a good picture of not only where their airplanes are, but where their airplanes are in relationship to any weather that's out there. Okay, that's it for my side of it, unless you have any questions. Thank you, Yolanda.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Paul and Bernd for their presentations. As I told you, a lot of information for us. I'm going to start asking you a question, Paul, because your airline is operating both in the USA and in Europe. So in your view, which are the main differences that you encounter in your operation, comparison between the two environments?
The main difference between our domestic and our international dispatchers as far as
and your operation in Europe and in the USA?
Well, again, the level of training that the international dispatchers have so that they're familiar with the rules and regulations that are applied to they have qualifications. So an international dispatcher may not dispatch any flights to Latin America, South America. They're European qualified. And we have Asian that are only qualified to operate in Asia versus, and so it's the level of training and the access to documents that they have. So if they have a question about going to Frankfurt, as far as the regulatory process goes, it's beyond what the FAA is, then they have those AIP supplements that they need in order to make those decisions. The biggest difference is that usually departing the United States going eastbound, we don't have the same restrictions out of that airport. In other words, we're 8, 10, 12 hours from the destination airport, and the weather can change in minutes, let alone 10 hours from now. So they have to kind of go with what the METAR is saying at the the TAP, I should say, at the forecasted time as their primary weather forecast to determine, am I legal? How much fuel do I have to have on board, et cetera, versus domestic, where you have a little bit more of a shorter, you can have a very short flight and you know that line of storms is going to hit your airport in 30 minutes. You don't have that same visibility international. So it's a little bit more of an art instead of the strategic side of it comes into play more than the tactical side.
So very interesting messages from American Airlines is I copied that the methodologies are embedded in your operation in the floor. This is very, very interesting. I think is going to be one of the differences that we are going to see during our conversation. The dispatchers have access to weather information from different sources. This telco that you have discontinued calls with the command center, very, very interesting as well. And yeah, the en route weather forecast, the en route weather and the throughput at the airport, both things very, 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 very important. So I'm going to start the conversation with our airlines, with Martin and with Q&A. So Martin, KLM has been involved in the cross-border weather procedure for many years now. Can you explain which is the current involvement of KLM in our cross-border weather procedure, and which is the difference that you see between the way the weather is managed in the USA and here in Europe?
Well, there's a slightly different. First, let's talk with the dispatcher and the crew. They have a mutual responsibility, and that's not the case in Europe because of European law. I think most of the airlines, or all the European airlines, do not have a met forecaster in-house. The difference is that there's only one airspace in the US where we have 28 or 35, I don't know how many ATC centers. So there's a slightly different, and also that the met forecasting is done in the FAA in mutual agreement with the major airlines and the local forecaster, where we have 28 forecasters producing only their own part of their country. So like you met Ned later on, there must be, to avoid en route weather. Let's not talk about station weather or airport weather, but en route weather, there must be a mutual forecast that provides us at day -1 or later even what the forecast will be. What currently is happening is that we did sometimes join the teleconference, and we could assign the RAT restrictions that we want to be disabled. So you have a kind of dynamic RAT restrictions. So the second question will be, are the CFSP ready to go up with these dynamic RAT restrictions? And the other part is, we don't have playbooks in Europe. So most of the time during high summer, we have southern France, southern Germany, the Balkan area, what are developing during the day. So out of my perspective, NM should create a kind of playbook together with the ANSPs involved. How can we offload routes if the weather is proceeded as expected? Then you reduce the unanticipated traffic or unexpected traffic, and there's more predictability in your traffic demand. And this is not the case. So I think this should be something from EUROCONTROL to put in. instead of the airlines, you know, and there's more and more automation within the European carriers, that there's only 1 or 2 dispatchers handling a couple of hundred or perhaps a couple of thousand flights. So basically, when I file a flight plan to IFPS, they get an acknowledge, you know, then it's good. No ATC restrictions, I don't have to look into it. But are they looking, when you have 3,000 flights with 2 persons, do you look into the weather? That's the question. And I think the reroute proposal should come with severe weather and unexpected traffic. The reroute proposal should come from NM to avoid unexpected traffic, and that there's still traffic in the confected area, but then it can be managed by the controllers.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin. So yeah, your opinion is very clear in which aspect with the Eurocontrol's role in this weather management. For you, Q&A, for SunExpress is not involved in the cross-border weather procedure at the moment. So can you explain for your airline, which are the main weather phenomena that are currently impacting your operation?
Thank you, Yolanda. My name is Junaid Altner from SunExpress Airlines. I'm a props planner and also a flight dispatcher. So the issue is the adverse weather, and the adverse weather is one of the important problems which we face during the flight planning and during the in-flight. When we talk about the convection or the convection activities, we know that the convection activities produces some hazardous elements such as lightning, icing, hail, heavy rain, and severe turbulences. So the convection plays a significant role in aviation, and it's a consideration in flight planning. We, as a dispatcher, we analyze the weather forecasts and real-time weather information to plan a safe flight and to find a reasonable route to operate. And we avoid the restricted area due to adverse weather and file the flight plan accordingly. And in this point, I want to say that I agree with Martin, because we've got sometimes problems with having acknowledged for our flight plans due to routes. And when an area is restricted due to convective activities and due to route restrictions, we have to change our flight plans. But sometimes we lose our time to find a solution about our flight plannings. And when we say about the solution, we communicate with the pilots or we communicate with the aircraft in the air via ACARS messages. And the pilot reports are very important to us, because when we know in advance that there was a problem in the route, and if there's a change by the ATC coordinator between the pilot and ATC coordinator, and we evaluate the other flight plans again. And if necessary, we change the flight plans accordingly. But the delays and diversions are likely because of this reason. And we have to manage our operations according to the problems which we face with. But in this case, we have to consider the problems which caused by the weather for our passengers. So how the problem is how to handle the passengers. If you divert, the another issue is the crew duty times. If you have a limited crew duty times, it's a big problem for the airlines. And if you don't have enough aircraft or any crew where you diverted, it's a big problem to operate the flight. This is the most important thing here. And as an airline, so I can say that from a flight dispatcher aspect, and accurate weather forecast is very important for us, because we decide on our operations according to the weather forecasts and actual weather. If the weather forecasts are not accurate, we cannot decide, or we doubt maybe. And in this point, I find very useful to communicate with the local Met offices, what's happening there, and we do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kune. In fact, this is one of the main aspects I have highlighted at the beginning is the accuracy of the forecast, local versus network. From the FAA presentation, very important, the command center produces the traffic flow management convected forecast in collaboration with National Aviation Weather Center, with ACCs and airline meteorologists, and conducts a collaborative review of the forecast accuracy. So this forecast is updated every 2 hours. So I'm going to go now to you, Clemens, as manager of this cross-border weather forecast that we have implemented now for 5 years in the network. So in your opinion, which are the main difficulties that you envisage in order to implement something similar to what is being done in the FAA?
Yeah, thank you very much, Yolanda. And first thing is I want to echo many things Martin has already said about the fragmentation of the airspace, about Europe. So that's a quite different situation than in the US. But the good news first is that the accuracy problem, what was also pointed at, is in Europe, in my point of view, not a big thing. So many things we have seen in the presentation of the FAA, the tools, the methods are also available in Europe. So the many similarities and the background, the science behind the methodology is on a quite similar stage, at least in my point of view. So we have also aeronautical met forecasters, which we call briefings, but it's not like all from one hand, it's a little bit different. And I also like that we compare what's happening in Europe with what is happening in the US, because there are a lot of other similarities. So they've got seasons, and with the climate change, we even also got our own hot tub, like the Gulf of Mexico, which is the Mediterranean Sea. And you have seen these slides with the severe weather days. So it becomes frequently worse during summer, as we have seen in the delay statistics. However, the big problem in our point of view is the structure of Europe with those many sovereign airspaces. I think it's 40 plus in the ECAC region. And this is a quite complex environment to have a collaborative decision-making, as we have learned in the past years. And in this patchwork, we essentially have so many local responsibilities, and the data and the information is not available in a homogeneous manner. So everyone has different standards, different formats, different data sources, licensing. And in the end, and I think this was also said earlier today, the forecast ends at the border, usually. So this is why we try to overcome those burdens, and this is a quite lengthy task. So like Shabi has said this morning, the common platforms and common systems, this is an enabler, something we need to have. With all those different systems, everyone doing their individual solution in their countries, we will not come far, or not as far as the colleagues in the US are. So since 2004, with the Single European Sky, there have been many initiatives, not at least the CESAR deployment projects, and also other things we have, like cross-border SIGMET harmonization. And then in Europe, we have even those intergovernmental organizations like EUMETSAT, ECMWF, where we put together our knowledge, our funds to make a common forecast and common met information. But up to now, as far as we talk about the meteorological service provision, this was mostly bottom up. So we saw at the end of the value chain, at the real air traffic controlling, there's a problem and we need to solve it. And I think also this needs attention from higher level, so we can really change and move something. And we have seen in many studies that all the data is there, but in different formats and proprietary solutions, and not consistently for everyone involved. So I'm not sure, but I think it's probably quite hard for US airlines to get all the data our local operators get, although we operate them for the same purpose, for efficient European network. So what we have done since 2018 was this cross-border convection forecast, and we have seen some slides from you, and I think this is more or less the European representation of the TCF. It's quite similar from the what are we forecasting, but even this has taken a lot of time to organize 24 MET services and all the ANSPs to have same procedures, same systems, same timings. So this is something we are going to develop further and further in the next years as this is now operational. And we really have to make the point that the system in the US has grown over decades, where we have only 5 years up to now for this real tangible things like cross-border forecast, and we don't have a native environment. We're forming our own environment yet. So coming to a conclusion is that we assume that most of the necessary information is locally produced, but not as good exchanged and standardized as it could be. And one important enabler would be the availability of all the data which we know nationally produce in the same format and also integrated into the ATM decision-making systems. And what we also need to consider, we saw the procedure in US quite human-driven. There are many humans involved, and it's 2024, and we've got AI, we've got a data-driven environment, and I think Paul even said there's sometimes even too much data to be congested by the humans to make really good decisions. So I don't really think we can copy what the US has. So we are on a further stage, and we have to see how we bring together the benefits like playbooks and some other learnings with the latest state of science like AI and other things. Yeah, I hope that we as Met service providers can support the European aviation for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Clemens. Everything you have said, we have this on the table now that we are working on the evolution of the procedure. And other aspect is the accuracy. You know that we are working on this. The accuracy is very important, and we had a conversation just before we enter here with Stephanie. And if we don't trust, we need to build this trust in the forecast in order to take decisions. We need to take decisions in tactical decisions, tactical during the operation. So can you just explain the audience which are the main problems we are experiencing now regarding this accuracy? How can we evaluate the accuracy for last summer forecast, for example?
Yeah, it comes to the same reason. So the data to measure accuracy, and how do we even measure accuracy for Met forecasts for big networks, quite difficult. So sometimes a single CB at the wrong position makes a lot of trouble, while a lot of CBs in the mountains don't cause any trouble at all. So it's not like 0 and 1 really clear yes or no decisions. Evaluating the Met forecasts, especially for convection, is a quite sophisticated thing, and I don't think there's a golden standard yet. And as we don't have like a radar composite covering whole of the ECA region, we don't have a real truth to observe. And we started some initiatives this year to maybe gather from satellite imagery to have a truth where was actually a CB, or how many CBs are there, and what was the effect on the complexity and the capacity. But I also think, and we're also in discussions with NM, is that we need AI or other sophisticated measures to come to real conclusions in the end.
Yeah, thank you very much, Clemens. I'm going to move on now to our air navigation service providers and our representative from the network manager. In FAA's presentation, this pre-coordinated playbook with all the ACCs, this is a concept we are working on now at the moment after the workshop we had in Zagreb. And another important aspect is this reinforce of the civil-military coordination they do in this morning call. So, Stephanie, in your view, which are the main difficulties we are experiencing now regarding weather? Which is how do we need to move forward for next summer?
The main issues we have encountered and we continue to encounter is a lot of intruders in our sector when bad weather is occur in Europe, somewhere in Europe or in our area. And why we have these intruders, mainly because the forecast is done on a network range, but the measures are taken on ACT scale, and we have delays and penalties are handled on a NSP scope. So we have different level for the same issue. And that's one of the main problem for us. And moreover, the ATFM measures are difficult to implement day -1, just with the forecast, because we are not used to. We try to change this habit, but it takes time. And in fact, we have also to measure the level of the regulations we implement. If they are too strong or with a too low rate, then they will increase the volatility and the disruption in the network. But if they are not strong enough, then the sectors are not protected. So the good level of protection is also something we have to work on, and I think we can be helped with AA. The accuracy of the forecast, or the confidence, not the accuracy, but the confidence in the forecast, and the different projects we have on AA
Yes.
can help us.
Yeah. In fact, well, these are related concepts. Is the accuracy, the trust we are building, the decision-making time is something that is always on our table as well. Are we applying regulations pre-tactically? Then maybe we are causing more delay at the end of the day. That is the parameter that we are all just looking at reducing at the end, you know. So it's this relation between the implementation time, the delay, and of course we need to avoid these intruders that you have said. We need to bring this stability to the network. So and in your view, Holger, what can we do to improve next summer? What has been the experience so far?
Yeah, I mean, just to add, I mean, the focus that we have in the adverse weather situations is not just the area where the bad weather appears, but we need to protect the sectors around as well. So the precision in the weather prediction is very important to us to anticipate where the traffic might appear. And we need to regulate sectors which don't show any adverse weather in the forecast, but we expect all the traffic appearing there. And once you find yourself in the technical situation where you and this is a real life examples where you probably regulated down sectors to 30% of the normal capacity, and you end up with 100% because you're getting a crazy amount of an unexpected traffic from your neighbors. You have no means of dealing with this apart from firefighting. You try to call the supervisors of the adjacent centers, but they are busy. They are probably not answering the phone. So this is what we are very, very sensitive to protect ourselves and the controllers from. Then we have at some point with the predictions that we have with the weather predictions in the technical situation, you need the hard facts. I mean, in the end, everything is they are very nice products, and the cross-border weather forecast is very well received. We use it very nicely, but in the end, the technical person there needs to call somebody at NMOC to say, okay, which sector, when to start, when to end, how far do we reduce the traffic? And then what Stephanie says, we don't want to be too protective, but we need to protect the safety. So this is the balance that you are trying to reach. Then you have put on the regulation, and then the reality kicks in, and it gives you a feeling of how dynamic the situation gets. So there is not the regulation with the parameters. It's a constant change. And we know with every adaptation of the regulation, we know we are contributing to the volatility. But I mean, what do we do? So these are the main issues. Your question was possible improvements for next summer. I would say the network-wide plan, like your example, I think this is very, very helpful. And the playbook idea behind this needs to be put into practice. And I think probably not all colleagues from the ASB share this view, but I think it needs to be. Don't ask us. This needs to be put into practice. I mean, for sure, we contribute measures that can be lifted day -1. There are those that cannot be lifted because they have an impact on our complexity, and other measures need changes in the adaptation, in the technical adaptation of our ATM system. But there are those. I mean, on a day of adverse weather,
traffic more or less is doing anything anyways. So probably we don't care so much about lifting of RAT restrictions. When you ask us, day -1 or in the situation, we don't have good tools to assess what the impact is. I mean, and I am a strong promoter of the idea of some high authority, NM, would say, okay, tomorrow this is like you said, this is the way we are going, and follow along. Okay, then we have the problems of delay attribution because the helpful hand shouldn't suffer from it. But I think this is a political discussion. We know this from the summer measures, but I think this would be a very helpful way. And
Yes.
what we are doing today already, probably not often enough, a very distinct teleconference call with the expectancy of NM. I mean, in previous discussions, we got the impression that NMOC is sometimes sitting there and waiting and saying, okay, we are seeing something is brewing up. They didn't call. Why didn't they call? I mean, we get these calls where NMOC is then calling and asking, okay, when do you like to start some measures? But I think this would be very helpful as well. Probably you have a different view than we on our local, in our local area, and any information that would help us.
Thank you,
is
Jorge.
appreciated.
The message is being very clear. I think we need a more proactive role from us, from the network manager. Yes, and so I give the floor to to Fabrice. That is in our floor. He has been involved in this procedure for many years now. So Fabrice, how do you say which are the main problems we are experiencing in our way forward as well? We are trying to evolve this procedure. We are working hard, but yeah, which are the problems we are experiencing?
Yes, so good afternoon, everybody. Indeed, okay, there's been a lot of feedback and good points already raised by all my colleagues here from the panel. We have the problem of the reliability of the weather prediction. Definitely, it's something really important, and we are trying to work with Clemens and EU MetNet on improving this. The stability is something that is really important for us in the network, and that's one of the main issues that we have. It's mainly linked to the lead time of applying the regulation, or what you call in the US the program. We sometimes have multiple changes of the regulation, being in the rate or being in the end time, which is also, well, sending a lot of slot revision messages to the airline, and then they are reacting on this by trying to reroute. So when they have high delay, they look for other routing opportunities, and of course, this is bringing also problem of stability and increasing the volatility. Sometimes we have to admit that we receive late information about the weather situation, and we had multiple cases like this, not only en route, but also at airports. We got good lessons learned from airport situation, from the various storm that hit Europe, and we had good debriefing with Turkey, for example, and Spain and Germany about the snow storm that occurred over there. Now, to be honest, also with you, the biggest issue we have in NMOC is when we have a very bad weather day, we have a lot of phone calls. We have a lot of EL desk requests about airlines asking for improvement. I don't think in the US, when you have a ground program and American airline has to wait for 40 minutes, that they call FAA begging to improve the delay. So that's a big difference also. Sorry to mention it. The problem of intruders, of course, has been already reported. Flight plan adherence, we have issues with flights being delayed and night curfews. We luckily started now a couple of years ago now with the airport function to look at those night curfew issue, and we are working on making sure that the flights can return to home base and having less problem with that. Now, regarding the improvement for 24 and beyond, the cross-border, of course, needs to continue evolving. We are quite busy with this. It's been going on for a couple of years, and As it was mentioned, if we compare to the FAA, well, we are like teenagers, in fact, looking at this. So definitely we need to continue this process and evolve the process. We are looking at the AI possibilities. So we have, for some of you that were there at the workshop in Zagreb or at the FMP exchange, we mentioned that we are using AI in the isobar, which is in fact the integration of weather data into iFlow. There are other projects also at the Innovation Hub looking at weather and integrating weather information so that we can best use it. Indeed, we are looking at this playbook possibility, like in the US. We are only at the beginning of this, of course. So it's, well, Rome was not built in one day, so we have to start somewhere. So we're starting small, hoping that we can validate the process and see that it's working before we can extend this playbook possibility. We intend to look at the 4 ACC trial. We had various meetings about this to validate the concept. So we are now talking to Reims, Maastricht, NATS, and Karlsruhe about this playbook initiative and see how we can validate this concept with those 4 ACC and then apply it for the rest of the network area, because we've seen from your presentation, Yolanda, that the Balkans were quite affected with weather last year. We need to improve the communications with the airline. As we heard from Vern's presentation and from the FAA, so here from Paul, sorry, from the American airline view, the airlines are part of the PERTI. The PERTI for us, it's like the day -1 pre-tactical preparation. The airlines are not involved in this, so should we involve them? Martin is looking at me, knocking his head, so he's kind of saying, yes, we should. There's the whole issue about the rad relaxation. We talked about it already. We know that it's difficult in Europe because of the CFSPs being used by the airlines, so it's complicated. We would love in NMOC to say we tweak restrictions at let's say day 0, 3 hours before EOBT, switching on and off restrictions, but we can't. So it's something to look at and to consider. The MIL coordination was already mentioned. Well, from what we heard from the FAA, they have a really huge CDM, in fact, with the airlines, with the military partners about how to best use the airspace in case of bad weather. And then hopefully, well, in a couple of years, SWIM will give us the possibility also in Europe to share weather information at the best possible way, and hopefully we can use it. So that's more or less for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabrice. I think you're mindful of the time. I'm going to give the floor to the audience. So please, if you have any questions for our panelists, go ahead. Yes, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon now. It's already after lunch. Arno from Austria. I'm the manager of Airspace and Procedures Design Group, and I'm still holding my ACC ATCO license. A comment, and at the end, a more provocative question maybe. So first, a comment. I'm absolutely in favor. Thanks to Paul and Vern for the presentation, because you're the most experienced here in this audience about the Met ops and so on. The good thing is for me to see that we are in a good path in Europe, at least. I mean, you have over 30 years. As Clemens said, we started 2019. I was 2019 part of the group. It was like a few states, 3-4 states maybe at the beginning. And now we enlarged the environment already. So I think we're in a good path here. The thing is about this playbook and all the playbooks, either from FAA or company side, we have it on a bi- or trilateral thing anyways already, but not like published in AIPs, AICs, whatever. So we have this, so we're there as well on a good path to see, okay, we could go in that direction. So I fully support the idea to have it like really on a concrete basis. Procedures themselves, I will stop because my boss is sitting next to me and he will like stop talking. The provocative question is now to the airliner community, because it's all the time, we as ANSPs, we have to find solutions, we have to find procedures to support the customers. In my perspective, the customers is not the airlines, or are not the airlines, it's the passengers sitting in the airlines. So the customer himself does not care why or who has which delay minutes, or who is re-attributed with how many delay minutes and something like that. So at least when we do not come to that point, when we get rid of this delay and sharing and challenging, I have 0.17, haha, you're better because I have 0.18 and something like that. Nobody really cares at the end. It's just like challenge somebody, measure something, whatever for. The procedures themselves is a good thing, but the capabilities or incapabilities between the systems within European states and the systems, the air traffic management systems, is still the big burden on an operational level. We still do not have a full OLDI in Europe throughout all the states, so we could not even exchange data easily. We tried, but we're still there in the 80s, not in 2024. The question now to the airline community is, when do you start to harmonize your deviation procedures? When I see the operational books from your side, when you see a CB or something like that in the cockpit, I have seen now 5 different operational guidance materials from different airliners for how many miles you have to deviate from this and that CB or this and that weather phenomena. There is no predictability as well. So when do you start to harmonize your procedures within the airliner community to say, okay, if there is a CB, it doesn't matter which extent, if it's a squall line, if it's just a single CB cell, something like that, that you say, okay, 10 miles offset, 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles. So give us the predictability as well on the operational side to know, okay, if there is a CB, it's moving, yes, of course, but to which extent is somebody deviating? I've seen so many times where an aircraft is deviating by 60, 70 miles because there's a Charlie Bravo, and the next flight, same company, different aircraft type, is deviating only 20 miles offset. So even within companies, but even more inside the airliner community, there is no harmonized procedure for deviating themselves. So when do you start to harmonize your procedures? That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a great question, and I would tend to agree with you. As an airline, we look at 3 key components, and that is capacity, predictability, and access. And in some cases, the access depends on the equipment on the airplane and the procedures that are designed. And you know, I've had the opportunity to sit with some ACCs here, and I'm very impressed with the technology, the capability, the information that can be data linked down to the controllers. And the problem is not all of our airplanes data link that information because it's not mandated. And when you get to the bottom line, like a lot of ANSPs, but not all of ANSPs, we are a company that has to be viable, and we can't lose a lot of money every year, even though the industry generally has its challenges of making money. So sometimes if we don't have to spend the money to equip because what we already have is safe and approved, there's no incentive to go to the next level of technology until somebody says, if you want to fly through our airspace, you have to equip. And so I understand that, but at the same time, it's something that doesn't happen overnight. You can say, we're going to mandate this type of data link capability by the end of 2024. And it sounds like it's a long ways away, but it really isn't. And there's so many moving parts to make that meet that deadline That sometimes it's not always within our control. Some of it's financial on our end, and we have to make a decision between, do we equip this way or do we equip this? What's most important? We just don't have unlimited funds. Who does, right? But if we can collaboratively decide a reasonable time frame, and we can show information that says this is the benefit by equipping, putting that system on your airplane. This is the benefits you won't get, or the costs associated with not equipping. That helps our decision makers who are not operational people, who are finance people, who are working from the perspective of this is a company and I need to make sure this company is viable. We need to be able to take data to them and say, this is why it's important to invest in this technology to provide the predictability, the access that will then ultimately benefit the airline and benefit the passengers. Sometimes we don't have that data. We can't convince them that it's important because they don't see the day-to-day operations that we do. So it has to be a collaborative effort between not just our own internal operations people, but the airspace that we fly through, the ANSPs, the regulators, even the airports, to put together a complete explanation, if that's the right choice of words, of why we need to do this and where the benefits are. Because sometimes they look and say, well, it's just fine the way it is. Well, they don't have the big picture.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Yes.
I think, yeah, you want to introduce something? No. Okay, go ahead. They are going to kill me. Guido is going to kill me, but yeah, go ahead.
I'll make this quick. The other thing that came to mind, and I've seen this as wearing my controller hat. I am not a pilot, but my brother is. And he and I have had long talks about this. I see on our ATC scopes, we have NextRad weather integrated into the display. So I can see precipitation and I see an aircraft deviating. And I have in my mind, well, they're going to deviate around the edge of the radar return and then continue on course. And then they don't. They go much further. And so I asked my brother, why? And he says, because those on the ground don't have the same view as those in the flight deck. You can't see the blow off from the anvil head. The worst place to be is underneath that. And there's such an emphasis now on passenger injuries from turbulence that as we continue with climate change, I think we're going to see further and further deviations around cumulonimbus. Then the other thing I have observed is as a controller, I can't wait for the sun to go down. Now they can't see it. All they have is their airborne radar and they skirt the edge, where I think they would have gone the whole time. But I think that is something that we have to take into account increasingly, is that measure of safety that pilots are having drummed into their heads with the impact of turbulence and passenger injuries. I think we're going to just simply see further away deviations around CB.
Thank you. I'm afraid we have to continue the conversation during the coffee, so we are going to stop now. Thank you to all the panelists for the very good interchange. Yeah.
Thank you very much, guys. After so much interesting discussion about weather, it's time to put some caffeine in our bodies. We have increased our delay from the first rotation, but can I ask you to be back at 4:10, please? Thank you.
All right, are we good to go again?
Yes.
Good to go. Excellent. So the last topic of the day, and the only thing that's holding us from the network drink, is the session on harmonized operational use of data link, and Paul Bosman will moderate that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ken. So, with those motivating words to know that we're standing between you and your drink, we will try to provide some entertainment. So first of all, as you heard, my name is Paul Bosman. I'm the head of the infrastructure division and the network manager. And this is where we have grouped all the technology support that we give to our stakeholders. So I'm going to start with a question. Yeah. Give me a show of hands of people who think that data link is the most important technology enabler to give us more operational benefits. Show of hands. Is it the most important, yes or no? Oh, okay, so there's a real need for this session. Yeah. Okay, good. I was afraid for a small moment that we're going to be preaching to the converted, but speakers, you have it all in front of you. So again, as I said, as well as we put in the program, equipage is in better rates like we've ever seen before, both on the air and on the ground. There are still some technical issues. There is also some issues on more systematic and harmonized operational usage, but things are going better every month. So what we have for you is I would say, a very good spread of air traffic controllers, of pilots, and from our senior data link program manager perspective, telling you their perspective on what's good about data link, what can be improved, and most importantly, what can we do to really get those operational benefits that we really need for the summer of 2024. Our speakers are enthusiastic. I'm telling you this already up front. Some will speak fast. Yeah. Some will speak very fast because they're trying to prove that they are quicker than digital air-ground communication. Yeah. Just bear with it. Yeah. They can't help themselves. For me, all that I have to say, the focus is really increased usage of data link for the summer. The last thing that you should know, and then I shut up, is that we are working to provide to the C-levels, CEOs, COOs where relevant, etc., dedicated monitoring reports of how we see data link being used for ANSPs, for airlines, etc. So just know that your bosses will know how good you're using it or not, etc. Just again to give you a little bit of motivation to pay attention to this session. With all that said, you have here in front of on the slide as well the speakers that we have for you, and the first one is Victor. I'm not even going to dare to pronounce his family name, who is from our EUROCONTRol MUVAC Center. Victor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Paul. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have a nice day. My name is Victor Jagasits. I'm an air traffic controller at the Maastricht Upper Area Control Center for 19 years now, and I'm also the coordinator of the Systems Monitoring and Revision team, which is the link in between the operational environment and engineering. So we're working on the HMI, data link, FDPS tools, which allow us to take more traffic or handle traffic more safely. I'm going to talk about data link, and a small recap for those who don't know where Maastricht is controlling the airspace. We're controlling airspace 245 plus above the Netherlands, Belgium, and the western part of Germany. So we are an upper center. Couple of few facts from Maastricht from August 2023. We normally control about 5 to 5,500 flights a day, 3,300 CPDLC connections, 9,900 uplink clearances. That's per day, excluding the downlinks, excluding the system messages. So that's purely instructions. On average, we have 92 ADSC or ATNB2 CPDLC connections. And as of the 2023 all figures, we have a traffic increase of 23% out of 2022, a log-on rate increase of 9.3% from 2022. Thank you for all the airlines for that. And an uplink increase of 38% over 2022, which is quite nice. That really gave us the edge over the traffic. Why do we need flights to log on? We keep on complaining, keep on asking everybody to log on. That's the screen, and actually all the screenshots that you will see in my presentation are from live traffic. So nothing is generated in a simulator. That's a normal day traffic in a busy moment in Maastricht airspace. The frequencies, as many of you know, can get very, very busy already with the initial calls when everybody tells all the things that they need to tell, and sometimes even other things. And at some ANSPs, like at MUAC and some other ANSPs around Europe as well, there are two controllers controlling the traffic, an executive who talks to the aircraft, and there's a coordinating controller. If you use datalink, you allow also the coordinating controller to kind of control the aircraft, so to uplink instructions in terms of contacts, or when the next sector requests the aircraft direct, depending on the agreement between the executive and the coordinator controller. So you pretty much double the possibilities to get all sorts of instructions through. And of course, it's an easier way to communicate, but we've been saying that for many years. So let's put that into the perspective of numbers. How does CPDLC make the airspace safer? So this has been said from the beginning, and I have made two notations on this graph because we had COVID in between. Between 2018 and 2019, we had slightly lower traffic levels. There was a small decrease in traffic, but there was a loss coming increase of 25% from 2018 to 2019, with 70 prolonged losses of communication in Maastricht airspace, with a log-on rate of 35%. In 2022, 2023, it's 92% of 2019 traffic. We have a 23% of traffic increase, a loss coming increase of only 4.7%, with a 63% log-on rate. So based on that, and also on the contact me uplinks, and these are the moments when the controllers cannot reach the aircraft on the frequency, eventually on guard. And we have this option on the Maastricht HMI to send a call me. It's essentially a contact on my frequency message. We send it 1,300 times in 2022, 1,500 times in 2023. That's like 5 aircraft a day that needs to be called call the air traffic control sector, which is responsible for you. It's not a huge number. 5 aircraft a day is not a huge number, but if you just take 1 out of those 5 as a prolonged loss of communication or a scramble, then it becomes a very expensive and very not much PR-friendly adventure. So it really does help us avoiding the comm losses. Next one, call sign confusions. Very similar to the other one. In terms of traffic increase and in terms of traffic levels, the call sign confusion increase is much smaller. And as you can see, the total amount of call sign confusions, the recorded ones actually, because we know that there are always a lot which controllers don't report, they just correct the pilots. Anyhow, the number of reports are much smaller. Why? Because the voice frequency load is much lower, because the messages are directed to the airplanes, who we want them to direct it to. And that way we can avoid somebody overhearing a very similar call sign and acting on something that they shouldn't be acting on. Capacity increases. That is one of the things that keeps on coming back. Have you increased capacity on datalink? What have you done with your datalink? So here, and I believe these slides will be disseminated later on, you can see that we increased the occupancy figures. So that's the amount of aircraft at the same time in the sector. Not in every sector, of course, but in a couple of sectors, and the average occupancy increase in Maastricht was 16.4%. Of course, capacity increases not only rely on datalink, it's always a multitude of factors. It can be complexity, conflict detection, all sorts of stuff. The air traffic controllers can control more aircraft at the same time because the aircraft are logged on, so you have to do less talking. ATCOs can send multiple instructions to different aircraft within seconds. So with CPDLC, technically, it takes about 1.5 seconds to send a contact instruction. I don't have to listen to the readback. So within 5 seconds, I can send away 5 aircraft, which is a huge advantage over voice. We can do increased sustained occupancies, which means the sector can have a higher through output and a higher nominal traffic monitoring value. And that's the bottom graph, our traffic monitoring values, which increased about 12.6% in the past couple of years. How can this be translated for other ANSPs? We have to make sure that the ANSPs can rely on CPDLC before increasing capacity. So where does that start? You need a reliable message delivery. You need a reliable aircraft which doesn't refuse the messages, which actually gets the messages because it doesn't fall off the network. You need a reliable network, and I'm going to talk about both of those. You need a predictable level of equipage. We already have the DLSIR. All we need is to the datalink service implementing regulation. Sorry, all we need to do is enforce it. And we need a predictable levels of log-on and usage, because if you have a good bunch of aircraft and network and everything else, but pilots don't log on, we still cannot rely on it. We cannot say that on next Monday, we're going to have a 70% log-on rate and we can increase the capacities, because it might be a 10% log-on rate. And in that case, we have to handle everything on voice, which just doesn't work on voice anymore. So everyone must do their part. And that's one of the messages here. Everybody must do their part, be it log-on, be it airlines. I will make a recap at the end of it. Bear in mind that VHF is still the primary means of communication. And what really distinguishes it from CPDLC, as they are backups for the VHF communications, but they are no backups for CPDLC. So if CPDLC goes down, the network goes down, the aircraft has a glitch, there's no backup. There's no secondary CPDLC on the ground. There's no secondary CPDLC in the air yet. Maybe someday there will be. But until that moment, VHF is still going to be a limiting factor for all of our operations, even on data link. So we cannot go 50% capacity increase on data link, because any moment it can just go away. And bear in mind that not all sectors' capacity can be increased due to CPDLC. There are some other considerations as well. Sometimes the sector is not limited by the radio telephony usage, but by complexity. And in that case, of course, we cannot increase capacity. For the next coming summer, be aware that master supervisors are allowed to reduce capacity if CPDLC becomes unstable or unavailable. We burned ourselves last summer through some network issues where we had more traffic than we could very, very safely, or to the expected safety, control on voice only. And we introduced this measure. So when we see CPDLC problems, then we are going to restrict capacity. You will see that under other and external data link infrastructure. In that case, we have some network issues. So it's not a master system issue normally. If it's a master system issue, of course, it's going to be flagged like that. So how does it help us? These are the graphs from different things in the mastered airspace. So on the first one, you will see the traffic crossing the sector. We're going to be looking at the middle graph. This represents 3 master sectors, actually all of them, but we're going to be looking at the middle. The second batch shows the CPDLC log-on rate of equipped traffic. The third one, the CPDLC uplink, so that's a number of uplink messages. And the third one is the recording of our digital radio usage. So how many times we had to say identified? 54 times. And it was actually one of my sessions, so I even have the recording, and I'm happy to take any questions afterwards. So how does that 6.63 minutes, what we see on the right graph and the green field of transmission come together? So that's the explanation. 54 times I had to say identified and good morning. 15 times I had to remind pilots to log on to Echo Delta Yankee Yankee on CPDLC. That takes up a minute. I had to talk to the aircraft which were not equipped with CPDLC, contact, direct, descent. And I had to do a couple of requests, responses, and climbs after identified. So that made me use 6.63 minutes of radio telephony in total. If you use CPDLC a lot, you can really lower the RT usage. So if you see that in that hour, I use 119 CPDLC uplinks for 46 aircraft, and the sector to the left for 51 aircraft use more than almost double of it actually in terms of the TX, then it really shows how you can reduce the radio telephony usage just by using CPDLC. The next one is actually on the same sector. So we're going to be looking at the comparison of 2 different periods. One is the bottom one is the same what we have seen before, and the top one is a controller working on the same sector, so it's the same complexity, roughly the same amount of traffic, but not using that many CPDLC uplinks. You can see on the right side that on the top graph, the radio usage is 15 minutes of transmission time and 23 minutes of receive time. So it's way above the 6.63 minutes than what could be done in the same situation. So you can effectively reduce the amount of RT usage just by using CPDLC. I've run the statistics for months as well, and for August, which was one of our heaviest traffic months, we could see that in the sectors which used about 34% less CPDLC uplinks, they used about 8% more RT. So we're getting to the point where we can actually quantify how much you can gain by using CPDLC. It's a very slow process, but we are getting there, and these data are all recorded data. We have everything behind. Performance issues in Maastricht. As I mentioned, we can now restrict CPDLC or restrict capacity if CPDLC is not working. We have faced a lot of issues in Maastricht airspace in the summer of 2023, and actually from about April onwards. So on the left top picture, you can see the geographical locations where aircraft refused their uplinks because they were delayed too much in the network. From the bottom right corner, you can see the geographical locations of the provider aborts where the aircraft actually lost connection with us. So in 2023, in total, 1.3% of my UX uplink instructions were not delivered to the pilots. 34,000 uplinks were delayed and rejected. 7,000 uplinks were not delivered. We don't know what happened with them. And that means about 111 uplinks lost on a day per day on average. More than 14,000 provider aborts. So it doesn't really look like we had a very reliable network. And that is one of the things that we really have to have before capacity increases go further, and also for the other ANSPs before they start basing capacity increases on CPDLC. The network performance must be there. And that's just a recap of what I said before. Then I have a beautiful case from Lufthansa, and they were kind enough to share with us the pilot's report. How can it become a problem when CPDLC is not reliable and it's still working? So we had a flight out of Frankfurt going towards the US, Lufthansa 438. A couple of months ago, they were uplinked the fly heading 316 instruction, which they Wilcode. Everything worked fine. It was due to traffic. And just before entering the military areas, which are active in the north, for 2 minutes, there were 10 calls made on the voice frequencies by the controller trying to call the flight crew. For some reason, we couldn't get through. The flight crew was not responding. So we were trying to resume the situation through the use of datalink. We sent them a proceed direct to Supur, and you can see the point on the left side. That's where we wanted to turn them back. And we tried to call them on guard. There was no response. Again, we sent them a contact message, and all the messages came back delayed, refused, except for the contact. The contact somehow went through, but still the second attempt was not accepted by the aircraft. And the aircraft was already inside the military area by the time we could reach them through the CPDLC. So a couple of delayed messages can lead you into a military area, which is not where you want to be. In many cases, we have coordination with the militaries. There are cases where we cannot reach, and especially it was pointed out by the FAA as well, that in case of the Navy, you might not have a direct line to the warship who is shooting there. So you don't want to be in a situation where you fly into an area where ATC cannot arrange for your safe passing. So lost and delayed messages are a safety issue. We have to consider them as such, and they are detrimental for the future usage of datalink. Log-on lists. We have been criticized many times over this. Why do we have the log-on list? These are the FIRs which use the log-on lists: Maastricht, Karlsruhe, and Switzerland. And this is coming back to the point what I said before, that performance is increasingly important. If you want to trust your capacity increases, you have to make sure that the aircraft level is good enough. So what does the log-on list do? The log-on list is a unique database of avionics and operator contacts. It gives us a very nice overview of the avionics as well. The only well-performing avionics are allowed to log on. Right now, we have 9,740 aircraft approved on the log-on list as of January, so it's a lot of aircraft. We have more than 12,000 aircraft in the database, so we still see an extra 2,500 aircraft which are in there. Right now, they are not capable, but probably after a software upgrade like the 777s, they will be coming back to the pool, and they will be able to use CPDLC again. And what's the big impact of the log-on list? The provider abort rate of the log-on listed traffic is way lower than the provider abort rate of the non-log-on listed traffic. So if we use the log-on list, we can ensure, to a certain extent at least, that from the aircraft side, there is no limitation on receiving the messages and on sending the messages. The NSPs who have already committed to increase the ATC capacity based on CPDLC usage all use the log-on list. So that's the 3 of us. And we really need to make sure that aircraft don't break the network for other participants. So it's not only about that aircraft is not receiving the messages, it's also about that aircraft is causing retransmissions from the ground, which fill up the network and then kill it for everybody else. That is what we have to avoid. The ATCO's trust and the usage of CPDLC highly depends on the reliable delivery of uplinks. If you're a NetCo, if you ever try to solve a complex situation with data link, and then it doesn't go through, and you waited too long, and you cannot reach the pilot, like in the previous example, you burn yourself twice or 3 times, and then you stop using data link. It doesn't work anymore. So we have to make sure that we do everything to make sure the controller has a reliable connection to the aircraft. There is the website of the logon list, in case you didn't know, or if you want to register your aircraft. If you still have non-registered aircraft, please do. That will help us as well, and it will help the network too. If you change your aircraft, if you upgrade your aircraft avionics, please also consider updating your aircraft data in the database, because that will help us to overcome some problems. Mandatory logon. As many of you have heard, in Europe, there are more and more areas where logon is mandatory. In the blue areas, it already is. In the yellow areas, it's going to be by the summer 2024. So if you have CPDLC on board the aircraft and your aircraft is capable of logging on, then you have to log on. It's an ATC procedure. And it's also, by the way, a requirement by ICAO Annex 10 for a long time, that if you enter an airspace where CPDLC is in use, then you have to log on. CPDLC logon should be initiated 10 to 25 minutes before entering the area, so not when you enter the area, because then the first transmission of the controller will be log on CPDLC. And I'll give you the number. From August 2023, we had to ask 30,000 times aircraft to log on to Maastricht. That's an actual count. Those are the aircraft which connected after coming into Maastricht airspace, well after. So we can be reasonably sure that it was the controller asking them to log on. That's 52 aircraft an hour. I think many controllers are really frustrated by having to ask pilots. So that is also one of the reasons why we mandated the log on. We enforce this requirement through the AIP, which means that we can actually, and we should, well, shall report it according to the implementing regulation 2015 towards the NSA. So if your aircraft don't log on, they are going to be reported, at least in Maastricht airspace, as of the 1st of January 2024 now. And probably it's going to be picked up by our ANSPs as well. Why? Because we have to ensure that controllers are not busy with asking pilots to log on, but with actually controlling traffic. TLSIR. We know we have the implementing regulation of the data link services. It was transposed into the EASA regulation. Please do not confuse it with the logon requirements. Logon requirements are a different thing. Logon requirements are defined by the state in the AIP. In some countries, like in France, the logon requirement is from 195 plus. It doesn't mean that you only have to log on 285 plus, even if the DLSIR says that you only have to carry the equipment 285 plus. If you have the equipment, you need to log on 195 plus. In 2023, MUAC counted 658 flights per month on average without filing CPDLC equipage, without filing CPDLC-X for the exemption. And these were not aircraft types listed in the Appendix 1 or 2 of the regulations. So they are not exempted aircraft. These are the amount of direct infringers of the regulations, most likely. And you need to consider that ATC sectors are often saturated, especially upper sectors. And I'm pretty sure airlines know that very much. At some points, enforcing the regulation could free up ATC capacity. So if you look at 658 flights per month, that's like 30 flights a day, or 20-something flights a day. That could be freed up in the upper airspace. That might make you avoid some regulations to be issued. So we really think it's important to make sure that everybody flies where the equipment allows them. And we keep on being told that business aviation is not a big factor. And I would like to argue with that. It's 4 to 5.7% of the total traffic in Maastricht. That means 3,000 to 9,000 aircraft per month. That's about 200 aircraft per day at MUAC. 88% of them is above flight level 285. Only 40% of them are CPDLC equipped. Only 37% of them are logon listed, and only 17% of them are connected. So they are in the airspace, eating up the capacity, but they are not playing the game. So just bear it in mind, and this is why we say that the DLSIR should be enforced at some point if we want to free up capacity for the paying customers who already made the investments of equipping with CPDLC and going through all the hurdles. We know about the airborne issues. We know about the pilot's pains, that there are many problems with the avionics, but we cannot change the avionics as ANSPs. So aircraft operators are recommended to give the feedback directly to the aircraft or OEM manufacturers that we're not happy with the HMI, we're not happy with the ding-dong sound. We cannot do much about it, unfortunately. And you need to know that ANSPs regularly try to mitigate airborne software issues. For example, we have reports of uncommanded reboots of CPDLC applications or FMSs upon certain uplinks. For us, the logon list really helps with that, because we can just disable those uplinks from the ground when we know that the aircraft is on the logon list and it's with that specific configuration, but we need a logon list for that. Adequate pilot training is more and more important. We see that pilot training sometimes is very vague on CPDLC. You might have heard about the UM79 cleared 2, which is taken as a direct many times, but it shouldn't be. The UM148, when can you accept, which is taken as a clearance. So instead of responding, yes, I'm able in 10 minutes, pilots just climb into some other traffic. So training is important. Please make sure that the pilots are trained. Pilots do perceive sometimes that ATCO send too many messages in quick succession. And sometimes actually it's the messages delivered together. So we send them like a minute apart, but because of network delays, the message are coming within 2 seconds to the aircraft. So the impression might be wrong on the air side. If you have any reports with datalink or any issues with datalink, please reach out to the ANSP. If you don't have a contact with the ANSP, reach out to us, to the DPMF or to MUAC Datalink, and we'll make sure we put you in contact because we need to solve all these issues. ATSB2, and that will be very quick because I think I'm running low on time. As many of you know, we have introduced ATSB2 services in Maastricht, which means ADSC EPP downlink and the CPDLC V2 connections for aircraft which are equipped, which are right now the fancy aircraft of Airbus. And everybody asks, okay, does it bring actually anything to us? Because there might going to be a mandate someday. And will it bring something? So yes, it does. We can see that through the top of climb downlink, we can see much less climb uplinks to aircraft, which are with CPDLC V2. That's a Rhine column, meaning that these aircraft which downlink the EPP top of climb have a more continuous climb in most of the cases. For the descent, which is the biggest use case that we can see, actually 4% higher chance of receiving a descent when ready. And we could already gain more than 22,000 miles, which we gave to airlines for maintaining cruising level, as opposed to descending below the optimum cruising level before the actual top of descent. That's about 17 tons of fuel saved through 1,800 flights in 2023. And we can give you shortcuts through lat-long uplinks, which we're going to be introducing for full operations in March 2024, which means the controller can actually just draw whatever they want the aircraft to fly. And you will see the example that's a very typical London outbound example where we need to avoid a London sector. And there, the airspace structure doesn't allow for it. But with the lat-long uplink, we can just send the lat-long coordinate, the pilot loads it, and we can chop off 5 miles on the flight very, very, very easily. It's being used already by validators since August. And all the controllers will have this opportunity as of March. Guidelines for pilots. Login is mandatory. VHF still must be monitored. Some pilots have the impression if I'm logged on CPDLC, I don't have to listen to VHF. Please do. Some ATCOs might still use voice over CPDLC for various reasons. Why? Unreliable network, lost connection, traffic situation. There might some CPDLC clearances not be available, like rate of descent or things like that, or if there is training in progress. Pilots might not be aware of messages sent by ATC because they were not delivered or they were discarded by the aircraft. So again, the frustration of the pilots, we logged on, didn't get any messages. Why? Well, we sent you 5, but you didn't get any of them. So that is something that has to be kept in mind. Of course, we come back to when in doubt, ask for clarification by voice. Use CPDLC for requests. That's a request for all the pilots or the airlines for the summer. You have a much better chance for a positive response. So what happens when you send a request or say a request on voice? Both controllers hear it in the better case. In the worst case, the coordinating controller is on the phone and he doesn't hear it. So the guy who talks to you on the radio has to pass your request to the coordinating guy. He has to call the neighboring sector, then come back to the executive guy who handles the radio to tell you that it's approved. If you downlink it via CPDLC, both guys see it. Coordination can be very quickly done, many times electronically, and then you get your clearance much quicker. We had a couple of complaints actually that we are sending maintain indicated airspeed messages above crossover level. And you need to be keeping in mind that it applies on transition for arrival. So we don't expect you to do 290 knots at level 380. Of course we don't, but we cannot wait until you're below transition level, crossover level, because we don't know your crossover level unless you are ADSC equipped. Then coming back to the UM79, if you receive a message which says clear to, it is not a proceed direct to. If it's clear to, find one more nav aid because it's somewhere there. Otherwise, you're going to end up inside a military area or in a traffic. There is a reason for that. If a lateral clearance is loadable, so if you have a load or an apply button, then please use it. Please load the clearance. Please let the aircraft apply the clearance, review it, then accept it, and then do it. Normally, we don't send you anything that is wrong. If data link is unavailable or unserviceable on board, please report unable CPDLC on initial call. Otherwise, we're going to ask you to log on. You have to explain to every sector over and over and over again that today it's not working. It's wasting everybody's time. So airline 123, good morning, unable CPDLC. And we are really, really thankful. And as the ANSP chair of the OFG, I can say that on behalf of the all the ANSPs represented in the operational focus group in Europe, that we are very, very thankful for the pilots using CPDLC, because it really makes our job much easier, and it also helps us reduce delays. And just a few guidelines at last for the operators. Keep in mind the log-on list. If you don't register your aircraft, which is not mandatory, you're going to cause higher RT load, higher ATCO workload, which will lead to restrictions and which will lead to delay at some point. Not logging on, again, increase that ATCO workload. No capacity increases will be sought because ATCOs will be complaining about the workload, and we're also going to report to the NSAs. Flight planning, very important, J1 for equipped or CPDLCX if you are exempted, because many airlines file both of them, which is really confusing. And if you're exempt by the regulation, then please start filing that CPDLCX, even if you're in the permanent exemption, because for the ground, there's no way of telling who is permanently exempt and who airworthiness certificate originates from what date. And it would help us a lot, really. Training, please make sure the pilots are trained, and consider sending a pilot delegate to the EUROCONTROL operational focus group to take an active part in the data link harmonization efforts. We're trying to make this actually harmonized throughout Europe, and also the FAA is taking part of that. So it would be very much appreciated for the airlines who don't have a representative yet. And that concludes my presentation. Sorry for rushing, and I'm ready for questions, I think. Thank you.
You're unbeatable, Victor. But anyway, thanks a lot for your presentation, which I think was very exhaustive, really showing a good picture of all the benefits, etc. Also the couple of issues that we still need to work on all together. I think that's really, I hope, is a takeaway message for you. We will do the Q&A at the end of the session, if there's any time left. Yeah, we'll see how that works out. In the meantime, thank you very much all for the presentation of Victor. That said, there is still a little bit more to be said on data link, you believe it or not. And we have found a victim with Olivier Misset, who's an air traffic controller in Reims, DSNA, and he will show us how actually DSNA is really developing itself in one of the leaders in Europe in the usage of data link. And Olivier, the floor is yours. Please press the button.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon. So I'm sure after this brilliant presentation, you are all convinced that data link is a great technology, and that we have all to work to improve the log-on rates in our ACCs. So I'm Olivier. I'm not from Reims. I'm from Brest ACC, and I am FMP deputy manager in Brest, and as well I'm still an active air traffic controller. And I'm here to speak on behalf of DSNA, so I won't speak only about my ACC, but about the 5 ACCs. I'll start with a short overview of the deployment status of the data link in France. So here you have a map of our 5 ACCs. You all know that we are moving to a new ATCO system, which is called 4Flight. I'm sure you've heard about it. So it's kind of a transition situation, because we have 3 different ATCO systems in France. In Reims and Marseille, they already have 4Flight. In Brest, so my ACC, and Bordeaux, we have 3E, which is an electronic system as well. It's tripless. And in Paris, they are working with paper strips. But they are performing live trials for 4Flight this month, and by the end of this year, they will be working with 4Flight as well. So these 3 systems provide different kind of services regarding the CPDLC. The more complete one is 4Flight, which is providing all these services, as you see: log-on, frequency transfer, microphone check, and ATC clearances and pilot requests. We also have all these services in 3E, so in Bordeaux and Brest. But in Paris, they don't have the pilot request service. So I know that for airlines, it's not easy to know what service they will have when they cross the country. because it depends on the ACC. In for flight, they have extra uplink messages, such as when can you climb, report present level, state preferred level. We don't have that in 3E, and of course, they don't have that with the paper strips system. All log-on forward links are implemented, except in Brest when we are sending aircraft to Shanwick Oceanic. They are working with FAN system, and we have VDL. And as well for Marseille when they send aircraft to Algeria. So the manual logon is required for the pilots. In our approaches, we have also CPDLC services, mainly departure clearance for the big airports, Charles de Gaulle, Orly, Nice, and Lyon, and the digital ATIS in other airports. Here you will see some example of our HMI. So these are screenshots from for flight. So here it's the eligibility. You see the little dot just next to the call sign. It means that this aircraft is logged on. Here is when we send the clearance to the aircraft. So this one, this Speedbird was cruising at 370. We send to him the descent to level 300. And the square around the flight level means that the dialogue between the aircraft and our CPDLC server is ongoing. So in that case, the crew hasn't acknowledged the flight level, and we are waiting for it. When it's done, the square disappears. This is revert to voice, means that the dialogue is broken, and we have to go back to the radio. And this is a pilot request. So this Scandinavian 4676 has requested the flight level 390 at 10:34. So you see, it's really simple to understand for us. It's very practical. And that's why I moved to the logon rate. Just like Victor told you, it's very important for us that we have as many aircraft logged on as possible. You see that in my ACC, the green line, we are almost at 70%. So it's quite good, but it's not enough. It won't be enough until it's almost 100%, but it's good. But you see in Paris, they only have barely 50%. But it's growing, so it's really encouraging for us. And on this chart, you see it's quite weird. We don't really understand why. We see that during this summer, as the traffic were the most busy, we had a decrease of the logon rate just in the middle of the summer. We don't know really why, but this is precisely the moment in the year that we need the more the CPDLC, because it's when it's busy, as Victor said, that we need it the more. So why do we need pilots to log on? The first one is the safety regarding communication, because it avoids the call sign confusions. You are sure to address the flight levels, the clearance, the frequency change to the good aircraft. It prevents from readback errors, and it saves time. And the com efficiency is the second point, because I don't have as many statistics as Victor to show you, but I'm sure you understood that when you have to tell a pilot to change frequency, it takes time. You have to wait for the readback. Sometimes the readback is wrong, so you have to tell him again. So it's really time consuming, and so it's very efficient. The multicom tasking as well. All controllers do that. At least in my ACC, sometimes you are talking to a pilot. While you do that, you can clear another one, or you can do multicom tasking, and this is really helpful on busy days. With the com efficiency and the safety, you have, of course, less frequency blockages, because sometimes when you send a frequency change, for example, you have two aircraft answering because they were not sure of the call sign, so it helps as well. It's really helpful to recover the vocal communication. If you lose an aircraft on the frequency, if he is logged on, you can send him the next frequency, and then you don't have to send an ACARS. It's very heavy, or to use 1215 to recover the communication. So at this point, it was just to say that when you are using CPDLC, you can balance the workload between the two controllers, because the planning controller can communicate with the pilot with the CPDLC, but if you are using only the radio, it's not possible. So here it was just to show you the usage. So Lima Foxtrot Romeo is my ACC, is Brest. You see that it's mainly for frequency transfer. It's normal because we are using the CPDLC for all aircraft logged on. So if you are logged on, you have the frequency transfer, unless sometimes we have to add something to the frequency change. And speed and heading are not really used. It's because heading, we are using mostly relative headings. For example, turn left 10 degrees, turn right 20 degrees. And with the CPDLC, we can only send absolute headings. So it's not really useful for us. And we hope that in the future, we will have the relative heading. But for the direct on the level, you could say that it's not so much compared to the frequency transfer. But when you need it, when you need to use the CPDLC clearance, it's really useful. It's because you have a lot of traffic and it's okay. You can save time with that. So I don't have statistics on the way we increased our capacities with the CPDLC, but sure we did. And this is a map of our sectors in Brest. So if we increase the capacities with the CPDLC, it means that if we lose CPDLC, we have to lower the capacity. But it depends on the sector. So that's why we want to monitor the data link and to see the impact of the CPDLC on the different sectors. On this map, the two big sectors over the Atlantic in the south are sectors where we have a lot of aircraft, sometimes up to 70 or 75 an hour. And we have a massive use of frequency transfer in these sectors. And we achieved this amount of aircraft each hour because we have the CPDLC. Because it's a really time consuming to change frequency to all aircraft. But on smaller sectors, it's not so much an help as on these big ones. So that's why we don't want to create a contingency plan which says we use a mean value to reduce capacity, which is just satisfying. We prefer, we prefer to have different values on the sectors to reduce the impact, in fact, of this loss of CPDLC. Yeah, just a short word about the publication, because I know we had some questions regarding the way we published our procedures. So now it's an AAC, but hopefully during this month, during February, it will be merged with the French AIP. One last point, sorry, I wanted to talk to you about, because this is really relative to my ACC in France. I don't know if some of you have heard about the oceanic clearance removal. I don't know if some of you have heard about the oceanic clearance. So I'll just come back to the map. On the west of our airspace, this is Chanoic Oceanic, so it's a non-radar airspace. And if you want to go inside this airspace, you need what we call an oceanic clearance. So for us, this is a constraint that we have to apply to the crew. It's a waypoint, so an entry point, we say, a flight level, a speed, and a time. And it's very precise because after this point, it's non-radar control, so it's timed control. Next April, there will be what is called oceanic clearance removal. The link between that and datalink is because it's done via ACARS. So it's a datalink technology as well. So how does it work? before. So when I say before, it's in fact it's now, and after it's after the removal. So the crew has to ask for the oceanic clearance. If they don't have the oceanic clearance, we won't let them enter the space, and they will orbit waiting for the clearance. So they do it by ACARS or radio, and after the removal, there will be no change. They will still ask this by ACARS. The oceanic control now they respond to the crew and they say, okay, the oceanic clearance is this point, this entry time, this flight level, this speed. But after, they will only have an acknowledge, say, okay, follow the flight plan, or sometimes they will have a radio contact demand if there's a route change, an entry point change, or flight level, 3,000 feet of difference between the asked flight level and the cleared level at the entry point. And for us, in Brest ACC, we receive an oceanic message with the same constraint that the crew receive. So this is the present situation. So the entry point, the entry time, the flight level, the speed. And so we have the same level of information. They know what we'll ask them to do. After, we still have the oceanic message. So the oceanic clearance removal, in fact, for us, it's not a removal. We will still have to do the same thing, but the crew won't have the same level of information. That's why, at least for the beginning, we are expecting some discussion on the frequency, because we ask pilots, okay, now you descend. I say, okay, why do I have to descend? Because they won't have the information. So we don't know, as the intercontinental traffic is growing. In Brest, 2023 was the record year for transatlantic flights. We don't know what will be the impact of this change on our sectors. That's why we thought about a solution. Here you can see our 5 oceanic entry points. We've created traffic volumes with the help of the network manager on the 5 points. And we will have the possibility to lower the traffic, but only on the points. And this will avoid us to regulate the whole sectors and to have an impact on the surrounding traffic. So if we need, we will have this tool. It will be efficient, and you won't have too many impact around. So to sum up, to all crews, as Victor said, as I said, please log on. We need that. It's really helpful for all the controllers, for the safety, for the efficiency, for the capacity. So capacity means less delay. So really log on. If you have any doubt, because sometimes with the latency of the messages, sometimes it could lead to situations. Please ask on the frequency. And we have the pilot request service. It's quite new in France. I know that all crew are not aware we are providing it now, so feel free to use it. It will relieve the frequency as well. But not in Paris, not yet. So in 2024, the milestones for the SNA are next April, the oceanic clearance removal, the improved contingency plans with the optimized rates depending on the sector, as I said. And next November, the commissioning of 4 flights in Paris ACC. And so the full data link services will be provided in all our 5 ACCs. And if you have any question.
Okay, thank you, Olivier. I think this presentation showed again, and in different words, but with exactly the same message, the importance of using data link, especially in summer. I mean, that chart that we saw that in the summer of 23, the actual usage went down. That's a no-no for summer 24. That's really the message that we want you to remember. Again, Q&A we will do at the end of the session. And as we are waiting then for the pilot's view and see how good or bad they think about datalink. We wanted to give also the opportunity to show to you what we're doing in terms of datalink program management, datalink monitoring, etc., and to start addressing some of these technical issues and other points that have been raised so far in the previous two presentations. Christophe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. The advantage of presenting after Victor and Olivier is that they have covered everything. So I can spend the next 10 minutes showing you nice graphs and pictures. So briefly, what is datalink in Europe today? Over the last 4 weeks, high-level stats, I call it the million slide. Datalink is roughly 2 million transactions, 500,000 sessions, a bit less aircraft, and roughly 250,000 flights. Datalink helps saving 500,000 minutes of radio communication. And it also, last but not least, helped to resolve 56 events of stuck microphone event, which are really important for safety. We usually show you the deployment of the network. To be able to appreciate where we are today, we need to go back a little bit in time. So I've taken the situation from our first monitoring report back in 2017. At that time, Victor was still using FANS 1A. Today, he's using baseline 2. So what changed? So in terms of airspace coverage, percentage of ATSU providing the service, we went from 34% to 95% today. And in terms of airborne equipage rate, proportion of flights equipped with datalink from 27 to 83% today. That's the result of your work, yours. Of course, we've been behind, pushing you just a little bit with tons of emails and less meetings, but this is the result. Well done. Is the sky above the datalink wall still always blue? You know the answer, sometimes it's not working fine. So we have some room for improvement there. One area is this one when you compare the equipage rate, the proportion of flights filing J1 with the proportion of flight really using it. You see a huge difference. And this is mainly linked to the logon. You need to log on to be able to use it more. We come back to Victor's presentation. Logon is not just nice to have. It's not just a recommendation. It's a requirement at ICAO level. We'll come back. Next point is performance. You've been very vocal about drop of performance last summer. So this slide is showing you that we are monitoring it. We know what you have experienced it. We can quantify it. And we know where we need to have improvements. So to do this, we have a metric that is called the continuity. It's a proportion of CPDLC transaction receiving an response before the expiration time, which is the time after which a controller needs to revert to voice. 2 minutes, it's a long time for a controller. So this metric went from 97.5% during the summer 2022 and dropped to 95.8% during the summer. It looks like it's not a lot of a few percentage, but when you compare this with the million of transactions, this is a lot for a controller. So what is the reason for this? So we displayed the two-bar graph, the proportion of transaction not receiving an appropriate response within the expiration time. And we have mainly 3 categories. The late response is really marginal, 0.1%. Crew are responding, but the response arrived after the expiration time. The orange one is interesting. It's related to something that Victor already said. When an uplink message is delayed too much on the network, they come back with an error. And the error is uplink delay in the network. The last part is when we don't have any response at all. We split it into 1/3 of these. We know that they have a logical acknowledgement coming back, so we know that the message was received at the aircraft level, displayed to the crew, but the crew respond too late. They have 100 seconds to respond. The remaining 2/3 is technical issue, messages are lost on the network. And this is related to provider abort, availability issue, all the things that Victor just mentioned before. So mainly technical issues and operation issues. So for next summer, these are the things that we need to improve. So what's the action plan on our side? Following the ND Tech 2 meetings ago, the datalink performance monitoring group action, there was an action set up mainly on the CSP, meaning the communication service providers. We know that the performance of the network is highly related to the performance of the VDL2 network. So, so they have prepared a plan for this summer and beyond. They presented that in November last year. We're following up each month. There are a lot of technical stuff. One of them is the new VDL2 frequencies, and we do believe that this will going to improve the situation for next summer. We will continue to monitor this at the performance level, and especially, of course, these CSP action. We'll continue to support you, NSP airline and airports on different points, promote and harmonize the use of datalink in Europe, continue to support you on operational technical aspects, and to follow on technical reports. What should you do? So this is your homework. Split ground side and airline side, more or less the same everyone. Use CPDLC is the first thing, please use it. Of course, on the ground side, you have this Logan stone in your shoe. We'll address this at the airline side. Make LOFNAN operational everywhere. It's a technical thing. It's the transfer of Logan information from a center to another. Still a few NSP having some problems there. Implement harmonization recommendation. Most of you are involved in the workstream 12.1. Revise operational procedures to handle datalink communication breaks down. The main word here is to be prepared. Follow up on the CSP action plan that was the one discussed before. Implement mandatory logon. Again, it's from the ICAO and the PANS. Report on incident. We cannot do anything if we don't have any feedback from you. Airlines and pilots, log on and re-log on when necessary. I know sometimes it doesn't work. Take some time, re-log on, press the button, keep going on. Use CPDLC. It's not just for uplink, it's also for downlink. You can make requests and please respond in due time. Again, revise operational procedures to handle datalink communication breakdowns. Be prepared. Educate flight crews on critical operation protocols. I spotted two there. The first one is clock time from GPS interference. This is subject growing. On each CPDLC message, you have a timestamp. If there is a difference between this timestamp and the time at the aircraft level, the message is rejected with an error. The well-known UM79 clear to via, it's not a direct. These two are examples. File flight plan correctly, G1 code 24-bit address. We have a lot of issues coming back from this. Upgrade avionics with the most recent updates. We have a problem report, we investigate, we find solution. These are implemented by the industry, and then you need to upgrade your avionics to have the benefits of it. And list your aircraft on the logon list. This has been explained by Victor, and also please report on the incident. Takeaway, we see a positive evolution of the datalink network. Of course, still have performance technical concerns. We know it. We continue to monitor it, and we have a whole team actively working on it at EUROCONTROL. Visit our website. A lot of questions can be answered there. Contact us at this email address. Thank you.
Thank you, Christophe. Grateful as well for catching up a bit of the time. I think, again, that last slide from Christophe is very important. There are still issues. We know, well, we know the ones that we know about. There are still certainly things that we don't know. Please let us know if you encounter any problems, and be absolutely convinced that we're doing everything we can to move things forward. And just one example, you heard about this providing abort and delay issues that sometimes are occurring in certain circumstances, etc. We are sitting down on a monthly basis with the different communication service providers to really discuss with them what are they doing to improve things, how they are debugging their systems and networks, etc. Okay, then for the last sprint, so to say, of this day, we're going to have a look at what the pilots actually think about this data link. And the first one that we have for you is, the first one that we have for you is Carlos. I thought it was, let's see if we click it. It's Carlos. Okay, Carlos is from Ryanair, and so we're really looking forward to your presentation.
Okay, so very good afternoon to everyone. I'll try to be as quickly as possible because I know that we're running out of time, so I'll engage speed Mach decimal 8. My name is Carlos. Just a quick introduction, a little bit of my background. I am an active airline pilot for Ryanair. Based in Belgium, I spend about 60% of my time flying online. And then the remaining 40%, I work in the office as an ATM SME, supporting both the ATM department and the flight ops management in different datalink projects. Also, since 2020, I've been seconded to the CESAR deployment manager as an airspace user expert for both AF1 and AF6 family, again, supporting my colleagues in datalink projects and based here at EUROCONTROL. So thank you very much for this opportunity from NM to come here and share some of my thoughts and insights on CPDLC usage from a pilot's perspective. Other than that, one of my biggest passions is human factors. I'm actually finishing a master's in aviation human factors. I'm not doing any research thesis on CPDLC, but I took the liberty to bring some of those factors into my PowerPoint presentation towards the end so that I can use them to shed some light in what I believe may be the reasons for why there are issues with non-compliance regarding CPDLC. So with no further ado, I hope you will enjoy it. I will start first just to let you know what I'm going to take you through. So initially, we will start with a quick introduction. I'm just going to give you some company facts. I know that we all know who Ryanair is, but just to give you a snapshot of how big the company is and what are we planning to do for the summer 2024. I'll also take you through I'll take you quickly through a survey that we've done internally. It's outdated in 2022 regarding the usage of CPDLC. The reason why I included here is because we still believe some of the issues are still recurring today, and for you to see what our crew had to say by then. Disclaimer, we're about to launch a new survey internally, so as from next month I will have fresh data. Unfortunately, that wasn't available for today's presentation, but we will see what the differences are going to be. I'll take you through some of the positives. I'm a great believer in positive psychology, so there are still a lot of positives. I'll take you through some areas of improvement as well. Would like to introduce you some of the human factors behind it for us to understand together with some of the HMI issues that I have on the current aircraft that I fly, which is the Boeing 737, and how to overcome the CPDLC challenges, so ways to move forward. I think it's very easy for all of us to criticize the systems, but not always we provide different ways of moving forward. And I'll conclude my presentation. So, by no means it's a marketing tool. As I've been asked before, it's only to give you a snapshot of, as I said, of the size of the sheer size of the company. So this data is no longer current, unfortunately, because as you know, it's very dynamic. We're constantly receiving new aircrafts, updating routes, increasing routes. So everything is changing, but basically it's for you to see the amount of flights we were operating. This was last year, 3,300 flights per day. I've been told by management that we should ramp up the operation to about 3,500 flights in the peak of the summer 2024, which I've been told yesterday equates to approximately what we expect, 10% of the traffic in Europe. So it gives us an idea of what can the impact and the influence that we can have if CPDLC is properly used or not used, especially for ATCOs as well. This is a survey we've done in 2022, so a bit of a disclaimer. I'm not going to take you through everything because it's outdated, but by no means the intention is to point fingers at any particular ACC country or ANSP that you see here. This is a sort of subjective opinion of all the pilot community when questions were asked back in 2022. But you see here 67% had a positive feedback on the CPDLC. 93% of the community actually thought that the future was going to be better with the usage of CPDLC. 5% by then experienced issues with logging into CPDLC. But again, this was back in 2022. So some of the issues still recurring today that we see, and the figures are obviously different because again, this is from 2 years ago or 1.5 years ago. But 74% of the community actually reported that it was a distraction in the cockpit, and also reporting ATCO switching to voice communications to expedite clearances due to high workloads. 64% had issues with the auto transfer function, 66% of reported ATC terminating CPDLC service, and a lot of these issues were actually in Italian airspace, specifically Roma ACC, which I know that together with the work that I do with my colleagues from the SDM, there's been a lot of improvement, and I see that daily on a daily basis when I fly, but we are still experiencing some of those issues. And I took the liberty to take a few screenshots of actual flights that I did and things that I've experienced. But as I said, the purpose is not to point fingers on any ACC or NSP when you see references to it. So when incorrectly used, 84% of my colleagues stated that CPDLC actually increases the workload for us in the cockpit and for us flying the Boeing 737 due to the HMI issues that we experience because of our avionics. But I will take you through that later. So these are some of the comments that we had. Some of them in the meantime have been implemented. Most of the people thought that full potential of the CPDLC system was not presently being used. I find it quite interesting at the bottom left, risk of navigation errors using directs via and via messages, so poor message design. I talk quite a lot to Victor because obviously we're both at the different ends of the system as users, and we agree in some of the things, but this is a system design or the design of the messages. Also for us, sometimes 6 identical messages in 1 minute when crossing FIRs can be quite distracting. I give you an example later on of something similar that happened to me last week. So anyway, overall positive feedback. For us, no more PLOC events. So by PLOC, we mean prolonged loss of communications, which is a very important key operational risk area that we monitor, of course, with CPDLC. Efficient when congestion appears, in general, positive feedback from pilots, but when it works. So there is still room for improvement. So which areas are those to be improved? We believe as an airspace user that the full potential of CPDLC is still not presently achieved. This means in terms of fuel efficiency, operational cost savings, that for us as an airline is very important. So in terms of optimized routes, clearances, improved overall operational efficiency and cost effectiveness. We notice, as previously mentioned by my colleagues, that the logon is enforced by certain ANSPs while others still don't even use datalink. And it can be quite annoying for us in the cockpit when the same information is being given by radio and CPDLC. We know that it's due to time delays, but sometimes it does happen. And I had it last week when I was flying, in several ACCs where for one reason or the other, but I don't know in the cockpit if it's a time delay or if it's a problem with the system, I got the exact same information twice. So another one is the lack of harmonization in service provided across Europe, we feel. So it's impossible for us as pilots and also for the airline to keep up to date with, to be aware of each sector specificity. As we've seen here, things are getting better, but it's still difficult for us to know. These are all factors that I will take you through at the end to show how it starts working on the non-compliance, because a lot of pilots do not understand what the specificity of each sector is, and then they stop logging on. Some of the FIRs are still not operational, where it would be beneficial for us. Greece, for example, we still see issues in Italy, connections dropping, ATCOs going on voice. And this I have to admit, and I speak often to Victor about this on these presentations, the lack of willingness to engage with CPDLC, and I highlighted here both pilots and ATCOs. So I see that sometimes also from my colleagues, and I fly almost every day, or at least 60% of my working roster. And I see even when I do observation flights that a lot of the pilots are, due to a lack of trust in the system, not logging in at the same time. Also, another thing that I wanted to say, another disclaimer, you must realize about my life as a short-haul pilot and doing multiple sectors. We fly very short sectors in Europe, often, especially from Brussels. going to France, the north of Italy, where the flight time is probably from block to block 1 hour. So cruise speed, in cruise, we spend 30 minutes. So it's very quick for us to be logging on and heads down and work on work with the FMC. So we noticed that there's a use of CPDLC mainly for frequency changes. My personal opinion, things are getting better. I know, for example, flying in France, that it's no longer, it used to be until now only for frequency changes. And I noticed that I'm starting to get now a direct to or climb flight level, which for me is, wow, okay, that's happening quite fast. But I took a screenshot of our FMC, so the avionics that we use to communicate with CPDLC. And this is just an example that I've been showing to my own colleagues in Ryanair. So there are actually quite a lot of options that we have. And yet, even from our side, and I'm the first one to put my hands up, most of my colleagues are actually requesting to the ATCOS change of altitudes, for example, by voice, because it's so quick when we actually have an option to request. The only problem, and it's again what I'm going to talk on my next slide, it's an HMI issue, is that on the 737, and this is an avionics problem, but as you've seen from the company facts, we're about to go up to 500 aircrafts, and there's a lot of 737s flying in Europe. We have to share the flight management computer through the control display unit, which is what you have here. We have to share the same box for the flight management computer and for the communication management unit. So that means that we have to go into menu, submenu, 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 heads down to be able to request things. And that is probably one of the reasons why most of my colleagues, and sometimes even I have to say, on short flights end up requesting these via voice and not CPDLC. So these are some of the issues associated with the use of CPDLC. They are not highlighted because these are what we call in cognitive psychology. They are human factors related to human performance only. So competition for visual resources. So this is not important for us here today, I believe. It is important for us as a human when we perform, but not for us here today. So I have selected some of the most important ones in terms of technology, which is what we see today: communication delays in CPDLC, composition of the messages, concatenated messages. We had a discussion when I presented last time to the DSG. We are aware of that, so it's getting better, but we still get some of them. Rigidity of the data link communication. I took the liberty of showing you now a message that I got not so long ago. So this is a message uploaded by the ATCO, and it's actually Maastricht. I just realized that now. But it says descend flight level 260 and cross Batak, which is a point at 35 nautical miles before, at flight level 260 when ready. So I'm going to take you very quickly through what happens in my day-to-day life in the aircraft that I fly. So for this, I will have to immediately accept Wilco so that the connection is sent immediately. But then I will have to go into the mode control panel, which is in the glare shield, to select flight level 260, select the mode that I want to descend on. Then I have to go down, heads down to my FMC, select the point Batak into the scratch pad, put a / a -35, go back to the menu to put the point on top of that point, and then I have to tell the computer that I want to be at that point at flight level 260. So then I have to put a / on the altitude and put 260 or below, and then the action will be done. So obviously, with experience, we do it quite quickly. In this case, there wouldn't be any time delay between my communication and ATC because I would have replied Wilco immediately. But in other messages, such as, for example, directs via, it might take a while until I actually recognize that, and then I press Wilco or I action the request from the ATCO. So this is purely an avionics issue that we have. But again, we're talking about going up to 600 Boeings eventually only from us. So it's something to think of. Now, I'm going to annoy you. I'm very sorry for the next minutes with what my day-to-day life is flying my 737 and using CPDLC. For each message that I get a visual warning and an auditory warning. And this is what happens when last week I was trying to communicate to an ACC flying to Italy. So I couldn't find the correct one. It's slightly less a little bit lower tone than what you've just heard, but this is what I have. I have an auditory warning, then I have a visual warning, which is in front of me in my case, in my aircraft, on the engine instrument panel saying ATC. Then I go on to my FMC, heads down. I have to go into menu, submenu, so data link, and check what the information is there. And then I see that my connection was not didn't go through. I was connecting around flight level 285. So Lima India Papa Papa, and I apologize in advance for the NSP, but this is what happened to me just 5 days ago. Insufficient resources. Okay, so I think I'm going to try to log on again at flight level 340, which was my cruise level. A call. So I have to go again, heads down, because I cannot stay on my FMC with the communication screen, because one pilot flies, the other one is monitoring. So one has the flying path and the other one has the route. So I have to go down again, and then I see again error response from ATC center, Lima India Papa Papa not received. Current data authority. Other one. It will continue, and I'm very sorry about that. But I wanted you to feel what I feel. So this is a screenshot for you to see. So going from bottom to top, and if you look on the left side, the timestamp says, and you might not even need to look at the messages, but you see 08, 46, 51, 57, 58, 58 with different things. For each one of those timestamps, you listen to one of those very interesting call bells, so much so that if you are flying next time on a 737, one of mine or another one, and you're sitting in row 1, I think up to row 3, you will hear that from the flight deck. And also at 5 o'clock in the morning when I'm on earlies. So I took a one from last summer that I used at the DSG when I last presented in October. And here you see, regardless of the ANSP, because I know that things have changed over there, you see the timestamp again from bottom to top, 23, 23, 23 Zulu, 23 Zulu, 23 Zulu. So this means that for each one of those messages, I got the same ding dong. Contact the ANSP, current data authority, current ATC unit, CPDLC now in use because it must have probably logged off, and then current ATC unit again. And I promise this is the last one. Again, 23, then 38, then 38, then 39, then 39. And this is one of the reasons why I hear from my community why people just get exhausted and tired. If you're doing this, you must realize if we do multiple sectors, long days, 4-sector days, and this is our life basically. It's not right, it's not wrong, it's just, you know, it is what it is, and I wanted to show you that. So ways to move forward. My wish list, but this is my wish list, maybe for Christmas 2025, who knows. Common logon instead of different addresses. I know it will not be possible in many of the wish lists that I have here, but it would be nice if we could have a common logon. Sometimes it's very confusing for us to know the different logons. Possibility to log on the ground, that would be amazing. I know in the States they have something similar, but that we could possibly log on if eventually in the future on the ground, even maybe just to one ANSP, and then the system would, you know, do it automatically, transparent, so that we wouldn't have to think about that. Understanding the human factors that lead to non-compliance, which is what I've been studying for the last 5 years. So there are human factors, and we know about that. Sometimes they are situational, sometimes they are organizational. Situational task saturation, maybe sometimes from ATCOS, and I understand that. I work together with them in the work that I do here at the STM, so I know that sometimes there's time pressure, it degrades multitasking ability, so it's not possible, and then they have to revert to voice. We understand that. Sometimes it's actually organizational culture, which is something that I study in organizational psychology as well as part of human factors. Sometimes it's the culture of the company. So for us in Ryanair, when we deployed CPDLC, we made every single pilot do an e-learning of 40 minutes where we explained everything about the system. We can, again, do it and include it in our recurrent training, which is one of the things that, that we can do. But it has to come also from ANSPs. Insufficient emphasis on strict adherence to SOPs, it can happen sometimes in certain organizations. One of the things to do is really to standardize, advocate for standardized CPDLC implementations. That would be one of the best things that we could do. Continue collaborating between aviation authorities, airlines, and technology providers, which is what I think we're doing here, and through working groups like the FOG, the DSG, and all the other groups. Sharing best practices and lessons learned. I think this would be really good, especially between ANSPs, ATCOs, and us pilots. Improved user interfaces, especially for my aircraft. Design considerations for user-friendly CPDLC interfaces. We have a lot, due to the sheer size of our fleet, we have a lot of contact with avionics providers, Boeing as well, so we try to improve things. Input from pilot associations and usability studies as much as possible. Next generation CPDLC technologies. At the STM and working in avionics, I hear a lot already coming from starting to talk about V2 on CPDLC, but we still see issues with V1. So we would like to see these issues fixed before we start really spending time and talking about the next future CPDLC technology. This is for me the most important thing, enhanced training programs. So to raise awareness to the importance and benefits of the system, maybe recommend a comprehensive CPDLC training program for both, on the ground and in the air, utilization of simulation and practical exercises. And I took the liberty to bring this from the EUROCONTROL website, which I actually met the gentleman that together with EUROCONTROL created this, but I think this was amazing. This is something that perhaps if we would have, and if the pilot community and the ATCOs could use, then it would increase awareness and how the system works. So I don't have his name, but the credits go to him and to EUROCONTROL. This is available. And this is one of the mottos that I really like as a trainer, and also that we use in Ryanair. Train as you fly, fly as you train. So if we start including this in our training as well, airspace users and the ANSPs, then I think we will start complying with the system a little bit more. So in conclusion, we find that there is a general lack of trust in the system. That's obvious because the logons have dropped dramatically, even with us. So we see that. That's why we are about to launch this survey next month, both technically and in terms of operational benefits. How can we improve this? The final takeaway, by improving the system technically, both on the ground and airborne, us airspace users with avionics and ANSPs with your providers as well. But mainly also one of the things that we can do, and as a passionate for human factors person, is by driving behavioral change, both for pilots and for ATCOs. So for example, doing what we are doing, launching an internal survey, trying to find out every year what goes on with our community and why are they using, what do they think and why are they not using, and then awareness campaigns, roadshows, training packages, and so forth. To finish off, for those of you who are ATCOs, I think this is quite interesting. So this is one of the things that we are willing to do, is to organize fun flights for ATCOs. So for all the ANSPs present, we are always willing and able to organize certain flights where we can bring an ATCO on a jump seat on one of our flights in all the different places that we have around Europe. And you can come talk to us, see how we operate, how CPDLC operates in our aircraft, what are the limitations and what are the things that work well, okay. So I guess that's it. Thank you very much. You've got my contact here. You've got the contact of the ATM manager of Ryanair. So you can, I know we're running short of time, so you can send all the questions that you want. I will try to answer them as quickly as possible because I also have to fly, so I don't have internet on board, so I can only do that when I'm in the office, but feel free to send any questions you want. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you, Carlos. You will be remembered for the one with the annoying noises in the presentation, perhaps for a little bit more than that. The guy that actually created that mock-up, that web-based interface where you can play as a pilot or controller with CPDLC, the guy is called Cooley, and it's available on our website. We also have heard the notion of fun flights. So really for all the ATCOs, if you want to better work and better cooperate with pilots, etc., please pick up on that proposal from Ryanair. Now we're completely running out of time. So I've asked Francesco to really concentrate on just one or two highlights in his presentation. The good news is that he's also available as an instructor through our datalink courses, etc. So he can tell you really lots of stuff with more videos, etc. Francisco, I'm again very, very sorry because I know you put a lot of time into it. But
Paul,
yeah.
thank you very much. I think in 30 plus years of flying, I think this is one of my worst flights because I was not ahead of the airplane enough to put myself in this position that I'm between you and the drinks. So I will try to speed up my presentation. When we talk about communications, well, first of all, I'm not talking on behalf of Iberia. I'm talking. I'm doing this flying. Apart from that, I'm an instructor. I'm delivering courses in the Aviation Learning Center of EUROCONTROL in Luxembourg. One of the courses that we deliver that I would encourage you to actually, or any of your controllers to sign in or register is the ComFCU, where we talk about all these data link things. And I extracted a few things of that course in here. So when we talk about communications, we're not talking only about communications with the controller. Right now, we have via data link a lot of information that we can reach from the aircraft to the ground, whether anything that you think of. I mean, that is just an example that you have there. But if you think about the rest of the things that the airplane on a transparent way sends to the ground and we may receive from the operational center and so on, that really helps us on the airplane. So the use of data link is something that really helps us. This is a completely different story from the Boeing guy, from the Ryanair. You can see there at the top right, upper right corner, that is the 350 presentation. On the 350s, 330s and 320s, we have the bottom left, which is a dedicated screen that we have for all the CPDLC messages. And I have to say, flying long haul and flying, of course, is a different airspace. We have time, we have 12 hours to get to destination, and we have time to do things. I'm a firm believer of the CPDLC. I mean, I would just switch off and get rid of that box with all the radio panels and just switch directly to CPDLC, because it really makes our life easier, not because of the ding dong. And you will see an example right now. I'm flying at flight level 380. I want to climb to flight level 400. So I go to my menu there, select ATC. I say I want to do a vertical request. I want to climb, and I type in 400. You see on the video, I type 400 and I say okay with the mouse. I click transfer to the box. I transfer that to the box, like the outbound box, and I say send. At that moment, you see that you will see it sending. It's sending. So now when it says send, I will receive that message from ATC. It's not a sound, it's just a light. If I don't press that light in 20 something seconds, then I will get a small sound saying, hey, look at here. And I see climb, reach flight level, report maintaining 400. I say Wilco, I go and I put just 400 there, and I climb. That's a small sound from the cockpit. I just put 30. I tell the aircraft climb, and I look at my FMA and I see that now the aircraft is starting to climb from flight level 380 to 400. So then when I receive the message again, I will see that ATC light there. I press it, no sound, no nothing. So for us, or for me at least, I think it's quite easy to manage this. I will just, for the sake of the time, to continue. Some normal messages that we receive: set max uplink delay value to 300. This is 5 minutes. And you may think 5 minutes it's a long time when you're thinking continental airspace. When you're thinking on the transatlantic or NATS, it's fine. We could actually go up to 10 minutes. That is not something that we normally do, because the ATCs request us to do 5 minutes, but that's enough for us at their airspace. Yes. Other messages, well, I could just press there, put the time. If I just want 2 minutes, it would be 2 minutes, whatever it is. I may get some information about turbulence. I may get information about segments and stuff like that, which, by the way, if the controller has to give that information to me by voice, it could take forever. And that is a message that I have it there. Resume normal split, climb, descend, as you saw on the example, as you see here. So this is, for example, I receive a message and I see contact San Juan on whatever the frequency is. And this is a feature that the 350 has. Before I say Wilco, I go to the box, I'm on HF frequencies, and that is why it cannot load, but then I go to VHF. Now the menu changes. Now I'm on VHF, and you see that I press the button, and all of a sudden that frequency is on my standby, and I change. So it's really, really convenient. It's not that, oh, what did he say at 134.7 or what? No. I can read that message several times. There's no confusion. And it's quite, you know, the loading and so on is quite good. These are just some examples of other messages, downlink messages that we can do on the vertical, climb, descend. You know, I want a block. If I want a weather deviation, for example, this morning we were talking how much I want to have a weather deviation up to 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, whatever you see on the screen that you need. And it's quite convenient. You just say it, you press, you send it, you receive, you know, 80s information. We can request that for any other place. We've talked about oceanic, but of course also departure clearance, generic other clearances that we may request. We press, we have the menu, we fill in, and we send it. It's easy. It's you do the request whenever you have, I mean, on the workload that you have in the cockpit, and it's quite convenient. Now, one of the problems we've talked about training, and training. I know you can read this thing here, but basically what you see is it's if you have fans 1 plus A, or would you have ATM B1, messages may be different. And this is why I fully agree with Victor that the training is essential. Yes, not only for the pilots, but also for the controllers. And we need to make sure that the messages, same as a standard phraseology, we put a lot of effort on standard phraseology that the controller and the pilot need to understand exactly the same when there is a communication, when there is a clearance. With these messages, we really need to make sure that both of us understand the same thing when we are sending on receiving these messages. Some people say that CPDLC reduces situation awareness. Yes, it's true, because I don't hear the messages that you send to other airplanes. So right now, all of a sudden, I don't have the real picture of what's going on around me. But as I said, we have less workload, we listen less on the radio, we can concentrate better on other stuff, so the task sharing and the workload can be managed better. And some of the things that it also increases or trades off between this situation awareness reduction is that I can read that message several times. Oh, what did he say? Or did they clear us, you know, at 40 West, at 50 West? When was that? I can just go back to the message, read the message again, and make sure that what I'm understanding is what the controller told me. On the other side is also technology. If we implement CPDLC together with technology, this is an example of traffic information. ADSB in on the aircraft will give me the information of ADSB from other aircraft, so I can actually see, oh, that is the Lufthansa, that is the Air France, they're heading, so I can get that information of my surrounding traffic better. This is just an example. Won't go through all of this because you will see later on, if you have the slides, that, oh, here I have to log on in less than 15 minutes, but in other places, oh, it's only 10 minutes. It's not specified, or you have to really log on because it's mandatory. And if I'm crossing the Atlantic here, this is harmonization. If I'm crossing the Atlantic, I said I have time to go through, reading what the requirements are, what is my equipment needed, and so on. And I can make sure that before I get into Brest, I have my CPLDSC connected, I have my clearance, and so on. But when you are crossing Europe, either you harmonize things, or it's impossible for the guys to really go from France to Swiss to Frankfurt. It's impossible. We really need to harmonize. If we want to really implement CPDLC in continental airspace, that is something we need to do. The other thing I say here, should procedures depend on airspace type? I just mentioned, if I'm crossing the Atlantic, that's perfectly fine. I don't actually need radio communications at all. Could that be done in continental airspace? Maybe higher airspace? Yes. Of course, I would not use CPDLC for doing an approach, giving vectors to 15 different aircraft, because the time pressure makes maybe the CPDLC not the best way of communicate, the channel of communication. but maybe it's something that we may think of regarding the type of airspace, how the implementation goes. This is something, of course, that I think keeps some pilots not to really logging on, which is that we need to make sure that the messages get across. So the transfer procedure, or you contact, instead of saying contact, you say monitor. And then I go to the other frequency and I get this automatic message to confirm CPDLC with New York. Okay, so then why do I need to call? I'm monitoring the frequency. And that's it. So we can simplify the process of transferring from one ATC to another so that we make this much easier. And you can see on the next ATC is that one. So if we make sure that we have interoperability between the systems, we know already what is the next sector that we're going to be logged on automatically. Then we transfer via message, monitor that frequency. You don't even need to call the first time, and you just go ahead. So this is abnormal and emergency procedures. This is important. Why? And I will put the stress on the last point, the consequence on fuel. We have some requirements. Now I don't have CPDLC. Should I enter Maastricht or not? If I don't enter Maastricht, will you get me down to flight level 280? Do I have the fuel to get down to 280? So we need to think about those things. I'm not saying that is a problem, because if it has a solution, it's not a problem, but we need to give a solution to those things. We need to make sure that pilots trust on the system, and I'm quite sure that we can overcome these things. Funds, this is another way of because one of the things that it was on my wish list is that same as I can load the frequency, could I load the track if I'm rerouted? Should I be able? Yes, I can. But the problem we have, and I think this is the same picture he showed, is that when right now Airbus does not accept decimals on any point that is within coordinates. So we have a problem there that we need to solve as well. And of course, ATMB does not support emergency procedures. So my last slide, I will close with this, is improving CPDLC for next summer. I think, of course, technology needs to improve if we want to implement CPDLC on specific congested time pressure airspaces. Implementation of technology should be at the same pace. And why do I say this? Because yes, you implement in Maastricht the best of the best, but now I change to the next sector and I'm traveling back to the previous century because I need to. So we need to really make sure that we are all together on the same pace. It cannot be that each airspace has its own. Harmonization will boost CPDLC, as I said, ensure procedures when voice needs to be used, otherwise reduce it as much as possible, and the automatic transfer. Sorry for the time pressure. I will take any questions if there's any.
Thank you. So we haven't done too well on the time management, but I think in terms of content, you got an excellent overview of what currently the status is of datalink. I mean, the equipage on the air and the ground has really significantly improved. We see increased usage throughout Europe. We see that everybody is starting to work on the different issues. We see the start of harmonized operations, but I think there's still tons of stuff to do. And I really would like you all to pick up the things. We have the operational focus group where we're trying to harmonize all these things. So more is required. We have a clear to-do list for all of you. Please log on, please use, please file correctly, please enlist, please report when there are issues, because then we can pick them up and do something about it. So let's please do all we can to support the difficult summer that's going to be ahead of us. Datalink is part of the many different solutions that we've put on the table today. So please make full use of it. For any Q&A, I'm very sure we're going to skip that, but the speakers are going to be available during the network drink. And then also you can make there all the jokes you want to Ryanair about maybe having to buy Airbus aircraft or not. Yeah. Thank you all very much for your attention. And I give the floor back to Tony.
Thank you very much, Paul. I don't have data link and the Europa room is not equipped, but hence my voice communication, just few logistics. So the 3 tours for the NMOC with Stephen will start not at 17:30, 18 and 18:30, but 17:55, 18:15 and 18:35. So Stephen will have to reduce to 20 minutes these visits. The first bus, it's already here. We have foreseen one bus at 6 o'clock, but he will wait until 18:10. So 10 minutes past 8. Those who are not interested in the drinks or visits, the first bus is 18:10, goes to the National Bank in the center. There is the other shuttle bus who leaves at 1900. Okay. Tomorrow morning, we start 9 o'clock. There is already the guys who have registered for 8:30 visit to the NMOC. Please tomorrow take your time, especially those who have booked hotels in the center Brussels because of the farm demonstrations. They will block center in Schumann and so on. Here will be okay because they want to make a point to the politicians, not to the general public. I'm looking at Guido if I've missed anything. He says no. So again, visits, the first team with the Stephen, they can already gather outside 17:55, 18:50, 18:35, the visits to the ops room. And the first bus leaves at 18:10, the other bus at 1900. Tomorrow we start sharp 10 minutes before 9 because of the recording. 9 o'clock we switch on the mics. Thank you.